Chapter 1. The Apocalypse Mission System. Damn it, I can't go on living like this. I might as well just die. Zhang Feng gazed at the desolate kitchen, already contemplating the notion of self-destruction. A month prior, the apocalypse had descended, and half of humanity had instantaneously transformed into zombies. The remaining populace had mostly perished at the hands of the undead. Only a small fraction of humanity had managed to survive. Zhang Feng was among the fortunate few who lived on. Yet he did not feel lucky in the slightest. In fact, he believed it would be better to have died sooner. After all, existing in such a painful reality was unbearable. The only sustenance left in his home was a meager supply of drinking water, with no food whatsoever. He had endured 3 days of hunger, and now he lacked even the strength to speak. The world had descended into chaos, rendering rescue impossible. They could only await death either by starvation or by being devoured by zombies. Zhang Feng felt he had no other options left. As for venturing outside in search of food, that was simply out of the question. Zombies roamed just outside his door. To step outside would surely lead to his demise. Zhang Feng sighed deeply, truly feeling that it would be preferable to have died sooner. He considered himself incredibly unfortunate. He was a transmigrator existing in a parallel world. He had only recently arrived, and already he found himself amidst an apocalypse. Could anyone be more unfortunate than him? At that moment, a chime echoed in his ear. The Apocalypse Mission System has been successfully initialized. The Apocalypse Mission System? What on earth is that? Zhang Feng exclaimed in surprise, followed by a surge of exhilaration. Though he did not know precisely what the Apocalypse Mission System entailed, he recognized it was a system. He often indulged in novels and was well aware of what a system represented. With a system, he now had a glimmer of hope for survival. Hastily, he sought to understand what this Apocalypse Mission System was all about. Calling out system in his mind, a semi-transparent interface materialized before his eyes. This was indeed the interface of the Apocalypse Mission System. The system interface provided a detailed introduction. The Apocalypse Mission System was straightforward in its functionality, activated by the onset of the apocalypse. In this apocalyptic era, missions would be issued, and completing them would yield rewards. The system classified missions into 3 categories: main quests, daily quests, and random quests. Main quests were ongoing tasks, while daily quests refreshed each day. Random quests were self-explanatory, appearing at random intervals. Currently, the interface displayed a main quest and a daily quest, though no random quests had yet surfaced. Main quest: acquire more perfect slaves in the age of apocalypse. For each slave obtained, a random reward would be granted. The main quest could be pursued indefinitely. If Zhang Feng could amass 10,000 slaves, he would receive 10,000 rewards. Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling as though he were about to soar. However, he soon realized he had underestimated the task. The main quest imposed specific criteria for slaves. Only exceptional slaves, with a composite evaluation of 90 points or above, would suffice. Moreover, the individuals must willingly consent to become slaves. Coercion was not permitted. Once a person became his slave, their life would be entirely at his mercy. Slaves also required a gender binding. The gender could be designated as male or female, and once bound, it could not be altered. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng opted to bind the gender as female. Who want a male slave? Zhang Feng certainly chose female. Yet, a challenge arose. Encountering exceptional female slaves would not be an easy feat. Thus, while the main quest appeared deceptively simple, it was, in truth, quite arduous. Fortunately, in addition to the main quest, there were daily quests to complete. Today's daily quest had already refreshed. Daily quest: eliminate a single zombie reward. Zombie aura skill. Zombie aura. You will emit an aura that masks your presence, preventing zombie attacks. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, recognizing this skill as nothing short of miraculous. With zombie aura, he could traverse zombie-infested areas with ease. He could freely gather whatever food he desired. However, the task did come with its own difficulties. He must first slay a zombie. Zombies lurked just outside his door, yet Zhang Feng was too fearful to open it and confront the undead. After all, the number of zombies outside was considerable, And in his current state of hunger, killing one was no simple matter. Wait a moment, if it's just a matter of killing a single zombie, perhaps I can devise a plan. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he quickly moved to the window to peer down. Zhang Feng resided on the 23rd floor, observing only small black dots on the ground. Yet, those dots represented the horde of zombies. If he were to drop a heavy object from the 23rd floor, could it potentially crush a zombie? It was worth a shot. He could certainly try. Motivated by this thought, Zhang Feng began to gather items in his home that could be thrown from a height. He collected everything onto the balcony, starting with a few ceramic plates. The plates shattered upon impact, producing a significant noise, attracting nearby zombies. Watching as a swarm of zombies converged below, he proceeded to toss down chairs and sofas, creating a thunderous crash, though unfortunately failing to kill any zombies. The refrigerator. Zhang Feng stuffed various items into the refrigerator, secured it with ropes, and then pushed it off the balcony. Now was the time to act in peaceful times. Such an action would have led to his arrest. With a resounding crash, the refrigerator landed heavily atop a zombie. Ding! Daily quest completed. A jubilant expression spread across Zhang Feng's face. Chapter 2. Zombie Aura. Opening the system interface, he confirmed that the daily quest had indeed been completed, and the reward was now his. Tomorrow, the daily quest would refresh once more. For the moment, Zhang Feng found himself unable to undertake additional tasks. However, the rewards from the completed quest were securely in his grasp. On the system interface, he noticed he had acquired a new skill, Zombie Aura. This skill could be toggled on or off at his discretion. However, ordinary individuals could not perceive its effects. After all, normal people could not detect the aura emanating from zombies. Only zombies could sense the presence of this aura among themselves. Ding! A random quest has been issued. Random quest. You have been hungry for 3 days. It's time for a feast. Reward. Increase strength by 100 kilograms. Incredible. Zhang Feng's heart raced with excitement. Another favorable quest. Simply by indulging in a hearty meal, he could amplify his strength by 100 kilograms, a task he relished. Without the Zombie Aura skill, completing this feast quest would have been exceedingly challenging, as his home had no food left. Yet now, with the aura protecting him from zombies, fulfilling this quest appeared far more feasible. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng chose to exercise caution and prepare himself. He donned several layers of winter clothing to bolster his defenses before finally opening the door. As he turned the doorknob, the wandering zombies outside surged towards him. Zombies were highly sensitive to sound, and the creaking door had drawn their attention. Zhang Feng stood alert, heart racing as the zombies approached. If they were to attack him, he would be in grave danger. In no time, the zombies reached his threshold. Remarkably, they ignored Zhang Feng entirely, instead flooding into the room, aimlessly searching for any living beings to devour. The zombies that charged and exhibited the same behavior, disregarding Zhang Feng while scouring the room. This was due to the lingering human scent he had left behind, which had piqued the zombies' interest. Zhang Feng exhaled slowly, realizing he was indeed safe. With the Zombie Aura skill, he knew these zombies posed no threat to him. At that moment, he seized the opportunity to observe the zombies more closely. These creatures had once been human, transformed into the undead due to a viral infection. Their skin was pallid, devoid of color, and coated in a greenish hue, with bloodshot eyes. Their lips were a deep, unsettling black, making them easily distinguishable. The appearance of these zombies was undeniably terrifying. Zhang Feng stepped out of his room, marking his first venture beyond the confines of his quarters since the apocalypse began. Zhang Feng discovered numerous bloodstains on the ground, accompanied by remnants of flesh and bone, leaving him uncertain whether they belonged to an animal or a human. However, it was highly probable that they were the traces of a living person. The door to the room across the way stood ajar, and the silence within suggested that the entire family had met with a tragic fate. Cautiously, Zhang Feng stepped into the room, only to immediately encounter a grotesque remains. The disarray within indicated that it had likely suffered an assault from zombies. Upon opening the bedroom door, a chilling howl echoed, startling Zhang Feng. A zombie emerged from behind the door, poised to attack him, but sensing the familiar essence emanating from Zhang Feng, it hesitated and abandoned its assault. Fortunately, Zhang Feng possessed a scent akin to that of the undead otherwise. He would have been ambushed by the creature. He recognized this zombie as his former neighbor, a beautiful young woman several years his senior, who had now transformed into a horrifying and repugnant monster. With a sense of dread, Zhang Feng pushed her back into the room and securely closed the bedroom door. He proceeded to inspect the other rooms, confirming that while the bedroom housed a zombie, the remaining areas were devoid of such threats. However, he discovered several incomplete corpses scattered about, remnants of those who had perished. Only dismembered bodies could remain, for intact corpses would inevitably succumb to the transformation into zombies. To his surprise, Zhang Feng found rice and other provisions in the kitchen. The refrigerator still contained some undamaged frozen meat, though most of the perishables had spoiled. Thankfully, the power remained operational, allowing the refrigerator to function. Otherwise, the frozen meat would have been rendered unpreservable. Zhang Feng began transporting the food, moving all of his neighbor's supplies back to his own home, for he found solace in the familiarity of his own dwelling. As for the zombies within his house, their lack of living inhabitants rendered them relatively inactive. They paid no heed to Zhang Feng's comings and goings, only turning their heads in response to the sounds he inadvertently made. After relocating all the food to his house, Zhang Feng returned to his neighbor's residence, intentionally creating noise within. Indeed, zombies were remarkably sensitive to sound. The moment the noise erupted, the zombies in his room were drawn towards it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng swiftly closed the main door, trapping the few zombies within the neighbor's house. With the threat of the zombies contained, Zhang Feng found it much easier to come and go. Back in his own home, he began to prepare a meal. Half an hour later, he had a pot of fragrant white rice and another of braised pork ready. Zhang Feng's culinary skills were modest. The braised pork was merely well-cooked rather than exceptionally tasty. Yet for Zhang Feng in that moment, the combination of rice and braised pork was nothing short of a gourmet delight. Chapter 3. The search for Yang Mi. How satisfying it was to have a hearty meal. Zhang Feng let out a deep belch of contentment that in the aftermath of the apocalypse. This was the first time Zhang Feng had truly filled his belly. At the very instant he indulged, a random task was completed, and the system's rewards were promptly bestowed upon him. That a warm surge coursed through Zhang Feng's body, fortifying his physique and augmenting his strength by a staggering 100 kilograms. This enhancement was not merely a simple increase in raw power. Rather, to achieve such a significant boost in strength necessitated a correspondingly robust constitution. Thus, this augmentation represented a comprehensive enhancement of his physical capabilities, manifesting outwardly as a 100-kilogram increase in muscular strength. As Zhang Feng exhaled, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his gaze. He surveyed the room, his attention landing on the solid wood coffee table in the living room. He recalled that this table weighed over 300 jin. Approaching the table, he embraced it with both arms and, with a sudden burst of effort, lifted it effortlessly off the ground. The table was indeed heavy. Yet Zhang Feng now possessed more than enough strength to hoist the 300 jin piece with ease, that he was thoroughly pleased with his newfound physical prowess. That it was worth noting that, until recently, Zhang Feng had merely been a reclusive individual in a state of suboptimal health. Lifting even a table weighing a little over 100 jin would have been a daunting task for him. This was the power of the system, transforming Zhang Feng from a mere homebody into a formidable being. That an idea struck him, and he hurried to the bathroom, shedding his shirt. The reflection in the mirror revealed a sculpted physique, with muscles distinctly defined, a testament to his newfound strength. Zhang Feng gazed at his body with immense satisfaction. Previously devoid of any muscle, he had now morphed into a muscular powerhouse, and all without the need for rigorous training. Simply completing tasks sufficed to bolster his strength. That it was an exhilarating experience. System, could you provide me with another task? Zhang Feng chuckled. Yet regrettably, the system remained unresponsive to his entreaty, completely disregarding his request. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng was unconcerned. After all, daily tasks awaited him, and come tomorrow, he would have the opportunity to undertake more challenges. Having satiated his hunger, Zhang Feng took a moment to rest and ponder his future. He had devised a plan for his life moving forward, one that revolved around completing daily tasks while striving for a better existence. Relying on others for salvation was simply not an option. Thus, Zhang Feng resolved to rescue himself. That he recognized the necessity of a secure haven, ample food supplies and resources, not to mention the need for companionship that AS social creatures. Humans could not survive in isolation. Additionally, he had main storyline tasks to fulfill. As each successful completion would yield rewards he had no intention of forfeiting. Zhang Feng silently strategized, gaining clarity on his objectives that he did not aspire to be a savior. That was an impossibility in this world that had descended into chaos. His sole wish was to survive, and for those who chose to accompany him, survival was paramount as well. What should he do next? He could not simply wait for tasks to refresh, Zhang Feng mused. Suddenly, he recalled that Yang Mi resided in his neighborhood. The house he occupied had been purchased by his parents when they were still financially stable, thus it was situated in a high-end community. Zhang Feng recalled that the famous star Yang Mi had also bought a property in the vicinity. He had even spotted her once while wandering the neighborhood. However, the specifics of her residence eluded him, and he was uncertain whether she still lived there or had succumbed to the apocalypse. That if she were indeed alive, would she meet the system's task requirements? Zhang Feng was unsure, but it was worth a try. Finding out where Yang Mi lived would not be difficult. The community's property management would surely have her information on file. Zhang Feng resolved to track down Yang Mi's address. With the zombies no longer posing a threat to him, he could safely seek out her location. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng donned a thick coat, masked his face, and shielded his eyes with sunglasses before stepping outside. While the zombies were no longer a concern, the living posed a different risk. Zhang Feng did not wish for anyone to discover his secret, his immunity to the undead. Thus, he intended to mimic their behavior, ensuring that no living person would detect anything unusual about him. The community still harbored survivors, and Zhang Feng remained wary of them. Having watched numerous apocalyptic films, he understood that survivors could be just as perilous as zombies. The elevator remained operational, and as he exited his apartment, he stepped into the lift. The elevator descended slowly, arriving at the first floor in no time. That as the doors opened, a horde of zombies surged inside, drawn by the sound. However, the newcomers merely regarded Zhang Feng with curiosity and exhibited no intent to attack him. Surrounded by the undead, Zhang Feng's heart raced despite his knowledge of his safety. Chapter 4. The discovery of Yang Mi as the zombies failed to identify him as a living being. They gradually dispersed. Once they had scattered, Zhang Feng pushed through the throng, maneuvering his way out from between them. The lobby was teeming with zombies, and had he been a living person, descending in the elevator would have spelled doom. Yet, Zhang Feng dared not attack the zombies. Any act of aggression could provoke a retaliatory response, placing him in grave danger. With considerable effort, he shoved aside the zombies obstructing his path, grateful for his newfound strength that enabled him to do so. Exiting the lobby, he took a deep breath, relieved to be free from the overpowering stench of the undead. The air was likely saturated with the zombie virus, but any survivor who had managed to endure this long had likely developed immunity to it. Provided they weren't attacked, they would not succumb to infection. Once outside the lobby, Zhang Feng moved slowly, striving to imitate the shambling gait of the zombies around him. Their aimless wandering allowed him to blend in. As long as he maintained a moderate pace, mimicking their movements, he gradually made his way towards the property management office. This endeavor proved quite taxing, yet Zhang Feng's full stomach and ample patience enabled him to persevere. After an exhausting 30-minute trek, he finally reached the management office. The door was closed but fortunately unlocked. Cautiously, he opened it, only for a zombie clad in a security uniform to lunge at him. However, upon reaching Zhang Feng, the creature hesitated, scrutinizing him before returning to its original position. The zombie's instincts led it to perceive Zhang Feng as one of its own, sparing him from attack. Ignoring the zombie, Zhang Feng stepped into the property management office in search of Yang Mi's address. The office contained records for all residents, and he quickly located the pertinent information. Indeed, Yang Mi resided there. Zhang Feng discovered her address was in Villa District 03. Naturally, as a prominent star, it was only fitting that she lived in a villa. Zhang Feng mused, yet he wondered whether she still occupied the residence. Given her celebrity status, it was uncertain whether she had remained there since the onset of the apocalypse. Regardless, he decided to investigate Yang Mi's home, and even if she were absent, he could still take refuge in the villa. With her address confirmed, Zhang Feng once again adopted the guise of a zombie and made his way toward her residence. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and he gradually grew accustomed to his new behavior. Quickening his pace that in less than 20 minutes, Zhang Feng arrived at the villa district, but he noticed signs of life within several of the villas, heightening his caution. After all, the intentions of these survivors remained unknown, and Zhang Feng, lacking significant combat capability, preferred to maintain a low profile that he approached Yang Mi's villa, only to find the door securely locked. Knocking softly, he called out, "Is anyone home?" Zhang Feng inquired in the room. Yang Mi has already been weakened by hunger. The food in the villa has been completely consumed by her. She has also reached out to her family and friends. But everyone is in dire straits, unable to come to her aid. With no other choice, Yang Mi can only wait at home for rescue, and this waiting has stretched into a month. All the consumables in the house have been exhausted. Yang Mi does not wish to perish, yet the area outside the villa is infested with zombies, rendering her too fearful to step outside at long last. On this day, she heard a knock at the door. Yang Mi felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the knock, for zombies do not knock. Only the living would do so. The person seeking her out must surely be a friend. "Who are you?" Yang Mi asked weakly from behind the door. Upon hearing her voice, Zhang Feng too felt a wave of exhilaration. Thankfully, Yang Mi was indeed at home and alive. "That I am Zhang Feng, a resident of the community. We have met before. That I saw that you were still alive. Are you well?" Zhang Feng asked softly, mindful that raising his voice could attract zombies. "Are there no zombies outside?" Yang Mi asked eagerly, for she thought that if Zhang Feng could find her, perhaps the outside world was free of zombies. "There are still zombies outside. I came here by avoiding them. Why don't you open the door first? I have food with me. Dio, you need to eat." Zhang Feng proposed. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a haggard Yang Mi, who looked at Zhang Feng with hopeful eyes. Nearing starvation, she could no longer afford to hesitate. Upon hearing that Zhang Feng brought food, she opened the door. Yang Mi was not unaware of the dangers lurking outside, nor was she oblivious to the treachery of human hearts. However, she was on the brink of starvation. Did I in such dire straits? A person facing imminent death cannot afford to be overly cautious. All she craved was sustenance. Chapter 5. The first slave. As the door opened, Zhang Feng beheld Yang Mi, a beauty of unparalleled grace. Was Zhang Feng's impression of her. Despite having gone 3 days without food, Yang Mi remained strikingly beautiful. That I in this parallel world, Yang Mi was still single and quite young, merely in her late 20s. Women in this age bracket are often at their most resplendent. Target candidate for a premium slave. Yang Mi, rating 95. But the system notification chimed at this moment, displaying Yang Mi's information, including her age, name, and measurements, with the most significant detail being that the system indicated she was still a virgin. The system was indeed remarkable, capable of scanning even such intimate details that a rating of 95 was exceptionally high. And Zhang Feng was thoroughly pleased with this prospective candidate. Now, he merely needed to transform Yang Mi into his slave. Zhang Feng stepped forward, entering the villa, and then closed the door behind him. "There are zombies outside. We need to be cautious," he said. "Dio, you have food?" Yang Mi inquired again, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Zhang Feng. She had opened the door entirely because Zhang Feng claimed to have brought food. "I have food," Zhang Feng affirmed, retrieving a carton of milk and a vacuum-sealed package of bread from his pocket. Upon seeing the food, Yang Mi's eyes sparkled. As a former star, she had never been one to crave delicacies. Yet she never imagined there would come a day when she would yearn for a mere piece of bread. Her desire to obtain the bread was palpable. "Please, give it to me, that I'm truly starving," she implored with a hint of petulance, reaching out to snatch the bread. Zhang Feng quickly withdrew his hand, evading her grasp. "It's simple to get food, but why should I give it to you? You must understand how precious food is in these times," Zhang Feng replied earnestly. "What do you want? Do you want me?" Yang Mi licked her lips, fully aware of what men desire. Yet at that moment, she was beyond caring that on the brink of starvation. She felt there was nothing she would not offer. Zhang Feng's heart raced at her words. Taking a deep breath, he felt a twinge of nervousness as he ventured into uncharted territory. "I can provide you with food and care for you, but you must agree to become my slave. That I won't force you. It will be entirely your choice. However, should you accept, I promise to take care of you." Zhang Feng stated earnestly. "I agree. Whatever your terms, I accept." Yang Mi responded hastily, having no regard for Zhang Feng's ulterior motives. All she wanted was food. Yang Mi willingly becomes your slave. Successfully acquired a premium slave. Reward, a dimensional space. Slave system activated. The master can decide the life or death of the slave with a mere thought that if the master dies, the slave will certainly perish as well. The master can bestow a portion of their power and skills upon the slave. A series of system introductions appeared before Zhang Feng, leaving him astounded. This was indeed the slave system, a reward for completing the main quest. Zhang Feng could control the life and death of his slave. Yet he could not dictate her thoughts and actions. However, should he perceive any threat from his slave, he could eliminate her in an instant. Zhang Feng cast a glance at Yang Mi, fully aware that he could end her life with a single thought. The master holds absolute power over the slave's fate, yet cannot control the slave's mind and actions. Thus, it is essential for the master to treat the slave with the necessary kindness to ensure her compliance. Zhang Feng quickly grasped the functionalities of the slave system. With authority over the slave's life, he need not fear rebellion, and he could also share a portion of his abilities with her, making these slaves his most reliable subordinates. Zhang Feng navigated the system interface and found the option to bestow abilities, allowing him to share 10% of his attributes with Yang Mi. This bestowal was essentially a sharing mechanism. Zhang Feng would not diminish in strength. Besides attributes, skills could also be shared with the slave. Zhang Feng reviewed the skills awarded to him upon acquiring Yang Mi, and the system rewarded him with a dimensional space. Zhang Feng's gaze flickered as he beheld an ethereal dimensional space, a storage realm where time ceased to flow. Any item placed within would remain in a state of suspended time. If food were stored there, it would be preserved indefinitely, and even ice would maintain its frozen state. This capability was remarkably powerful, far superior to that of a mere refrigerator. The dimensional space was vast, equivalent to 10 football fields, and its size was directly proportional to Zhang Feng's mental strength. The stronger his mind, the larger the space. This dimensional space was of utmost importance to Zhang Feng, allowing him to conveniently collect and store resources. Gazing at the system interface, a smile crept across Zhang Feng's face. "Can you please let me eat the bread? I'm truly starving," Yang Mi virtually pleaded, sensing an ominous feeling as she watched Zhang Feng smile. "Here, take it slowly. Stick with me, and you won't go hungry again," Zhang Feng replied cheerfully. Yang Mi, however, disregarded his words entirely, seizing the food and devouring it ravenously. Chapter 6. Yang Mi accepts her slave identity. A carton of milk and a piece of bread quickly vanished, and such scant sustenance was hardly sufficient. Yang Mi looked at Zhang Feng with hopeful eyes and softly asked, "Could you possibly give me a bit more food? I'm so hungry that I still have 2 sausages. Take your time eating, and you've been starving for too long. Don't consume it all at once." Zhang Feng advised gently, handing her the sausages. "Thank you," Yang Mi said gratefully as she snatched the sausages, relishing every bite. After consuming a fair amount of food, Yang Mi's condition improved considerably. "Thank you for the food. I will repay you in the future," she expressed, swallowing the last morsel of sausage. "And no need to repay me. After all, you are my slave. Providing you with food is simply fulfilling my promise," Zhang Feng chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Yang Mi's figure. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, and in this world, her physique seemed even more refined than in Zhang Feng's original world, as if optimized. Tall and voluptuous, she captivated Zhang Feng at first sight. Yang Mi clenched her fist nervously and murmured, "Earlier, we were just joking, right? The idea of being a slave, that can't possibly be real. How about I just pay you instead?" Yang Mi has had a change of heart. After all, she was hungry not long ago, but now that she is satiated, she naturally does not wish to sell herself for a mere morsel of food. This is a common human sentiment. Zhang Feng understands her, yet he has no intention of letting her go. How could he possibly abandon such a valuable slave? Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "It is no longer possible. For when you agreed, we had already formed a contract. This is the apocalypse for humanity, yet it is also the dawn of a new era for humankind. Some have transformed into zombies, while others have awakened to new powers. I am one of those who have awakened. Your promise to be my slave has already bound you to me. You are my slave now, and that cannot be altered. If I perish, you shall also meet your end. If I desire your death, that too shall come to pass. Conversely, should I find joy, I can bestow upon you power. For instance," Zhang Feng snapped his fingers, granting Yang Mi access to dimensional space. That a moment of surprise washed over Zhang Feng as she felt a surge of power envelop her. She had mastered the dimensional space, and since it was activated through her, Yami could fully harness its skills that IT was as expansive as 10 football fields. However, with regard to other abilities, the effects shared with her would be diminished. For instance, the skill of zombie aura could also be shared, but due to the reduction in effectiveness, Yangmi would not be able to evade zombies flawlessly. Nevertheless, having Yangmi was akin to acquiring a super warehouse, providing Zhang Feng with immense benefits. Yangmi picked up a teacup beside her and, with a swift motion, made it vanish. The teacup was stored within the dimensional space at a flick of her wrist later. The teacup reappeared in her hand, her face beaming with delight as she played with it. Now, do you still intend to leave me? In this apocalypse, do you truly believe you could survive without me? Zhang Feng gazed at Yangmi earnestly. Lowering her head, Yangmi pondered seriously. If Zhang Feng were merely an ordinary man who offered her a paltry amount of food, she would indeed be unwilling to accept her fate as a slave. However, now that Zhang Feng had revealed his extraordinary abilities, following him could very well be her stroke of luck. Very well, but you cannot force me to do things I dislike, Yangmi said softly. Looking at Zhang Feng, after some contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Now that she was a slave, Zhang Feng was not concerned about her running away, that he understood that they were still unfamiliar with each other. And suddenly demanding too much from her would only lead to discomfort. She deserved time to adjust. Moreover, Zhang Feng knew that a woman would only find meaning in her actions when she chose to act willingly. Forcing a woman yielded no satisfaction. Zhang Feng preferred a willing bond, cherishing the natural flow of emotions. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's acquiescence, Yangmi let out a sigh of relief. She had feared he would disregard her feelings and attempt to impose his will. In such a case, she would eventually yield, but her happiness would be compromised. Zhang Feng's willingness to accommodate her indicated he was not difficult to deal with. Having such a master was indeed a stroke of fortune. Stay hidden at home and do not open the door for anyone. Only when I return may you unlock it, that I will go out and bring back some supplies, Zhang Feng instructed. With no food in Yangmi's home, he had resolved to reside there and needed to gather more provisions. Zhang Feng also planned to make a trip back to his own home to retrieve his personal belongings. Previously uncertain of Yangmi's status, he had not been able to bring many items with him. Now that their relationship was clear and with the dimensional space at his disposal, he needed to collect all of his possessions. Be careful, Yangmi urged with concern. Zhang Feng had become her sole reliance, and she certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. You are showing concern for me. That has progress. Just remember to call me master next time. Zhang Feng chuckled, opening the door and stepping outside. The thought of calling him master made Yangmi blush. Once outside the villa, Zhang Feng began to mimic the gait of a zombie. He aimed to disguise himself as one, ensuring he would not attract suspicion and could minimize trouble. Chapter 7. Almost met with disaster after some time, Zhang Feng returned to his home, storing all the items he needed within the dimensional space. With the convenience of this space, he could take anything he desired. He collected his computer, phone, power bank, clothes, shoes, socks, and underwear. Everything he needed. Once he had finished packing, Zhang Feng took one last look at his home before turning to leave. From this moment on, he would embark on a new chapter of his life. Riding the elevator, Zhang Feng arrived at the lobby on the first floor, where zombies were still plentiful, crowding the area. As he descended, he once again attracted the attention of the zombies. Fortunately, the zombie aura he possessed prevented them from attacking him. Had it not been for this, the moment the elevator doors opened would have marked his demise. Once the zombies dispersed, Zhang Feng slowly stepped outside. The community indeed held resources, as every household must have some food stored. However, entering the residences to gather supplies was too cumbersome, and Zhang Feng also needed to be wary of any survivors hiding within. For him, this approach was not worth the effort. Thus, his target was a convenience store located just outside the community. At the entrance, he spotted the store. Although it was small, it offered a variety of items for sale. And Zhang Feng intended to explore it. He strolled leisurely through the community, observing the scattered zombies. These creatures wandered aimlessly when they heard no sounds, but upon detecting noise, they would spring into action. Rushing toward the source, zombies moved slightly slower than humans. Yet unlike people, they did not tire. Given their overwhelming numbers, being surrounded by zombies often spelled doom. Zhang Feng glanced at the zombies around him, feeling a chill run down his spine at their sheer abundance. Aside from himself, no one else could safely traverse the community. Any intruder would surely face a zombie attack. "Help! Someone save me!" A woman's desperate cries echoed from a balcony of a nearby building. Zhang Feng looked up to see several zombies climbing through the window onto the balcony. That was no wonder she was calling for help. Yet, at this moment, who could save her without the ability to save herself? No one could come to her aid. Zhang Feng felt powerless as he watched the woman get bitten by a zombie before ultimately jumping off the balcony. Perhaps for her, that leap was the best outcome she could hope for. This scene was witnessed by many hidden survivors, intensifying their fear and prompting them to remain even more hidden. Zhang Feng withdrew his gaze and continued his slow march, resembling a leisurely strolling zombie. Unnoticed by anyone, he ambled to the entrance of the community and then proceeded to the convenience store at its door. To his dismay, the store's entrance was locked. This sight caused him to frown. Zhang Feng surveyed the vicinity but found no one else around. Suddenly, a fire axe appeared in his hand, and with a powerful swing, he struck the door. The glass door shattered under the blow. The fire axe was a weapon Zhang Feng had acquired within the community. Having breached the entrance, he stepped into the convenience store. The store was filled with items, and Zhang Feng did not hesitate. He began to gather anything useful, tossing it all into the dimensional space. Food, drinks, snacks, everything was fair game. He even packed away some raincoats. Zhang Feng discovered several bags of rice, uncertain whether they were meant for sale or for the store owner's personal use. Now they all belonged to him. Suddenly, a muffled groan echoed through the store. Zhang Feng felt a heavy blow to his head, as if someone had struck him with force. Damn it. Zhang Feng realized that he had been careless. He had fallen victim to a sneak attack. The zombies would not assault him. Only the living would dare to strike from behind. A throbbing pain surged through his head, accompanied by a sense of heaviness. Without turning back, he summoned a fire axe into his hand, bent slightly, and swung the axe backward with force. That a blood-curdling scream echoed behind him. After taking 3 steps forward to create some distance, he finally glanced back. To his surprise, the assailant was a portly man in his 30s, a stranger to Zhang Feng, not the convenience store owner he recognized. The axe had struck deep into the man's abdomen, and blood began to flow. Had the man not clutched his wound with both hands, his intestines might have spilled forth. Zhang Feng noticed the shattered beer bottle strewn across the floor. Moments earlier, the man had struck him over the head with one, nearly ending his life. "Please don't kill me. Take whatever you want," the fat man pleaded, his face a mask of terror. "You saw everything, didn't you?" Zhang Feng asked Khalida. "No, I didn't see anything." The man quickly shook his head in denial. "You did see, and you intended to kill me," Zhang Feng replied earnestly. What Zhang Feng referred to was the existence of his dimensional space. Anything that came within his reach in the convenience store would vanish, effectively stored away in his own realm. "Good brother, I beg you, spare me this time, that I can be useful to you. I am very obedient," the fat man implored desperately. He understood that Zhang Feng was intent on murder, yet he was unwilling to face death. "It's too late. You must die. However, I can promise you a swift end," Zhang Feng said coldly. The man had seen things he should not have seen and had attacked Zhang Feng from behind. There was no way Zhang Feng would allow him to live. "I don't want to die. Give me one chance," the fat man cried in desperation. But Zhang Feng's murderous intent had taken root, and he would not relent. He raised the fire axe and advanced toward the fat man, whose eyes were filled with dread at the prospect of death. Suddenly, the fat man snarled, "If you want to spare me, then we shall die together. Zombies, come quickly. Let us all perish together." His voice rang out, loud enough to attract the nearby zombies. This was his intention. He sought to lure the undead to ensure they would meet their demise together. Zhang Feng had intended to deliver a swift death with his axe. But upon hearing the fat man's desperate cries, a mocking smile crept across his lips. "Did you know? I plan to grant you a merciful end. After all, we are both human. I wouldn't want your death to be too painful." Zhang Feng remarked indifferently, "Don't feign compassion. I don't need your mercy. I want you to die with me," the fat man retorted. His face twisted in rage. He faced the entrance, where he could see a horde of zombies rushing toward him. Previously, the sight of zombies had filled him with fear. Now, however, it ignited a sense of exhilaration that he could use the zombies to exact revenge, ensuring that he would die, but so too would this man before him. The thought was intoxicating. Zhang Feng could hear the shuffling footsteps of the approaching zombies, yet he remained motionless, refusing to turn and confront them. Instead of attacking the zombies, he withdrew his axe and stood quietly, observing the fat man. The fat man's expression shifted to one of confusion. He could not fathom Zhang Feng's intentions. Then, he watched in horror as the zombies burst into the convenience store. As he anticipated the zombies to attack Zhang Feng, he was instead petrified to see them ignore the man entirely, shoving past him to lunge at the fat man instead. 1 zombie, 2 zombies, 3 zombies. They overwhelmed him, tearing and gnawing, feasting upon him. The fat man's screams echoed, a cacophony of agony. Through the gaps between the zombies, he caught sight of Zhang Feng, who stood there, unmoving, watching him being devoured. Regret washed over him. Truly, being torn apart by zombies was excruciatingly painful that he yearned for Zhang Feng to deliver a swift axe blow, granting him a merciful end, but it was far too late. Everything had come to an end, all of it his own doing. Zhang Feng continued to watch the fat man meet his grisly fate before turning away to leave. This was the nature of humanity in the apocalypse. Unable to survive themselves, they sought to drag others down with them, that if they could not live, they would not allow others to do so either. To such individuals, Zhang Feng could only offer 2 words: deserved it. Exiting the convenience store, he did not interfere with the zombies as they feasted. Compared to the scheming and deceitful living, the zombies were refreshingly simple, as long as Zhang Feng refrained from attacking them. They would leave him unharmed. In fact, their presence safeguarded his safety. With food in hand, Zhang Feng strolled leisurely towards Yangmi's villa. All around him were zombies, yet his own aura, permeated with the scent of the undead, kept them at bay. Any ordinary person would have long been devoured by the horde. The survivors paid no heed to Zhang Feng. After all, who would take notice of an ordinary zombie among a throng of the undead? Eventually, Zhang Feng arrived at the villa's entrance. He knocked on the door, and within, Yangmi was startled awake by the sound. Fortunately, she recognized Zhang Feng's voice. "Yangmi, open the door. It's me, I'm back." Zhang Feng spoke softly. Relieved, Yangmi hurriedly unlocked the door to let him in. "Are you all right?" Yangmi inquired with concern. Though they were not yet well acquainted, she understood that her survival in this world depended entirely on Zhang Feng. Thus, he could not afford to come to any harm. "Of course I'm fine. If anything were to happen to me, you would perish as well. However, in this world, if I were gone, you wouldn't survive either. Dying together would surely be a fitting end for you," Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Yangmi trembled at his words, feeling a chill run through her. "I'm a bit dirty. Come help me bathe," Zhang Feng commanded. "You want me to bathe you?" Yangmi exclaimed in disbelief, questioning if she had misheard him. "You are my servant. You don't think I'm merely providing for you out of the goodness of my heart, do you? If you are of no use to me, why would I support you?" Zhang Feng retorted, gazing at her with an inquisitive expression. "I understand," Yangmi replied softly, her spirits dampened. Zhang Feng paid no mind to her thoughts and inquired about the location of the bathroom. Heading there directly. Despite the apocalypse having persisted for a month, the water and electricity remained functional. Seizing the opportunity for comfort, he deemed it essential to maintain the habit of bathing. Before long, the two arrived at the spacious bathroom. Zhang Feng immediately took a liking to it, disregarding Yangmi's presence as he stripped off his clothes, first showering himself before instructing her to assist him in cleaning. Yangmi, having come to terms with the situation, complied gently, washing him with care. Zhang Feng was pleased with her demeanor. To his surprise, Yangmi had not anticipated Zhang Feng's physique to be so impressive. Previously, she had perceived him as slender. Now, she realized he was well-muscled. As she washed him, she found herself unable to look directly at his body. After some time, the cleaning was complete. Zhang Feng, content with the temporary pleasures, felt satisfied with his current situation, even without having taken Yangmi's body. After all, this was the hospitality of a renowned star. By the way, let's see if there are any snacks you like," Zhang Feng said, waving his hand, causing numerous bags of snacks to appear on the coffee table. These snacks, which Yangmi had previously avoided to maintain her figure, were now a welcome sight. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "I want them all," she exclaimed eagerly. "Since you like them, they are all yours. By the way, can you cook?" Zhang Feng inquired. Yangmi hesitated momentarily before responding. "I can, but I'm not very good at it." Then go ahead and give it a try. We'll find a professional chef later. Zhang Feng instructed. Zhang Feng helplessly remarked, "It is indeed a thought. How could such a renowned star like Yang Mi possibly cook?" However, Zhang Feng himself was too lazy to prepare a meal, thus the task of cooking had to be entrusted to Yang Mi. He entered the kitchen, retrieving the rice and some food he had previously gathered. Unfortunately, there were no vegetables left. Only a small amount of frozen meat could be salvaged. After all, in such circumstances, vegetables simply could not be preserved. Whereas these meat products could endure only because they were stored in the refrigerator. Yang Mi was busily engaged in the kitchen while Zhang Feng settled in the living room, munching on potato chips and browsing through the news on his phone. The internet was still operational, but the information circulating was far from reassuring. This crisis was not merely a national dilemma. It was a global catastrophe, undoubtedly resembling an apocalyptic scenario. Zhang Feng had previously contemplated suicide after consuming such distressing news. Yet now, the same news evoked a profoundly different sentiment within him. After all, he had acquired the means to survive. I can also seek out the main quest objectives online. The primary task requires Zhang Feng to possess more exceptional slaves. However, exceptional slaves are not easily found. Zhang Feng was fortunate to have discovered Yang Mi. As for the remaining exceptional slaves, their whereabouts remained a mystery. Thus, he conceived the idea of utilizing the internet to search for exceptional slaves. Zhang Feng posted several messages on local forums, stating that he could provide food and safety guarantees, but the recipients must be extraordinary beauties. Those who met the criteria and wished to be rescued could contact him. He disseminated this message across various platforms, his social circle, local forums, and Douyin short videos that he utilized every channel available to him. As for whether anyone would believe him, Zhang Feng was uncertain. Nonetheless, he felt that there was no harm in trying. However, he was aware that this approach was unlikely to succeed. After all, people were not foolish. Those beautiful women were undoubtedly astute and would not easily reveal their locations. Additionally, there was another piece of news that captured Zhang Feng's attention. Some individuals had indeed acquired extraordinary powers. Some had awakened superhuman physical strength, while others had harnessed the power of fire, capable of breathing flames. There were even those who could wield lightning, among others. Although these individuals were not overwhelmingly powerful at present, their emergence signified that Zhang Feng's prior notions were indeed accurate. Humanity could awaken extraordinary abilities in the face of an apocalypse. Zhang Feng's expression grew solemn, that he realized that he was not the sole possessor of extraordinary powers. He would need to exercise greater caution moving forward. However, such awakened individuals were exceedingly rare. At least, the ones appearing on the internet were few and far between. Moreover, scientists had noted that flora and fauna were also undergoing changes. While these alterations were not apparent within urban areas, they became significantly pronounced in the outskirts. Some had captured footage of mutated animals in the wild, and even among the zombies, there were reports of mutated variants. Cities were unsafe, and the wilderness was equally perilous. Truly, this was the end of humanity. Zhang Feng sighed, silently shutting off his phone. Chapter 10. Total Mutation Master, dinner is ready, Yang Mi softly announced. She was not accustomed to addressing Zhang Feng in such a manner. But it was his request, and she had no choice but to comply. Disobedience would surely displease Zhang Feng, and she had already experienced the pangs of hunger. She was determined not to endure that torment again. Hearing Yang Mi refer to him as master, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. To think that such a beautiful star would become a slave brought him immense joy. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhang Feng beheld the meal Yang Mi had prepared, 3 dishes and a soup. Though the selection was modest, it appeared quite appetizing. Zhang Feng nodded approvingly, saying, "You've worked hard. This looks delightful." Upon hearing his praise, Yang Mi's spirits lifted, and she felt a wave of happiness wash over her. In this apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy a warm meal was truly a blessing. "Let us eat," Zhang Feng said. Yang Mi nodded, elegantly beginning her meal. She had already passed the initial stages of extreme hunger. Although she still felt famished, it was not as overwhelming as before, and thus her urgency had diminished. "Your culinary skills are commendable," Zhang Feng complimented as he savored a few bites. While Yang Mi's cooking could not compare to that of a professional chef, it was undoubtedly superior to Zhang Feng's own efforts. Most importantly, he did not have to cook himself. Cooking, washing dishes, and tidying the kitchen were arduous tasks, and Zhang Feng had no desire to undertake them. With Yang Mi managing household duties, he felt genuinely content. After finishing their meal, Zhang Feng poured himself a pot of tea and began scrolling through short videos on his phone while sipping. Yang Mi was busy in the kitchen, were it not for the distant sounds of zombies howling outside. Zhang Feng might have doubted he was in an apocalyptic world. Outside, darkness had fallen, and the zombies had grown more active. During the day, their activity subsided, as they feared sunlight and generally refrained from moving. However, once night descended, they became restless, roaming in search of prey. Hence, nighttime proved far more perilous than daytime, a fact survivors were well aware of. They collected supplies during daylight hours and remained indoors at night. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Feng. Could he venture out at night? Without the skill that masked his scent from zombies, he would certainly have hesitated to brave the darkness. Yet now, endowed with the ability to conceal his presence, he could safely navigate the night. Yang Mi completed her chores and approached, gently sitting beside Zhang Feng, leaning against him. Their familiarity had grown, dispelling the previous sense of estrangement. Yang Mi's demeanor toward Zhang Feng had also become more intimate. "What are you watching?" she inquired softly. Zhang Feng sighed. "Take a look at this video. It is truly horrific. People are resorting to cannibalism." The video depicted scenes of humans consuming one another, and now these video-sharing platforms had no oversight, allowing any content to be uploaded freely. The footage was captured by a survivor who, upon noticing his neighbor boiling meat, approached out of curiosity, only to discover the shocking reality that the family was cooking human flesh. He recorded the scene and shared it online. Upon witnessing the video's content, Yang Mi instinctively covered her mouth, nearly retching. "This is revolting," she exclaimed, feeling nauseated. "This is not mere disgust. It is a tragedy. Humanity has been driven to the point of cannibalism." "How can one not find that tragic?" Zhang Feng replied. "Recall how you felt when you were starving. Had I not come to your aid and provided you with food, would you not have contemplated resorting to such extremes?" Yang Mi felt a wave of revulsion at his words, but had to concede that Zhang Feng was right. In such dire circumstances, she might indeed consider consuming human flesh, driven by the depths of hunger. "Thank you for rescuing me," she said, leaning against Zhang Feng, her voice filled with gratitude. "That if you wish to express your gratitude, when will you offer yourself to me?" Zhang Feng gestured with a smile. "Please give me a little more time," Yang Mi replied softly, keeping an eye on Zhang Feng's expression. She understood that he was her pillar of support, and his thoughts increasingly occupied her mind. "Very well. I shall grant you time, but I hope it will not be too long." Zhang Feng said gently that I can afford you time, but interest must be paid, he added playfully before, to Yang Mi's astonishment, pulling her close and kissing her. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Feng finally drew away. Neither spoke, simply relishing the tranquility and warmth of the moment. "That I'll step outside to take a look. As always, keep the house secure and do not venture out." Zhang Feng suddenly declared that "Don't go out. It is too dangerous at night," Yang Mi urged, fully aware that the zombies would become active after dark, making the night far more perilous than the day. "Trust me, I won't do anything foolish," he reassured her. Zhang Feng smiled as he spoke. Chapter 11. A dangerous night. That he opened the door and sauntered outside. Yang Mi hid behind the door, watching Zhang Feng's figure gradually vanish into the night. That a wave of concern washed over her, mingled with an inexplicable sense of wonder. In the darkness, Zhang Feng walked briskly. The absence of streetlights allowed him to move without fear of being discovered. As for the zombies, he was even less worried. After all, with the scent of zombies surrounding him, they would not attack him. Zhang Feng strolled through the community, observing the zombies around him. There were many zombies nearby, and as night fell, they became increasingly active. Even without the allure of living humans, these zombies wandered about chaotically. Indeed, the streets at night were perilous. It was only because of the zombie scent that Zhang Feng could venture out. After walking a circuit around the community, Zhang Feng felt a lack of awareness and decided to venture further outside. He wanted to see what the streets looked like at night. This was his first glimpse of the street scene in this apocalyptic world. Under the cover of darkness, the streets were densely populated with zombies. Zhang Feng felt a chill run down his spine, that he could not comprehend how the once desolate streets during the day had transformed into a throng of zombies at night. Even with the protection of the zombie scent, he began to feel uneasy. If a zombie were to attack him at this moment, it would surely mean his demise. Suddenly, A thunderous roar echoed from the sky as a helicopter flew across the night. The zombies were drawn to the silhouette, chasing after the helicopter that appeared in the sky. The streets were jammed with zombies, creating a congested scene. Suddenly, a piercing shriek resonated in the night sky, and it seemed that the helicopter had come under attack. Zhang Feng saw a shadow dart into the helicopter. The blood-curdling screams erupted from within, and then the helicopter crashed into a skyscraper with a resounding boom, resulting in an explosion that left nothing behind. Zhang Feng gasped, astonished that even helicopters were no longer safe in this era. There were entities in the sky capable of flight, whether they were mutated birds or some other monstrous beings. They certainly represented a terrifying presence. With a heavy thud, a towering 2-meter-tall, giant zombie appeared before Zhang Feng. His breath caught in his throat, and he instinctively held his breath. The giant zombie stood tall among the others, distinctly prominent. Fortunately, the giant zombie did not notice Zhang Feng and continued on its path, soon walking past him. Once the giant zombie moved away, Zhang Feng exhaled deeply. A mutated zombie. Zhang Feng realized that this giant zombie must indeed be a mutated one. Zombies shun sunlight, which is why they hide during the day. Zhang Feng had not seen such a multitude of zombies, nor any mutated ones during daylight. However, that did not mean they were non-existent. The city at night was undeniably perilous. Zhang Feng made a mental note. This outing had not been in vain. At the very least, he now understood the dangers of the city at night. He also knew that mutated zombies had emerged in this city. Zhang Feng was unsure of the strength of these mutated zombies, but it was evident that they were significantly more formidable than ordinary zombies. He slowly made his way back towards the villa, having gleaned all necessary intelligence. There was no need to linger any longer. Yes, it was nighttime. Zhang Feng need not worry about exposing himself. He quickened his pace and soon returned to the villa. Knowing that Zhang Feng had returned, Yang Mi hurriedly opened the door. "That you're back. You scared me to death just now," she said, patting her chest. Zhang Feng's gaze swept over her, noting her ample bosom. Indeed, quite substantial, he mused inwardly. What was that sound earlier? It was so terrifying. Yang Mi inquired. That it was the sound of a helicopter exploding. Zhang Feng replied solemnly. Just now, a helicopter attempted to escape, but was attacked by something in the night sky. It crashed, and what you heard was the explosion. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's face turned pale. Earlier, she had contemplated whether she should contact a helicopter to rescue her. Little did she know, even helicopters were no longer safe. They too could come under attack, but I thought it was only zombies. How could anything else attack a helicopter? Yang Mi trembled as she asked. Zhang Feng replied earnestly, zombies can mutate. Naturally, animals can as well. The entity that attacked the helicopter could very well have been a mutated bird. Normally, birds would never attack helicopters, but a mutated bird could do so. However, it was too dark to discern what exactly attacked the helicopter. In any case, the skies are no longer safe. Yang Mi, shaken, expressed her fear. With zombies and mutated animals, how can we possibly survive from now on? Random task. Soothe Yang Mi's fears. Reward. Night vision. Zhang Feng was taken aback, not expecting a random task to appear. Chapter 12. Acquiring night vision. That he embraced Yang Mi tightly, gently stroking her back while whispering in her ear. Don't be afraid. I am here. I will take care of you from now on. Life will always find a way. I refuse to believe humanity will face extinction. Zhang Feng declared resolutely. Moreover, he contemplated his own system. Perhaps the system he possessed was designed to ensure the continuation of humanity. After all, why else would the main task be to find exceptional slaves? These exceptional individuals lacked innate abilities, yet their genetics must be outstanding. Otherwise, they would not qualify as exceptional slaves. That if Zhang Feng and these exceptional slaves were to bear offspring, would they not be even more remarkable? The inheritance of superior genes could indeed become the hope for humanity's survival. As he pondered this, Zhang Feng felt a sense of enlightenment. He looked down at Yang Mi in his arms. It was evident that she had been optimized, with her delicate features and exquisite visage. She resembled the most perfect fairy. Zhang Feng found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Lowering his head, he kissed her. Yang Mi struggled momentarily, but soon relinquished her resistance. Perhaps the terror had awakened a realization within her. She reciprocated Zhang Feng's affection, and they gradually sank onto the sofa. Zhang Feng's hands wandered between her peaks. Yang Mi grasped his mischievous hand, blushing as she said, Let's keep it at that for today. I promise I will give you more in the future. Though Zhang Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he was more lenient with the woman he cherished. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I promised you I wouldn't force you. However, given my current state, you must address it that if not with your body, there are other ways I would accept." Zhang Feng grinned at Yang Mi. Yang Mi shot him a glare, but understood his meaning. However, she was aware that men were creatures of desire, and no normal man could easily suppress such urges. Zhang Feng's approach was already quite considerate, and thus she did not reject his request. A gentle caress would suffice to satisfy him. Zhang Feng glanced at the system interface. The random task of soothing Yang Mi's fears had unknowingly been completed. Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed, and he quickly regained his composure. He discovered that his vision had become significantly clearer, that in reality, he had mild myopia, around 100 degrees. While it did not impede his daily life, it was still inferior to normal vision. However, upon acquiring night vision, it seemed his eyesight had been enhanced. Now, when he looked at things, everything appeared much sharper. His myopia had vanished. How wonderful it is to be free of myopia, Zhang Feng thought to himself, but he moved to the window and gazed into the darkness. At that moment, his vision was no longer hindered by the night. Zhang Feng could see the dark landscape with remarkable clarity, as if he were wearing sunglasses under the sun. The surroundings were dim, yet everything was distinctly visible. It was important to note that it was pitch black outside. The night vision ability was indeed formidable, especially for someone like Zhang Feng, who had no fear of zombies. Having night vision was immensely convenient. "What are you looking at?" After finishing her mouthwash, Yang Mi approached Zhang Feng and quietly inquired, "Just now, I felt a new ability awakening within me." Zhang Feng chuckled and replied, "The secrets of the system are not something I would disclose to anyone, but I will share with those close to me that I am capable of awakening abilities." This was Zhang Feng's strategic reserve. Yang Mi was taken aback and asked, "You awakened another ability? What ability is it? What do you mean you? How should you address me?" Zhang Feng playfully pinched Yang Mi's cheek, feeling its smoothness, and smiled as he asked. Yang Mi blushed and softly responded, "Master, what ability have you awakened?" Zhang Feng smiled again and said, "I simply adore hearing you call me master." After a brief pause, he continued, "The ability I just awakened is night vision. You now possess night vision as well. Take a look outside." Zhang Feng had already shared his night vision ability with Yang Mi. Although her capability was inferior to his, it was sufficient for her to perceive her surroundings at night. Yang Mi felt a warmth in her eyes, and as she gazed out the window, she noticed that the outside world had become brilliantly illuminated, no longer engulfed in the darkness of night. She could see everything around her. Indeed, the ability to see in the dark was astonishing. Having night vision may seem unremarkable, but it is an incredibly practical skill. Just think about how advantageous it is to see the surroundings without the need for light at night. She exclaimed, Chapter 13. Slaying Zombies. How wonderful it is to have night vision. Yang Mi remarked wistfully. So, how do you plan to thank me? Zhang Feng embraced Yang Mi with a smile. Embarrassed, Yang Mi turned and offered him a kiss. Zhang Feng was quite pleased with her initiative that it's best to rest now. Given the current situation, there will be no entertainment activities tonight. He gently suggested, Due to the presence of zombies outside, they dared not make excessive noise in the room, as it could easily attract unwanted attention. Even at night, they refrained from turning on lights, thereby canceling any unnecessary activities. Yang Mi nodded, her cheeks flushed. Given the circumstances, it was natural for them to share the same bed. In the event of danger, Yang Mi would have little time to react. Therefore, Zhang Feng insisted on them sleeping in the same bed, assuring her that he would not touch her, at least not until she consented. While he promised not to initiate anything inappropriate, affectionate gestures like hugs and kisses were certainly permissible. That night, Zhang Feng slept exceptionally well, having had his fill and with a beautiful companion beside him. While he enjoyed a comfortable rest, the other survivors were enduring a great deal of suffering. However, Zhang Feng could not concern himself with others. Merely taking care of himself was already quite a challenge. At dawn, Zhang Feng awoke to find Yang Mi still peacefully asleep, softly snoring, which only added to her charm. He placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, carefully got out of bed, and glanced out the window. The community outside had returned to a state of calm, with zombies seemingly vanished from sight. Although a few still wandered about, the swarm-like chaos of the night had dissipated. During the day, the number of zombies in the community was reduced by 2/3. and it was evident that most preferred to lurk in the shadows rather than bask in the sunlight. An instinctive behavior of zombies. Zhang Feng opened the system interface and noticed that the daily tasks had refreshed. Daily tasks are the best way for Zhang Feng to consistently earn rewards, as they reset every day. Daily task. Eliminate 100 zombies. Reward. 1 Desert Eagle handgun with infinite bullets. Zhang Feng took a breath. Surprised by the quality of today's reward. A Desert Eagle with unlimited ammunition. The Desert Eagle is renowned for its large caliber and immense power. The fact that it came with infinite bullets was remarkable, greatly enhancing Zhang Feng's combat capabilities and safety. As for the task itself, Zhang Feng was not overly concerned. Eliminating 100 zombies was a straightforward endeavor. With the ability to sense zombies, he could evade their attacks, making the task relatively simple. Noticing that it was almost time, Zhang Feng decided to wake Yang Mi. And after they both freshened up, he asked her to prepare a simple breakfast. They each had a bowl of instant noodles to satisfy their hunger. After breakfast, Zhang Feng reminded Yang Mi to be cautious at home before heading out. Zhang Feng had already devised a plan for completing the task. While slaying zombies was not difficult, ensuring the safe execution of eliminating 100 zombies posed a greater challenge. The zombie aura could protect him from being attacked, but once he engaged in combat, the zombies would become frenzied and retaliate. Thus, he needed to avoid fighting in the midst of a horde, opting instead to target isolated zombies. Zhang Feng directed his efforts towards the zombies within the buildings. The number of zombies inside was relatively low, and they were mostly solitary, making them easier to handle. He first returned to the floor where he had originally lived, feeling a sense of familiarity and a desire to eliminate any zombies in his former residence. Upon arriving at his old building, he found the first-floor lobby overcrowded with zombies, making it impractical to engage them there. That he ascended the stairs to the second floor. That I end the corridor. 2 zombies were aimlessly wandering, and Zhang Feng's presence immediately drew their attention. However, upon noticing Zhang Feng, they recognized him as one of their own and hesitated to attack. With a fire axe in hand, Zhang Feng quietly approached one of the zombies from behind and struck it down with a powerful blow to the neck. The axe was sharp, and with a single swing, he severed the zombie's head. Without its brain, the zombie quickly lost its ability to move. The other zombie turned to face Zhang Feng, displaying a fierce expression. Yet it hesitated to attack. Zhang Feng wasted no time. He raised the axe and brought it down upon the zombie's forehead, cleaving it open and exposing its brain. One swift strike was all it took to end its existence. Hearing the commotion, another zombie rushed in. Zhang Feng remained motionless, wanting to test the effectiveness of the zombie aura in a real combat scenario. The approaching zombie hesitated momentarily before looking at Zhang Feng, ultimately choosing not to attack. Instead, it diverted its attention to the corpse of the recently slain zombie and lunged at it, beginning to feast at a zombie. The remains of another zombie were also a source of sustenance. Zhang Feng walked up to the feasting zombie and swiftly decapitated it with another swing of his axe. Chapter 14. Mastering the lockpicking skill. After dispatching 3 zombies, Zhang Feng felt a surge of confidence. Initially, he had been uncertain about his ability to combat these creatures, fearing he might not be their match. However, having successfully eliminated 3 zombies, he now understood that while they were indeed dangerous, defeating them was surprisingly simple. The zombie aura provided him with a significant boost in combat prowess, rendering it a godly skill in the face of the undead. Zhang Feng began to explore the second floor. The corridor was devoid of zombies, but he could hear movement coming from within one of the apartments. That he knocked on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? Help has arrived." However, only low growls responded from within, with no signs of human life. The door was locked, complicating matters. Zhang Feng had no intention of forcing entry, as modern security doors posed a considerable challenge for brute force. Ding, random task. Unlock 10 locked doors. Reward. Lockpicking skill. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. This task had arrived most opportunely. It was the perfect chance for him to acquire the skill of lockpicking, with no key in hand and the property management lacking access to the homeowner's keys. Opening the locked door was by no means a trivial endeavor. Yet, just because it was not simple did not imply it was impossible. While Zhang Feng could not elegantly unlock the door, he could resort to brute force. Raising his axe, he brought it down forcefully upon the door. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. He continued until the lock was shattered. With the lock destroyed, the door was finally forced open by Zhang Feng. He exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. The quality of modern doors was truly impressive. Even with an axe, it required considerable effort to breach them. Opening a locked door had consumed a fair amount of his strength and time. Fortunately, the task required him to unlock only 10 doors. Had there been more, he would have been disinclined to complete it, as brute force was indeed exhausting. As the door swung open, a zombie lunged forth. Yet it did not attack Zhang Feng. In the eyes of the zombie, he too appeared as one of its kind. Zombies did not attack their own. With a swift swing of his axe, Zhang Feng cleaved the creature's head in two. Entering the room, he conducted a quick inspection, ensuring no other zombies lurked within, that if there were useful items, he could collect them as well. A tang knife. Zhang Feng's gaze fell upon a beautifully displayed tang knife within the room. This weapon he had seen online, but this was his first encounter with it in person. However, he wondered if it was functional. After all, knives were regulated items not easily obtained. Grasping the tang knife, he effortlessly drew it from its sheath, the blade glinting brilliantly before his eyes. It was a finely polished tang knife, sharpened to a keen edge, an exceptional find. As such knives were typically sold as ornamental pieces and rarely sharpened. Securing a sharpened tang knife would require special channels. Zhang Feng swung the knife, feeling its weight, approximately 2 to 3 pounds. The blade forged from high-quality steel, both beautiful and remarkably sharp. What a fine blade, Zhang Feng praised. Compared to the fire axe, this tang knife felt far more suited to his grip, given Zhang Feng's considerable strength. Wielding this tang knife posed no challenge. With this weapon, dispatching zombies would be considerably easier. The only weakness of zombies lay in their heads, and severing or damaging the brain was the most effective means of extermination. The tang knife would easily accomplish such tasks. Having gathered his supplies, Zhang Feng swiftly departed, but he moved on to the next location, continuing to knock on doors. Any locked door would fall to the might of his fire axe. As he dismantled doors, he also eliminated the zombies trapped inside. The progress of his task steadily increased. At last, all 10 locked doors were opened. Zhang Feng collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. He glanced at his palms, now blistered from the exertion. After all, violently dismantling 10 locked doors was no small feat, and it taxed him considerably. At long last, the task was complete. Yet, Zhang Feng felt a strange sense of disappointment. He had not acquired the lock-picking skill he had anticipated. Normally, upon completing a task and receiving a reward, one would expect to learn such a skill. Zhang Feng had envisioned himself as a master locksmith, capable of opening any door at will. Yet he found himself with nothing. In astonishment, Zhang Feng opened the system interface, discovering that indeed a new skill had been added. Lock-picking. You have mastered the skill, allowing you to unlock any lock in the world. Enlightenment dawned upon him. Rising, he walked to the bedroom and locked the door behind him. Placing his hand on the doorknob, he silently invoked the skill and turned the handle. In an instant, the locked door swung, opened. This was lock-picking. It was that simple. There was no need for tools, as he had already mastered the skill. He could now unlock any lock in this world. Zhang Feng laughed with delight. This skill was truly remarkable. Chapter 15. The Marauder. The lock-picking skill was indeed powerful, enabling one to unlock any door without the need for finesse. This was entirely different from Zhang Feng's prior assumptions. He had thought the skill would impart techniques for lock-picking. Instead, it was a straightforward ability to unlock any lock directly. Eagerly, Zhang Feng exited the house and approached the door across the way. Placing his hand on the doorknob, activating the lock-picking skill, he heard a satisfying click as the door opened. How convenient, Zhang Feng marveled. Clearing out the zombies in this area had been a cumbersome task, particularly due to the locked doors that had kept many zombies confined within. Previously, he had to resort to brute force to break down doors, but now he could simply unlock them. As he opened the door, a zombie charged at him. With a deft swing of the tang knife, he severed the creature's head in one stroke. Killing zombies was easier than slaughtering a chicken. As he progressed, he had eliminated over 30 zombies. The laborious task of breaking down doors had consumed much of his time and energy. With his newfound lock-picking skill, he no longer needed to expend such effort. Killing zombies had become significantly simpler. However, besides zombies, there were also survivors. Upon opening another door, Zhang Feng was confronted by a middle-aged man, who stood startled, clutching a kitchen knife defensively. "Who are you? How did you get in?" "I locked the door." The man stammered upon seeing Zhang Feng with the tang knife. Zhang Feng smiled, reassuringly, that "Don't worry, brother, that I'm just a neighbor passing by. Are there any zombies in your home? If not, I'll be on my way." "No, there are no zombies here," the man replied hurriedly. Behind him, a middle-aged woman and a young boy were hiding. This was a family of 3 that their fortune was remarkable. They had not been turned into zombies. "Then I shall take my leave," Zhang Feng said, preparing to exit. The middle-aged man finally regained his composure and quickly asked, "Young brother, are there still zombies outside?" Zhang Feng nodded. "You should stay inside for now. There are still zombies lurking outside. Wait until I clear them out, and then you can come out safely." Having said this, he turned and left, leaving the family to breathe a sigh of relief. They were acutely aware that in this apocalyptic world, the constraints of law and morality had vanished. Many survivors had devolved into marauders, a far more fearsome presence than zombies. The middle-aged man was uncertain of Zhang Feng's true nature and felt compelled to remain cautious. Despite living in the same building, the residents were largely unfamiliar with one another. Zhang Feng had no time to concern himself with others. Ensuring the safety of his own was already a considerable challenge. Continuing to open doors and eliminate zombies, Zhang Feng once again unlocked a door, only to be met with the chilling sounds of a woman's screams and the raucous laughter of men. Hearing these sounds, Zhang Feng's expression darkened as he approached the room, where he witnessed several men tormenting a woman, her cries of distress met with their merciless laughter. Marauders. These men embodied the very essence of chaos. In the absence of legal constraints, the shackles of morality had been shattered, unleashing the beasts within them. They were no longer human. They could only be labeled as marauders. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Grab him!" Upon noticing Zhang Feng's entrance, the men were startled, hastily seizing their weapons and advancing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng turned and fled. He knew he could not confront such a number of assailants. In a one-on-one scenario, he might hold his own, but against 4 or 5 armed men, he had no confidence. Damn it, he got away. Guess the kid is just lucky. How did he even get in? The door must have been unlocked. Could he be a thief? It is possible that he is merely a thief. Alas, I should have insisted he stay just now, that if he is adept at lockpicking, he could collaborate with us. Someone lamented. After all, this building contains numerous apartments, many of which are locked tight. They have no means to gain entry, that if Zhang Feng possessed the ability to unlock doors, a partnership would be entirely feasible. However, now that Zhang Feng has fled, they dare not pursue him. Upon reaching the entrance, they promptly shut the door behind them, aware of the zombies lurking in the corridor. Thus, their immediate choice was to secure the main entrance. Chapter 16. Utilizing zombies for murder. Wait a moment. The door was already locked from the inside. How did he manage to enter? Someone suddenly realized, their expression one of astonishment. Even if a thief has mastered the art of lockpicking, it would only be effective if the door had not been secured from within. After all, once the door is locked, it can only be opened from the inside. That a few individuals wore perplexed expressions, unable to fathom the mystery at hand. Moreover, if he came from outside, does that imply the area is now safe? Are there no zombies on our floor? That fellow seemed unfamiliar. Does anyone recognize him? Doesn't he appear to be a resident of our floor? Could it be that there are no zombies outside? Should we venture out to investigate? The group was tempted. If the outside world was devoid of zombies, they could collect supplies. Their food reserves were dwindling, and if they did not gather resources soon, they would find themselves in dire straits. After some deliberation, they remained hesitant, for such a decision weighed heavily on them. If zombies still roamed outside, venturing forth could lead to a fatal encounter. Suddenly, a loud click echoed. The previously locked door was opened again. Everyone froze. Behind the door appeared a ghastly pale face, one belonging to a zombie. The sudden emergence of the zombies startled them all. "Quick, shut the door," but it was too late. The door was pushed open, and a horde of zombies surged inside. The sight before them petrified everyone. They were unafraid of the living, having attacked Zhang Feng upon his entrance. Yet now, faced with a throng of zombies, they found themselves paralyzed with terror. After all, these were zombies, terrifying creatures that could spell doom with even the slightest breach of their skin. "Run!" someone yelled, turning to flee. But the space was limited. Where could they escape? More zombies flooded the room, leaving them with no refuge. Some attempted to fight back, but the sheer number of zombies overwhelmed them. Dozens attacked the few of them in that cramped space, leaving no opportunity to retaliate. Amidst the cacophony of screams, they were mercilessly bitten and devoured by the zombies. These wretches deserved their fate. The most innocent among them was likely the woman they had tormented. She too fell victim to the zombies' ravenous jaws. Yet in her final moments, witnessing those who had once bullied her meet the same grisly end, she felt a sense of relief. Zhang Feng stood at the threshold, silently observing the scene, that he had once contemplated rescuing the woman, but ultimately decided against it. After all, they were not related, and the risk did not warrant the effort that I end this era. Perhaps dying sooner was a form of liberation. These zombies had been drawn by Zhang Feng himself. He had opened the doors of the adjoining apartments and lured the zombies in. Following that, he employed his lock-picking skills to release the zombies into the room. Such a simple maneuver had effectively eliminated the thugs he could not confront directly. Zhang Feng quietly secured the door, imprisoning the zombies within. With the number of zombies in that room, he was aware that he could not handle them just yet. So it was prudent to keep them confined for the time being. All the zombies on this floor were now contained there, but Zhang Feng was not yet equipped to deal with them. He continued his ascent to the next floor, determined to clear out the zombies above. With this experience fresh in his mind, Zhang Feng became increasingly cautious. His real threat was no longer the zombies, but rather the survivors hiding in the rooms. Fortunately, such violent survivors were still relatively few. The remaining survivors on the floor did not attack Zhang Feng upon sight. In fact, if they appeared amiable, he would even offer them some food. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter a survivor deemed an exceptional slave by the system. The quest for exceptional slaves could be repeated, and Zhang Feng was eager to acquire more. However, these prime slaves were not easily found. With a click, the door swung open once more. Zhang Feng did not rush in immediately, but instead cautiously surveyed the space within. The room appeared immaculate, well decorated, indicating that the former owner was quite affluent and possessed refined taste. That a large portrait of a woman adorned the living room wall. The woman was strikingly beautiful and bore a familiar resemblance. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Feng suddenly recognized her. It was Huang Yueying. Huang Yueying was a popular online figure known for her period costume work, frequently sharing her creations on the internet, and Zhang Feng was an admirer of her artistry. He could hardly believe she resided here. Zhang Feng recalled encountering a stunning woman in the elevator previously, though she always wore a mask, obscuring her true appearance. Could that masked woman be Huang Yueying? What a coincidence that would be. Huang Yueying, are you there? Zhang Feng called out, his voice resonating through the air. That a clatter echoed from the bedroom, as if a plate had fallen. That a spark of hope flickered in Zhang Feng's eyes. Chapter 17. The second candidate for slavery. The sounds from the bedroom hinted that Huang Yueying might still be alive, perhaps hiding within. Let us go check the bedroom, Zhang Feng thought, making his way toward the locked door. However, it was no matter. He swiftly employed his lock-picking skills to unlock it. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a woman before him. It was indeed Huang Yueying. Zhang Feng recognized her at once. Clutching a pair of scissors, she appeared wary of him. Upon seeing that Zhang Feng was alone and a rather handsome young man, Huang Yueying visibly relaxed. She was not a naive girl. She understood how treacherous people could be in these times. Thus, even with Zhang Feng being the sole presence, she remained on guard with her scissors. Zhang Feng remained silent for a moment, taking in her figure and appreciating her beauty. Indeed, she was quite stunning. Yet, he wondered if Huang Yueying would meet the system's criteria. Discovering a candidate for an exceptional slave, Huang Yueying received a score of 93. That Zhang Feng was elated. His luck was remarkably good, having found a second potential exceptional slave. With a warm smile, he said, I recognize you. You are Huang Yueying, correct? I am a fan of yours and have followed your work closely. Hearing that he was a fan eased Huang Yueying's apprehension. At least he was unlikely to harm her. Thank you for your support. That I am Huang Yueying. Are you alone? She asked, glancing behind him. Zhang Feng chuckled. No need to look. I truly am alone, but I do have my woman back home. I used to reside here, but I have since moved to a villa. That my woman lives there, and it's rather lonely with just the two of us. Would you care to join us? We have food and water, and I will ensure your safety. Zhang Feng's intent was clear. He aimed to coax Huang Yueying back to his place. That no, I prefer to await rescue from the government here at home. I have no desire to go anywhere, Huang Yueying replied hastily. She remained vigilant around strangers. At least in her own home, she felt a sense of security. Who knew what might transpire in someone else's abode? Zhang Feng nodded. I understand that I will not force you. You may remain here. However, do take care that I noticed a few men harassing women downstairs as I ascended. You understand, in these times, laws are virtually non-existent, and many have turned to brutality. Especially for a beautiful girl like you, it's all too easy to become a target. When hiding at home, be sure not to let them discover you. Thank you, I will be careful, she responded. Huang Yueying cautiously remarked. Yet she was indeed wary of Zhang Feng. After all, their acquaintance was limited, and naturally, she would not easily trust the words of someone she barely knew. Well, I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourself, Zhang Feng declared before turning on his heel and departing. Once Zhang Feng had left, Huang Yueying let out a sigh of relief. However, she was unaware that Zhang Feng had directly ventured into her kitchen, where he discovered the absence of any food. That a smile crept onto his face. The lack of provisions prompted him to wonder how long Huang Yueying could endure. There are still zombies outside. So do remain vigilant. Zhang Feng called from the doorway before truly taking his leave, ensuring to close the door behind him. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Huang Yueying hurriedly emerged to conduct a thorough inspection of the room. Once she confirmed that Zhang Feng was indeed gone, she finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. The earlier encounter had genuinely frightened her. How did he manage to open the door? Wasn't it locked? Huang Yueying suddenly realized this unsettling fact. Yet, with Zhang Feng now departed, there was no one to inquire about it. Suddenly, peculiar sounds emanated from the entrance, causing Huang Yueying to jump in alarm. She cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to be left utterly terrified. Outside her door lingered 3 zombies. She dared not make a sound. Indeed, these 3 zombies had been drawn there by Zhang Feng, effectively blocking the entrance. This ensured that Huang Yueying would not venture outside, while simultaneously deterring other survivors from approaching, thereby safeguarding her security. Zhang Feng had come to regard these zombies as his pets. Zhang Feng continued his efforts to eliminate zombies, simultaneously searching for any other potential exceptional slaves. Regrettably, exceptional slaves were not easily found. Moreover, such individuals had to willingly submit. Coercion would be futile, as the system could not recognize those who did not genuinely accept their status. Thus, Zhang Feng could not resort to violence or threats to make someone his slave. Although direct intimidation was off the table, it did not mean that Zhang Feng could not employ other means to secure their submission. In a peaceful era, such tactics would have been unfeasible. However, in this apocalyptic age, Zhang Feng would thrive. Chapter 18. The Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. After toiling throughout the morning, Zhang Feng finally achieved his objective of eliminating 100 zombies. Elated, he promptly accessed the system interface to check his progress. Indeed, today's task had been completed, and the reward, a Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, had been credited to his account. Zhang Feng could claim his reward at any moment. Although the system interface could store items, once retrieved, they could not be returned. Nevertheless, this was of little concern, as Zhang Feng possessed his own dimensional space for storage. Silently, a gleaming silver Desert Eagle pistol materialized in Zhang Feng's hand. The Desert Eagle, substantial in size and weight, felt heavy in his grasp. It was likely that even a woman lacking strength would struggle to wield this firearm. The recoil was expected to be considerable, rendering it unsuitable for those with less physical power. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had enhanced his strength. Otherwise, he would have found it challenging to handle the weapon. Curious to inspect the magazine, Zhang Feng attempted to remove it and soon realized it was impossible. The entire weapon was a single integrated piece, incapable of disassembly. The number of bullets in the magazine remained concealed, but since this was the infinite bullet version, concerns about ammunition were moot. With the gun in hand, Zhang Feng felt a surge in his sense of security, that he was also eager to test the weapon's power. Random task. Eliminate 100 zombies. Reward. Firearms proficiency skill. Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy and silently marveled at the efficiency of the system. Just as he acquired a handgun, it issued a task for mastering firearms. A most timely boon indeed. Perfectly, Zhang Feng was still inexperienced in the use of firearms. Acquiring the skill of gun proficiency would certainly compensate for his shortcomings. Eliminating 100 zombies with a gun was undoubtedly a straightforward task. However, the sound of gunfire would attract unwanted attention, and Zhang Feng had already dispatched most of the zombies in the vicinity. Therefore, he resolved to find a new location for his endeavors. As he descended, Zhang Feng opted for the elevator, swiftly arriving at the ground floor. The scene remained unchanged, with a horde of zombies congregating at the entrance. Emerging from the throng, Zhang Feng was enveloped in the foul stench of decay, a circumstance he had no choice but to endure. That a proper bath would have to wait until he returned home. He had no intention of firing his weapon within the community, as gunfire could easily draw a horde of zombies and the attention of other survivors. Thus, Zhang Feng planned to exit the complex and take to the streets for his hunt. Once outside, he leisurely made his way down the street and entered an alley. At the end of the alley stood a sturdy fence, beyond which lay the street. Zhang Feng quickly approached the fence and shook the iron bars. They were robust and sufficiently high. The fence stood at a height of 2.5 meters, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to scale, let alone a zombie, with tall buildings flanking both sides. Zhang Feng felt secure in this spot, hidden from prying eyes, that he intended to slay zombies from this advantageous position. Numerous wandering zombies lingered just beyond the fence. Zhang Feng drew his handgun and aimed at a roaming zombie outside. With a sharp crack, he fired. The recoil was substantial, causing his body to jolt, and the bullet went awry, missing the target entirely. Zhang Feng felt a wave of embarrassment, relieved that no one was around to witness his blunder. The gunshot, however, attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Taking a deep breath, he continued to fire. The zombie, now aware of Zhang Feng's presence, charged at him with a grotesque snarl. It recognized Zhang Feng as a fellow creature of the undead. But enraged by his aggression, it sought to retaliate. Such was the simplistic logic of a zombie's attack. Thus, despite the undead scent clinging to Zhang Feng, his assault on the creature incited its fury. Zhang Feng fired several rounds, finally managing to hit the zombie, though he knew that without a shot to the brain, it would not be vanquished. Opting for a more strategic approach, Zhang Feng ceased fire as the zombie reached the fence. Thwarted by the barrier, with the creature unable to reach him, Zhang Feng took aim at close range, delivering a decisive shot that shattered the zombie's skull. Exhaling in relief, he reveled in his first successful kill. Indeed, marksmanship was a skill not easily mastered. Not everyone could shoot with such precision, especially someone like Zhang Feng, who had never wielded a firearm before. Yet, firearms were relatively simple to handle. With practice, his aim would surely improve. However, mastering the Desert Eagle proved challenging due to its significant recoil, which caused the muzzle to rise uncontrollably, making it difficult to hit the target. Even with Zhang Feng's strength, managing the Desert Eagle was a formidable task. Its drawbacks were evident. The powerful recoil hindered rapid, successive shots. Yet its advantages were equally clear. The large caliber and formidable power meant that a single bullet could obliterate a zombie's head. Moreover, this Desert Eagle, with its infinite ammunition, did not eject spent casings, allowing for uninterrupted firing. As more zombies converged in the vicinity, Zhang Feng sensed an impending threat. That he prudently stowed his handgun and disguised himself as a zombie. Stepping out from the alley, upon exiting, he was immediately confronted by a horde of zombies. However, they failed to notice anything amiss about him and simply rushed past without attacking. As long as he refrained from engaging them, he was safe from their aggression. The alley was no longer a viable attack point, prompting Zhang Feng to seek a new location. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a grocery store at the street's edge, boasting a second floor that would serve as an excellent vantage point for his assault. The store's front door was locked, but Zhang Feng utilized his lock-picking skills to gain entry. Once inside, he secured the door and ascended to the second floor. Opening a window, Zhang Feng took aim at the zombies milling about on the street below. With a resounding bang, he fired, the bullet striking a zombie's body, but failing to find its mark on the head. Achieving a clean shot to the brain was no simple feat. The target was significantly smaller than the body. For an ordinary person, targeting the larger mass would be more prudent to ensure accuracy. Yet, when confronting zombies, only a headshot would suffice to ensure their demise. From his second-floor perch, Zhang Feng fired upon the zombies below, who were helpless to retaliate. As he methodically executed headshots, the gunfire stirred the nearby survivors. Though they remained hidden indoors, oblivious to the source of the commotion, the gunfire also attracted more zombies from the surrounding streets, creating a dense throng of the undead. While this situation made it easier for Zhang Feng to eliminate them, the increasing numbers also posed a significant danger. Those zombies lacked intelligence. They possessed an instinctual drive to attack living beings. They would relentlessly attempt to breach Zhang Feng's position, and as their ranks swelled, they would soon become overwhelming. The second floor, where Zhang Feng currently stood, was at risk of being overrun. Remaining calm, he fired his last shot before leisurely departing the second floor, just moments after his exit. The zombies began to swarm, crowding into the space he had vacated. Having slipped out the back door, Zhang Feng found only a few zombies lingering there, easily evading their notice as he maintained his disguise. Glancing at the system interface, he noted that 35 more zombies remained to complete his task. Observing his hands, he saw they were crimson, with his fingers raw from the exertion of firing the Desert Eagle. The weapon was formidable, yet its recoil proved challenging for him to manage effectively. Determined to find another location to continue his zombie hunt, Zhang Feng resolved to complete his task that day before returning home. Zhang Feng silently contemplated that, after all, such random tasks were uncertain. He had no idea whether they would persist or vanish by the morrow. To ensure his safety, he resolved to complete the task today and claim his reward, thereby avoiding any unnecessary complications that might arise from prolonged delays. Additionally, acquiring another skill would bolster his own security. For the remaining 35 zombies, Zhang Feng devised a new strategy. Across from the residential complex where he resided lay another community. He made his way into that neighborhood and soon found a building to enter. Upon reaching a door, he cautiously opened it and stepped inside. As he entered, a zombie lunged at him. However, upon seeing Zhang Feng, it refrained from attacking, perceiving him as one of its own. After surveying the room, he discovered another zombie in the bedroom. Zhang Feng promptly shut the bedroom door, leaving only the zombie in the living room. Taking out his handgun, he aimed at the creature's head and, with a resounding bang, the zombie's skull was shattered. Upon opening the bedroom door, the zombie within, alerted by the gunfire, rushed out. Instead of attacking Zhang Feng, it began to feast upon the corpse of another zombie on the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng raised his handgun and, from behind the zombie, fired a shot that exploded the head of the fallen creature. In that moment, Zhang Feng felt assured that this method of dispatching zombies was remarkably effective. This approach was undoubtedly an intellectual triumph. With the efficacy of his strategy confirmed, there was little left to deliberate. He resumed his task, systematically clearing the area of zombies. 35 zombies, while seemingly numerous, were swiftly eradicated by Zhang Feng, completing the objective of eliminating 100 undead beings. With a sigh of relief, he finally claimed the reward of firearms proficiency. Chapter 20. Cooking noodles. Gaining firearms proficiency was no mere skill. It was a profound mastery that the instant Zhang Feng attained this expertise, a torrent of knowledge related to firearms flooded his mind, transforming him into a true master of weaponry. This encapsulated the essence of firearms proficiency. Within a minute, Zhang Feng exhaled, having fully assimilated all firearm-related knowledge. This was the power of the system that a normal individual would require years to grasp such knowledge. Yet under the auspices of this system, Zhang Feng had mastered it in the brief span of a minute. He understood the structure of all firearms, their operational methods, and naturally, the optimal techniques for shooting. This was the might of firearms proficiency. As he caressed the Desert Eagle in his hand, he experienced a profound sense of unity with the weapon. It was no longer just a gun but an extension of his own arm. Approaching the window, he gazed down at the zombies below, raised his weapon, aimed, and pulled the trigger. With a jolt, a bullet was unleashed. The targeted zombie, situated at least 50 meters away, was instantly dispatched with a single shot, a testament to Zhang Feng's shooting prowess. However, Zhang Feng did not indulge in excessive elation, for he understood that the emphasis of firearms proficiency lay in the use and maintenance of weapons. With only a modest enhancement to his shooting skills, in essence, he could now be considered a skilled marksman, akin to those in the military, yet he fell short of the mark of a sharpshooter, a fact that left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he deemed his current shooting capabilities sufficient for his needs. Stowing away his handgun, Zhang Feng exited the building. Time was of the essence. The task was complete. And it was time to return home. He couldn't help but worry about Yangmi's safety. Knowing well the risks a woman faced alone in the house, he resolved to acquire a handgun for her as well. Zhang Feng recalled the police station in the city, certain that it housed firearms. Even if he were unable to utilize them himself, he could collect these weapons for future use by his subordinates. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of the villa. After knocking to inform Yang Mi of his return, he employed his lock-picking skills to enter. Yang Mi, seeing Zhang Feng enter, was taken aback. Given that she was alone in the house and had securely locked the door, it was perplexing how he had gained entry. Astonished, she inquired, "How did you open the door?" "I locked it." Zhang Feng chuckled softly, offering no explanation. "Just a little trick that I'll tell you later when I have the chance." "Have you cooked yet? I'm starving." Having only nibbled on a snack earlier, Zhang Feng was now quite famished. Yang Mi quickly responded, "I haven't made dinner yet, but if you're hungry, I can boil some noodles for you." She then chuckled at her own statement, a smile gracing her face. Zhang Feng first headed to the bathroom to wash up, as the odor from a day spent dispatching zombies lingered on him. Upon returning home, his immediate choice was to take a shower. After refreshing himself and donning clean clothes, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. A delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, drawing him towards in the kitchen. He found Yang Mi, adorned with an apron, busily preparing noodles. The sight of her domestic appearance ignited a spark of desire within him. Without hesitation, he approached and embraced her from behind. Yang Mi stiffened, taken by surprise, but gradually relaxed at the realization that it was Zhang Feng. "Could you let go? I still need to cook the noodles," she said softly. "That I won't interfere with your cooking. You focus on the noodles while I enjoy the company of my beautiful lady," Zhang Feng whispered teasingly, playfully brushing against her earlobe. Yang Mi's cheeks flushed instantly. Feeling somewhat helpless, she acknowledged her dependence on Zhang Feng for food, unable to refuse him. Reflecting on the days when she had nothing to eat, she deemed her current situation, with delicious food at hand, an immense blessing. Some matters, she realized, required a degree of compromise. Lowering her head, she endured Zhang Feng's playful gestures while continuing to prepare the noodles. Thankfully, the noodles were nearly ready. "The noodles are done. Hurry and eat before they become overcooked," she exclaimed. "All right, let's eat the noodles first," Zhang Feng replied with a smile, releasing her. His hunger was quite genuine, and the tantalizing aroma of the noodles made it difficult for him to resist. Chapter 21. Burning zombies after satiating his hunger. Zhang Feng shared a tender moment with Yang Mi, however. He was mindful of her subtle resistance, sensing that she still harbored some hesitations towards him. Yet he remained patient. He was confident that she would not elude him. It was essential, nonetheless, to enhance Yang Mi's self-defense abilities without disclosing his intentions to her. He planned to surprise her instead. The nights swiftly passed, and dawn broke anew. Upon awakening, Zhang Feng immediately accessed the system interface to check the day's tasks. Daily task: eliminate 1,000 zombies. Reward: Master Marksman. To the sight of the title Master Marksman, Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement. Although he could not see the skill description, he surmised its implications. It was a skill that would enhance his shooting abilities. After all, a Master Marksman would be expected to shoot with precision. The requirement to eliminate 1,000 zombies seemed daunting, yet he reasoned that it was feasible. A single shot per zombie would suffice to accomplish the task. However, he glanced at his hands, weary from excessive shooting. He worried about whether his body could endure such strain. Nevertheless, with the system having issued the task, Zhang Feng felt compelled to find a way to fulfill it. Then a thought struck him. The task only required him to kill 1,000 zombies, with no stipulation on how they must be dispatched. Could he not devise an alternative method? Zhang Feng suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, as an idea began to take shape in his mind. Killing 1,000 zombies was not beyond his capabilities. However, undertaking such a task would undoubtedly be arduous. That if given the choice, Zhang Feng would naturally opt for alternative methods of exterminating the undead. That a novel plan for dispatching zombies had already crystallized in his thoughts. 3 kilometers away from the residential complex stood a gas station, which was now Zhang Feng's target. But he surveyed the vicinity and discovered a motorcycle, the model of which he could not ascertain. Yet its appearance suggested it was of considerable value. Placing his hand upon the motorcycle, he activated his lock-picking skill, a venture he had decided to attempt. With a satisfying click, the motorcycle unlocked, ready for ignition. A smile graced Zhang Feng's face. His lock-picking prowess was indeed impressive, capable of breaching even motorcycle locks, thus rendering car locks equally trivial. Nevertheless, given the current state of the roads, operating a car would prove less convenient than riding a motorcycle. This was the rationale behind Zhang Feng's preference for the latter. From his storage space, Zhang Feng retrieved a helmet he had prepared and donned it. Climbing onto the motorcycle, he twisted the throttle, and with a roar, the motorcycle surged forward. The vehicle's speed was exhilarating, and its loud noise attracted a multitude of zombies from the surroundings. However, Zhang Feng's velocity was unmatched, rendering the pursuing zombies unable to catch up to him. Even if they managed to do so, he remained unperturbed, for he was impervious to their attacks. To dare ride a motorcycle at this juncture required audacity. Survivors who witnessed Zhang Feng's motorcycle expressed their envy, wishing they too could escape on such a vehicle. Yet they remained trapped in their homes, surrounded by zombies, too fearful to venture outside, let alone ride away. The distance of 3 kilometers was not considerable. And soon Zhang Feng arrived at the gas station. While the gas station was not devoid of zombies, they paid no heed to Zhang Feng upon noticing him. In their eyes, he was merely another one of their kind. Zhang Feng commenced the task of transporting gasoline from the station. His method was straightforward. He systematically stored all the gasoline and diesel into his storage space, preparing for future use. Thanks to his storage ability, the entire inventory of the gas station was swiftly relocated without delay. Having completed this endeavor, Zhang Feng drew his handgun and effortlessly dispatched 3 zombies lurking within the gas station. Given his current marksmanship, eliminating these zombies was a trivial undertaking. With gasoline secured, it was time to fulfill the task of exterminating 1,000 zombies. Fortuitously, this gas station could serve as a resourceful site for his plan. Zhang Feng retrieved a speaker he had previously prepared and activated it within the gas station. The booming sound emitted attracted a fair number of zombies from the vicinity, though their numbers remained modest. He then revved the motorcycle, drawing in even more zombies with its thunderous roar. However, Zhang Feng soon realized that his allure was insufficient to gather a substantial horde. Contemplating his next move, Zhang Feng abruptly shot a zombie and bound its corpse to the motorcycle. He then brandished a fire axe, hacking into the body repeatedly, causing blood to spatter. With the corpse now affixed to his motorcycle, the attraction for the zombies significantly increased. After circling the area, he found himself followed by a dense throng of undead, undoubtedly surpassing 1,000 in number. Zhang Feng led this horde back to the gas station. Along the way, he began to release gasoline, pouring it liberally onto the ground from his storage space, creating a trail of flammable liquid. The zombies, now trailing him, entered the gas station in pursuit. Taking advantage of his speed, Zhang Feng maneuvered past the massive zombies, igniting a lighter and tossing it into their midst. The lighter ignited the gasoline on the ground, and flames erupted. Chapter 22. Master Marksman, what a calamity! This damned apocalypse. Zhang Feng observed the zombies, howling and writhing in the inferno, and could not help but reflect on the tragic turn of events. Were it not for this apocalypse, life would have been harmonious. No one would have transformed into a zombie, and Zhang Feng would not find himself compelled to incinerate the undead. The combustion of gasoline was ferocious, and Zhang Feng had poured a considerable amount, particularly since it was within a gas station, already laden with residual fuel. Once ignited, the flames unleashed a conflagration of considerable magnitude. The zombies caught within the fire's reach were quickly engulfed. Yet they did not perish immediately, instead emitting anguished cries amidst the flames. Even the steadfast Zhang Feng felt a twinge of compassion witnessing these former humans, now zombies, being consumed by the blaze. Very well, I shall grant you one final journey. Zhang Feng murmured to himself, as a desert eagle materialized in his hand, that he aimed at the zombies ahead and fired without hesitation to AT this moment. Zhang Feng could be regarded as a master marksman, capable of achieving a perfect shot, hitting a zombie's head from a distance of several dozen meters. With each gunshot, one zombie after another fell victim to his precise aim. However, compared to the gunfire, the ferocity of the flames proved to be far more devastating, with the majority of zombies succumbing to the inferno. The task of eliminating 1,000 zombies was swiftly completed. Zhang Feng claimed his reward, Master Marksman. His shooting skills were further enhanced, elevating him to the status of a true gun master. Zhang Feng squinted, savoring the benefits that came with being a Master Marksman. His gaze wandered around, searching for potential targets to shoot. His eyes fixed on a zombie 200 meters away. While the Desert Eagle could theoretically hit its mark at that distance, accuracy was a different matter. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng raised his pistol and fired a bullet. With a resounding crack, the bullet struck the zombie's chest to AT this range. While he could hit the zombie, achieving precise accuracy remained elusive. He shifted his focus to another target, a zombie 100 meters away. Zhang Feng lifted his pistol once more and fired. The bullet soared through the air, and with a sharp crack, it found its mark, exploding the zombie's head at a single shot, a perfect headshot at 100 meters. In truth, handguns are not ideally suited for long-range combat. They excel in close-quarter skirmishes. Rifles are more appropriate for distant engagements. Yet even so, Zhang Feng could achieve a one-shot headshot within 100 meters using the Desert Eagle. One after another, zombies fell to his precise aim. Zhang Feng was well aware of his own capabilities. Within 100 meters, he had a 90% chance of hitting a zombie's head. When the distance closed to 80 meters, his accuracy soared to 100%. This was the effect of the skills granted by being a master marksman, and it left Zhang Feng thoroughly satisfied. Moreover, the efficacy of being a master marksman was intrinsically linked to Zhang Feng's own abilities. If his vision continued to improve and his arm strength increased, his shooting precision would undoubtedly enhance further. With the task completed, Zhang Feng lost interest in the remaining zombies, that he holstered his pistol and drove his motorcycle directly towards the police station. The police station was situated in the city, approximately 7 to 8 kilometers from Zhang Feng's current location. The motorcycle speed was swift, and the journey would not take long. Along the way, the landscape was a grim tableau of destruction. Not a single living soul was in sight. Only zombies pursuing his motorcycle, that as Zhang Feng gazed upon the familiar city, a pang of sorrow gripped him. This was the place where he had grown up, and he could scarcely believe that in the mere span of a month, it had been reduced to ruins. Although the city still stood, the number of living inhabitants had dwindled to a mere handful. However, Zhang Feng quickly composed himself. Despair would not save him or humanity. Zombies chased after him throughout the journey, but fortunately, the motorcycle's speed ensured his safety. The police station loomed ahead, yet Zhang Feng sensed a complication. It was evident that the police station had been occupied, its entrance fortified against the onslaught of zombies. Through the windows, he could see armed officers patrolling within, indicating that the station had not fallen, but was rather being protected by the police. Zhang Feng found himself at a crossroads that if there were no police, he could easily enter the station to procure weapons. However, given the current situation, gaining access for that purpose seemed impossible. His arrival had not gone unnoticed. Someone inside the station waved at him, seemingly eager to communicate. Yet, Zhang Feng merely cast a fleeting glance their way before turning his motorcycle around and departing. Damn it, why did he leave? Couldn't he have stayed to talk for a moment? Yang Jie, clad in her police uniform, lamented that as a local police officer and a renowned beauty, she had managed to survive the apocalypse without succumbing to zombification, under the leadership of the chief and others. They had transformed the police station into a sanctuary for survivors, currently housing over 300 individuals. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Yang Jie had hoped to engage him in conversation to inquire about the outside world. But her hopes were dashed when he sped away, leaving her disheartened. Chapter 23. The call from Reba with police patrolling the station. Zhang Feng found it impractical to enter and retrieve firearms. However, he still had the precinct to consider. Surely, there must be a handgun available there. Uncertain of the precinct's address, Zhang Feng pulled out his phone to consult the map, soon locating its position. Without hesitation, he revved his motorcycle and set off towards the precinct. Arriving swiftly, Zhang Feng parked his motorcycle and stored it in a secure space. Several survivors witnessed this spectacle, leaving them astounded. Yet, Zhang Feng was indifferent. With his helmet on, no one could discern his features. Thus, he had little concern about revealing a fraction of his abilities. Fortune smiled upon him this time, as the precinct was devoid of living beings. Only zombies roamed within. The main entrance was locked tight, the work of an unknown hand. Zhang Feng activated his lock-picking skills, effortlessly gaining entry into the precinct. Upon entering, a horde of zombies clad in police uniforms rushed towards him. But they halted upon seeing Zhang Feng and retreated in resignation. He secured the door behind him and ventured deeper into the precinct. That it was his first time here, and he was unfamiliar with the layout. So he began methodically searching for firearms. Fortunately, the precinct was not large, and after a brief exploration, he discovered the armory. Inside, he found a considerable stash of handguns and ammunition. Being merely a precinct, the weapons were limited, consisting solely of these handguns and a few boxes of bullets. No other arms were available. Zhang Feng counted a total of 7 handguns and 23 boxes of ammunition. Though he had only handguns at his disposal, they would suffice for the time being. Having secured his prizes, Zhang Feng exited the precinct and locked the door behind him. he chose not to disturb the zombie officers within. Once he had wrapped up these affairs, it was lunchtime. Zhang Feng revved his motorcycle and sped towards his villa. Along the way, he encountered individuals calling for help, but he paid them no mind. First, he lacked the interest to rescue anyone. Second, he simply did not possess the capability to do so. On his return journey, he crossed paths with a mutated zombie. Massive in stature, towering over 2 meters, it was evident that this was a mutated specimen. Zhang Feng halted his motorcycle and fired several rounds at the creature. His aim was exceptionally precise, landing shot after shot on the zombie's head. Yet it was futile. The mutated zombie's skull was too resilient. Despite Zhang Feng's every bullet finding its mark, he was unable to fell the beast. He even shot at the creature's eyes, obliterating one of them. Yet it remained undeterred. The enraged, mutated zombie charged at him, forcing Zhang Feng to twist the throttle and accelerate away. This encounter ended with Zhang Feng's hasty retreat, enlightening him to the formidable nature of mutated zombies. Such beings were not easily vanquished. At least not by his current capabilities. For the sake of his own safety, Zhang Feng refrained from riding directly back to his neighborhood. Instead, he parked his motorcycle a short distance away and walked home, opting for a more discreet approach to avoid attracting zombies. Inside the villa, Yangmi was preparing a meal when her phone suddenly rang. Startled by the sound, she realized that since the onset of the apocalypse, she had lost contact with her family and friends. Knowing that most of her acquaintances had likely met grim fates, she was astonished to hear her phone ringing again. Checking the screen, she saw an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, she answered the call. A familiar voice emerged on the other end. "Yangmi, is that you?" "It's Reba," she said weakly. "Reba, you're alive?" Yangmi exclaimed, elated. "This is wonderful news. I thought something had happened to you all." "I am still hanging on, but barely," Reba replied, exhaustion evident in her voice. "I haven't eaten in a day and a night." "Wah." Yangmi feels extremely famished. "I might be on the brink of death." "Do not weep. Do not weep. Speak to me. How are you faring at this moment?" Yangmi, with tears streaming down her face, nonetheless inquired resolutely. On the day the calamity struck, we were fortunate enough to be dining in the restaurant with everyone. Subsequently, many were transformed into zombies, and we dared not venture outside, remaining hidden within the confines of the restaurant. Fortunately, there were provisions available, allowing us to survive in the restaurant for an entire month. I had intended to reach out to you, but my phone ran out of battery and I had no means to recharge it. However, a few days ago, a group of marauders attacked us. Luckily, I managed to escape and am currently hiding in a house. Here, I found a phone charger, recharged my phone, and decided to call you. Reba recounted her experiences intermittently. Knowing that Reba was currently safe brought Yangmi a sense of relief. At that moment, Yangmi heard a click and the door swung open. Zhang Feng entered. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Yangmi's spirits brightened. Perhaps Zhang Feng could rescue Reba. Chapter 24. The Table Slave. Reba reluctantly acquiesced. "What has transpired?" Zhang Feng, noticing Yangmi weeping while holding the phone, inquired with surprise. Yangmi, overjoyed at Zhang Feng's return, quickly implored, "Zhang Feng, please save Reba. It was Reba who called me. She is trapped in a location and cannot escape. The outside world is overrun with zombies, and she lacks food, having gone days without sustenance." Zhang Feng felt a stir within. He had not anticipated it was Reba. That he asked, "Where is Reba? Is she also in Hangqing?" "Yes, she is in Hangqing as well. She came to participate in a program, but is now stranded here. Previously, her phone was dead, which is why she couldn't reach me. Now that she has recharged her phone, she contacted me promptly. Reba is in grave danger. I implore you to rescue her." Yangmi pleaded pitifully. Zhang Feng began to speak slowly. "You ought to be aware of my principles that I do not assist those who are unrelated to me. No one would undertake a task devoid of benefit, and I am no exception. Why should I risk my life to save Reba? Surely, it cannot be merely because she is your friend." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yangmi felt a weight in her heart. However, upon reflection, she understood that Zhang Feng's words were grounded in truth and reason. After all, no one would jeopardize their life for an unrelated individual. Yangmi felt a spark of inspiration and asked, "Then, if Reba were under your protection, would that not compel you to rescue her?" Zhang Feng mentally commended Yangmi's cleverness and smiled, of course. "If she were mine, I would undoubtedly save her." Yangmi understood the implication and gently told Reba on the phone, "Reba, There is something I must share with you that I too have been rescued by someone named Zhang Feng, a young man. Now I am under his protection, and he will provide for me. But there are conditions. Reba was taken aback, realizing Yang Mi had encountered a similar fate. Yet, considering the current situation, it seemed almost inevitable. After all, for a woman alone, securing food is a formidable task. Having a man as assistance changes everything. However, from Yang Mi's tone, it was evident that she was to be supported by the other party, implying she would have to become his woman. Yang Mi continued, Reba, let me ask you this. If Zhang Feng is willing to come and rescue you, would you be willing to become his woman? He will not act without incentive. If you are not connected to him, he will not come to your aid. Reba gasped, finding it difficult to accept the reality that a month ago, she had been a celebrated star. And now, to secure her rescue, she was faced with the prospect of sacrificing her dignity. Hand me the phone, Zhang Feng said. Taking the device from Yang Mi, he addressed Reba. Hello, Reba. I am Zhang Feng, that if you are willing to become my slave, I will come to rescue you now. From this moment on, you will be my responsibility. I will sustain you and ensure your safety. This is my condition. You should consider it carefully. The longer you delay your decision, the more challenging it will be to rescue you, isn't it, to be your woman? How has it transformed into becoming your slave? Reba questioned in astonishment. Being my woman also means being my slave. You will be obliged to obey me. Yang Mi is in the same situation. She just hesitated to disclose this aspect to you that, of course, here, I am the only man, so you need only contend with me, rather than facing a horde of filthy survivors in a base. Have you made your decision? Reba was dumbfounded, never expecting such terms. Yet, considering her current predicament, she found herself inclined to yield. Moreover, if Yang Mi could endure this, so could she. Additionally, Zhang Feng was correct. At least he was the sole man, and she would only need to be his woman. Compared to those marauders, Zhang Feng's terms were not entirely unacceptable, that I agree. When will you come to rescue me? Reba hastily responded, eager to escape her current state of fear and worry that I will have a meal first, and once I finish, I will come to rescue you. Rest assured, I will also bring you a warm meal. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. The prospect of gaining Reba filled Zhang Feng with joy. However, his current elation stemmed solely from the thought of acquiring Reba, and whether she could become an exceptional slave remained uncertain. After all, Zhang Feng needed the system to assess whether Reba met the criteria before confirming her suitability. Knowing Reba had consented, Zhang Feng hastened his pace, finishing his meal more swiftly. Before long, he had satisfied his hunger. The meal he had earlier was quite satisfactory, featuring braised beef brisket with rice, complemented by Coca-Cola, providing a delightful experience, having filled his stomach. He instructed Yang Mi to pack a portion of food to take to Reba, considering it a gift for their initial meeting. Chapter 25. Yang Mi learns to shoot. Previously, Reba had dined at a 3-star restaurant named Cape of Good Hope. Zhang Feng was aware of the restaurant's location. It was somewhat secluded and required a drive to reach. Without delay, Zhang Feng decided to set off immediately. However, before doing so, he needed to ensure Yang Mi was prepared. Zhang Feng summoned Yang Mi and, with a smile, shared his skills in firearms mastery and marksmanship with her. Yang Mi appeared momentarily dazed, absorbed in learning the new skills. After a while, she regained her composure. Although the effects of these skills were not as pronounced for Yang Mi as they were for Zhang Feng, she would nonetheless be able to handle a firearm with newfound proficiency. I can shoot now, Yang Mi exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, you have mastered the art of shooting, that I will provide you with a handgun so you can familiarize yourself with it, that we can go outside and fire a few shots for practice. Zhang Feng stated that as he spoke, he handed Yang Mi a handgun along with 2 fully loaded magazines. Excited, Yang Mi took the handgun. With it, she felt empowered to protect herself that in the future, while waiting at home for Zhang Feng. She would no longer be consumed by fear. Let us go. I will take you outside to shoot, Zhang Feng encouraged. Here is a helmet. Put it on and prioritize your safety, but he assisted Yang Mi in donning the helmet. The pair made their way to the entrance of the villa, where Zhang Feng retrieved his motorcycle from a dimensional space. Riding together, they exited the community. Firing a weapon within the confines of the neighborhood could easily expose them, prompting Zhang Feng to choose a more discreet location for practice that do not disembark. Simply remain seated in the vehicle while you shoot. Observe the zombies on the street and aim for their heads. Zhang Feng halted the motorcycle and instructed Yang Mi. ensuring her safety by remaining in the vehicle, ready to make a swift escape if necessary. Yang Mi acknowledged his command, deftly disengaging the safety on the handgun and aiming at a nearby zombie. Firing her first shot. Her initial attempt went astray, primarily due to her underestimating the recoil of the handgun. However, her second shot was much improved, hitting the zombie's body, but missing its head. Yang Mi continued to practice. Her skill increased. She eventually scored a headshot from 30 meters away. That will suffice. Let us return, that we do not have an abundance of ammunition, so we must avoid wasting it. Zhang Feng observed that Yang Mi's marksmanship was sufficiently proficient, and thus he had no intention of further practicing with firearms. After all, the supply of bullets was limited and should not be squandered frivolously. Once he had escorted Yang Mi back home, Zhang Feng set off again, this time with the purpose of retrieving Reba. The mere thought of Reba becoming his slave stirred a sense of excitement within him, especially considering her alluring figure. Zhang Feng was eager to ascertain whether Reba was truly as enticing as she appeared. The journey was fraught with obstacles. The landscape was littered with ruins, abandoned vehicles, and hordes of zombies. These impediments presented significant challenges for Zhang Feng, compelling him to alter his route multiple times to avoid confrontation. That a trip that should have taken half an hour ultimately consumed an hour and a half at long last. Zhang Feng spotted the Good Hope restaurant. He took out his phone and sent a message to Reba that he refrained from calling, concerned that she might be in danger. A phone call could potentially jeopardize her safety. Thus, he opted to send a text instead. The reply came swiftly. Reba was aware of her general location. She had escaped through the restaurant's back door, slipped into an alley, and sought refuge in a nearby house. She was too frightened to venture outside and, consequently, did not know the house number. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, realizing this was indeed a troublesome predicament. Reba was close by, yet he was unable to locate her. Do you have a lighter at home? Burn something. I can see the smoke. Zhang Feng suddenly thought, sending Reba another message. Reba replied, received. I will do it. Zhang Feng remained in place, awaiting her signal. Before long, a plume of smoke began to rise from a distance. Zhang Feng smiled faintly, recognizing this as Reba's signal. Meanwhile, Reba, hidden inside the house, had ignited some wood in a basin and added a few scraps, causing black smoke to billow from the room. She was struggling against the smoke, which was suffocating her. The DOU of smoke. It must be survivors. Sengo, shall we go and investigate? 3 men in a nearby house had noticed the smoke ignited by Reba. Let's go check it out. But we mustn't set our place ablaze, the leader, Sangu, remarked. Sangu, the third son in his family, was commonly known by that title rather than his given name. Zhou he was a small-time boss, once commanding a group of thugs, but most of his men had perished after the apocalypse, leaving only 2 still following him. Upon seeing the smoke, Sangu grew concerned for his own safety, prompting him and his underlings to investigate. Is anyone there? Open the door, Sangu called as he approached the house. Inside, Reba heard the knocking and felt a surge of hope, thinking Zhang Feng had come to rescue her. She eagerly opened the door. Chapter 26. Reba in peril. As soon as the door swung open, Reba was taken aback by the sight of several unfamiliar men. She had expected only Zhang Feng to arrive, so the presence of 3 men was unexpected. Moreover, these men were not young. They could not possibly be Zhang Feng. Who are you? Reba asked warily. It's Reba. My heavens, I'm lucky to encounter you here. Senji's eyes lit up at the sight of her. After all, this was Reba, not only famous but also stunningly beautiful with a curvaceous figure. In a more civilized era, such a woman would be beyond their reach, but now, with the absence of legal constraints, they could do as they pleased, even turning Reba into their slave without fear of repercussions. Brothers, let's go inside and talk, Sengu called out, leading his companions into the house, that he also instructed his underlings to lock the door behind them, not out of fear of being discovered, but to prevent a zombie attack. That don't come any closer. My boyfriend will be back soon, Reba exclaimed urgently. Upon realizing this, Sangu understood why she had opened the door so eagerly. It was fortunate for them. Had she not opened the door, they would have had no way to enter. Now that they were inside, Reba's boyfriend would be left outside. This thought made Sangu chuckle. His laughter, however, terrified Reba. Reba, don't be afraid. We won't harm you. In fact, we are your fans, and we adore you. It's our good fortune to meet you here, since we've encountered you. Shouldn't you offer us some fan service? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Please leave. My boyfriend is very capable. If he comes back, you'll be in big trouble. Reba pleaded on the verge of tears. She regretted opening the door so rashly. But it was too late to change her decision now. That can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about fan service. Have you seen the films from the Island Nation? Those stars often show their gratitude to fans by providing them with services that we'd like you to do the same for us. But if you come over willingly, we won't hurt you. Sangus said, laughing at his own words. His companions joined in the laughter, while the only person unable to find humor in the situation was Reba, whose despair deepened. Please, I beg you, let me go. Reba cried out, desperation lacing her voice. Sanji's smile faded as he replied coldly, Let you go? Not a chance. We haven't touched a woman in ages. How could we possibly let you slip away? You have two choices. Come over and serve us well, and we won't harm you, or choose to resist. But with 3 of us against you, do you truly believe you stand a chance? If we become displeased, we'll break your limbs and make you crawl like a dog to us. It's all the same. Reba trembled at his words, overwhelmed by fear. Just then, a loud click echoed as the door was flung open. What the hell? Didn't I tell you to lock the door? How could someone get in? Sengu yelled in frustration, thinking one of his men had failed to secure the door properly. His 2 subordinates were equally bewildered. They distinctly remembered locking the door as the door swung open. Zhang Feng strode in, his demeanor calm, but he had overheard the conversation from outside. The raucous voices of Sangu and his accomplices made it impossible for him not to. Knowing Reba was in peril, he had prepared himself before entering. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Sangu realized he was Reba's boyfriend in an instant. He drew a dagger from his waist, brandishing it menacingly at Zhang Feng. Buddy, we've taken a liking to this woman that you'd best get lost, and we'll pretend you were never here. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Sangu had no intention of taking chances. He was concerned Zhang Feng might act irrationally out of desperation. Zhang Feng merely chuckled at this threat. Sangu, infuriated by the laughter, shouted, You little brat, what are you laughing at? Do you want to die? If that's the case, I'll gladly oblige with a grin. Zhang Feng drew his handgun, aiming it squarely at Sanji's head. Try saying that again, he challenged. Sangu was left dumbfounded. Chapter 27. Reba's extraordinary reward faced with the dark muzzle of Zhang Feng's gun. Sangu and his companions were paralyzed with fear. Trembling, Sangu stammered, Good brother, please don't pull the trigger till we can discuss this. We'll leave, and that will be that. Sangu, is that gun of his real? Where would we get guns in Xia country? It must be a toy gun meant to scare us. One of the men speculated nervously that a clever individual standing behind Sangu, with a face full of skepticism, remarked. Upon hearing this, Sangu hesitated, uncertain whether Zhang Feng truly possessed a firearm. What if it was merely a replica? That would be an utter embarrassment. But what if it was a real gun? Before Sangu could react, Zhang Feng pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, a bullet shattered Sanji's skull. The expression of terror remained etched on Sanji's face, utterly unprepared for the instant demise he faced. In that moment, he was certain that Zhang Feng was wielding an authentic firearm. With a sinister smile, Zhang Feng addressed the remaining 2. Now you know whether what I hold is real or fake. Don't you? It's real. We were wrong. Please spare us, they stammered, trembling in fear at the sight of Zhang Feng's gun. The terror was not confined to them. Even Reba was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhang Feng possessed wealth, let alone that he would resort to gunfire. Just then, 2 more shots rang out as Zhang Feng executed the remaining 2 without hesitation. Boring. It's best to eliminate them outright, he muttered to himself. Initially, he had contemplated putting on a show for them, but upon reflection, he found it thoroughly uninteresting. Thus, he opted for a swift execution. Reba, startled, let out a shriek. Stop yelling, or you'll attract all the zombies around. Zhang Feng coldly retorted. Upon hearing his words, Reba quickly covered her mouth. In truth, her reaction was already too late, for the sound of gunfire had already drawn the zombies closer. Zhang Feng was aware of this, but remained unfazed. His interest peaked as he gazed at Reba. Potential candidate for an exquisite slave, Reba, rated 97 points. Zhang Feng's eyes brightened. Indeed, Reba was remarkable, and her high score explained why the system deemed her an exceptional slave. The system interface revealed Reba's physical condition. indicating her excellent measurements and that she was indeed the genuine article. Zhang Feng's gaze toward Reba was charged with eagerness. Reba, I can rescue you and take you away. I will care for you and ensure your safety. The only price you must pay is to become my slave. Now, answer me. Are you willing to be my slave? Reba, feeling a wave of embarrassment, averted her gaze and softly replied, could we negotiate different terms? I could work for you, that ain't no need for that. And besides, you lack the capability to assist me, that deal you think you can help me slay zombies? To me, your only value lies in becoming my slave and eventually bearing my children. Just imagine, if you become the mother of my child, I will certainly take good care of you. This is my sole condition. Agree to it, and I will take you with me, of course. I won't force you, that if you refuse, I shall leave, but I will not take you with me, that a hesitant expression crossed Reba's face. Suddenly, Zhang Feng pointed toward the entrance and said, listen, the zombies are coming, right outside the door. Zhang Feng fell silent, allowing the chilling howls of the zombies to permeate the air. Upon hearing the ghastly sounds, Reba's face turned pale. That I agree. Please, take me with you. She trembled. Have you agreed to be my slave? Zhang Feng reiterated. Since the system had not responded, he continued to press the question. Yes, I agree. With Reba's affirmation, the system finally reacted. Reba became Zhang Feng's slave. The main quest had been completed once again. As a reward for Reba's voluntary servitude, Zhang Feng received the ability to manipulate flames. You have acquired the ability to control flames. Control flames. Level 1. Allowing you to freely manipulate flames for attacks. Zhang Feng was taken aback. He had not expected Reba's reward to be such a potent ability. What astonished him further was that previous skill rewards had not been labeled as abilities. Yet this one was distinctly marked as such. Zhang Feng understood that, although all were skill rewards, there must be a significant difference between abilities and regular skills. By the way, why does this ability have a level indicator? Zhang Feng soon discovered that the ability to control flames did indeed possess a level indicator. Currently at 1. Previous skills had no such indicators, rendering them non-upgradable. Only the ability to control flames was categorized as a skill that could be upgraded. Chapter 28. Manipulating flames. Upgradable abilities undoubtedly possess greater potential. The higher the level, the more formidable the power. However, the conditions for upgrading left Zhang Feng perplexed. To upgrade an ability, one must absorb energy. The system interface displayed an energy bar next to the flame manipulation skill. Once filled, it could be upgraded. Yet, how to acquire this energy remained a mystery to Zhang Feng. Could it be through slaying zombies? A suspicion began to form in his mind. Whether defeating zombies could indeed elevate the skill level remained to be tested. Manipulating flames was no simple feat. Zhang Feng extended his hand, a flame erupting from his palm, dancing gracefully above it. With a mere thought, the flame swiftly contracted, morphing into a large fireball. This fireball not only radiated intense heat, but also had the potential to explode. Gradually, Zhang Feng dissipated the fireball's power, as he had no means to test its explosive force in this setting. The upper limits of the flame manipulation ability were vast, yet Zhang Feng, being only at level 1, found his capabilities limited and unable to perform many feats. Currently, his strongest skill was likely the fireball technique. Though the name fireball technique sounded mundane, its power was expected to be formidable. The true effects would only be revealed through actual testing. Upon witnessing the fireball in Zhang Feng's hand, Reba was rendered speechless. How did you do that? She asked, astonished. That I'll explain later. For now, let me take you home, and we can discuss everything at our leisure. Zhang Feng replied that, oh, all right, but how do we leave? Reba glanced at the door, her voice tinged with resignation. There are zombies outside. We can't possibly escape. Wait here. I'll lure the zombies away and come back for you, Zhang Feng assured her. Without waiting for Reba's response, he ascended to the second floor and immediately out the window. Soon after, the sounds of gunfire echoed outside as the zombies blocking the path were drawn away. Reba watched in disbelief. She had not anticipated Zhang Feng would employ such a strategy to divert the zombies. Undeniably, Zhang Feng's abilities astonished her, filling her with both surprise and delight. After all, she had already agreed to become his slave, and the more powerful he became, the better her circumstances would be. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng returned through the door. Given the abundance of zombies, he had spent considerable time ensuring they were all drawn away before returning. That you've returned. Reba sighed in relief upon seeing him. "That I apologize for not leaving you any food earlier." "You must be starving," Zhang Feng said apologetically. Reba looked at him in surprise. His hands were empty, devoid of any food. However, suddenly, a plate appeared in Zhang Feng's hands, containing steaming rice topped with fragrant braised pork. The sudden appearance of food left Reba utterly astonished. "How did you do that?" she stammered. "Are you familiar with storage space?" "It's one of my abilities." Zhang Feng smiled as he explained, handing Reba chopsticks and urging her to eat. Not only did he provide food, but Zhang Feng also had drinks prepared for her. Reba was famished and wasted no time, devouring the food voraciously, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Feng, taken aback, asked, "Why are you crying? Is it not to your liking?" Wiping her tears, Reba replied, half laughing and half crying, "It's not that it's bad. It's just so delicious that I never expected to have the chance to eat braised pork rice again. It feels like such a blessing. What do you say we have a grand feast tonight? How about lamb hot pot?" Zhang Feng suggested with a grin. "Yes, I want hot pot," Reba exclaimed enthusiastically. Reba promptly exclaimed upon hearing the mention of a hot pot feast, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, Reba was inherently a foodie. Previously, she had refrained from indulging too much for the sake of her figure. However, in the present moment, who still cared about appearances? When there was food available, one ought to eat to their heart's content. Before long, Reba had satisfied her hunger. "Are you full?" Zhang Feng inquired. "I am indeed full. So very full," Reba responded with a smile, her face radiating happiness. The ability to satiate one's hunger was truly a source of bliss. "Let us depart. I shall escort you away from here," Zhang Feng stated to Reba. Reba nodded in agreement. Zhang Feng opened the door and led the way, with Reba following closely behind. The path was eerily quiet. Even the zombies that had previously roamed had been drawn away. Along the way, they encountered numerous corpses, and the sight of these disfigured remains rendered Reba's face pale with fear. She realized that the outside world was indeed grim. But she had not anticipated it would be so horrific. Just at that moment, a zombie staggered into view, its gaze fixated greedily upon Reba. "Do not be afraid," Zhang Feng reassured her, producing a tang knife. In an instant, as the zombie lunged towards them, he swiftly struck, severing its head cleanly. Chapter 29. Reba safely returns to the villa. Along the journey, they encountered several more zombies, all dispatched by Zhang Feng's blade with ease. Given his current prowess, dealing with these creatures was a trivial task. Even without firearms, he could effortlessly eliminate them with his tang knife. Zhang Feng swiftly guided Reba out of the narrow alleyway, where the number of zombies had increased. The moment Reba appeared, a horde of zombies surged toward them. Zhang Feng immediately summoned his motorcycle, hopping onto it with urgency. "Don't dawdle. Get on," Zhang Feng shouted to Reba. Finally snapping to attention, she hurriedly climbed onto the back of the motorcycle, gripping him tightly. "Hold on, I'm accelerating," Zhang Feng instructed. Reba obediently clung to him, fearful of being thrown off. With a twist of the throttle, Zhang Feng propelled the motorcycle forward at breakneck speed. Thankfully, Reba's grip was firm. Otherwise, the sudden acceleration could have sent her flying. There were many zombies surrounding them, yet Zhang Feng's motorcycle was fast enough to leave them in the dust. Upon realizing that the zombies were no longer in pursuit, both of them exhaled in relief. Zhang Feng was unconcerned for his own safety, but if Reba were caught by the zombies, it would surely spell disaster. "Do not relax. The road ahead is still perilous," Zhang Feng cautioned Reba. She remained silent, tightening her embrace around him. Fortunately, despite encountering some challenges along the way, they ultimately returned to the residential complex without incident. This time, Zhang Feng did not stop at the entrance. Instead, he drove the motorcycle directly into the community. However, he did not head straight for the villa. He needed to drop Reba off at a secure location before returning. This spot had been prearranged by Zhang Feng, that he maneuvered into the security room with an open gate, shutting the door behind them just as the nearby zombies began to approach. This sequence of events had all been part of Zhang Feng's plan. Unhurriedly, he dismounted the motorcycle and stored it away. The security room had a back exit, and Zhang Feng led Reba out through it. They encountered more zombies along the way, but with Zhang Feng at her side, Reba felt considerably more at ease, no longer gripped by the initial terror. Armed with his tang knife, Zhang Feng methodically dispatched the zombies. one after another, but he also concentrated on mastering his fire manipulation skill. Despite having slain numerous zombies, this upgradable skill showed no signs of responding. Thus, Zhang Feng guided Reba back to Yang Mi's villa. Since this area had been previously cleared by Zhang Feng, there were few zombies remaining, allowing them to safely reach the villa. Reba, Yang Jie. Upon seeing each other, Reba and Yang Mi embraced tightly, both bursting into tears. Zhang Feng found their display amusing, but refrained from interrupting them. After all, in a world ravaged by apocalypse, it was indeed fortunate for two friends to reunite. I believe it would be best for Reba to take a shower first. Any matters can wait until she is refreshed, Zhang Feng suggested with a smile. Before Yang Mi could respond, Reba released her embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. That it had been quite some time since she had bathed, and she was acutely aware of her own odor. Fearing it might offend Yang Mi, allow me to take you to wash up, Yang Mi offered gently. Yes, thank you, Yang Jie. Reba expressed her gratitude. Between us, there is no need for formality. We are good sisters. Yang Mi replied with a smile. Please take care of yourselves. I will step outside for a moment, Zhang Feng said to the two women. After receiving Yang Mi's acknowledgement, he exited once more. Zhang Feng needed to clarify the usage and upgrading methods for his fire manipulation skill. Once outside, he mounted his motorcycle and rode off. Though the motorcycle was noisy, it would be foolish to remain idle without it. Given that the zombies posed no threat to him, Zhang Feng felt no apprehension about riding. After traveling a short distance, he halted the motorcycle before a horde of zombies and stored it away. Zhang Feng then entered a two-story building, standing at a window as he focused on conjuring a fireball in his hand. This fireball could be charged, with its power increasing the longer it was held. Yet it also had a maximum potency that on his first attempt, Zhang Feng did not charge it to the limit. He merely gathered energy for 3 seconds before releasing the fireball that it shot forth like a missile, striking the opposite building with a resounding explosion that blasted a sizable hole in the wall. What incredible destructive power! Chapter 30. Defeating the mutated zombie. Observing the explosion, Zhang Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. The fire manipulation ability he wielded demonstrated remarkable potency, and this was merely a first-level skill. As he advanced in levels, its strength would surely amplify. Gathering another fireball, Zhang Feng flung it toward a group of zombies on the street. This time, he intentionally controlled the fireball's explosion to occur just above the zombies' heads. Zhang Feng discerned that he possessed a degree of control over the fireball, such as influencing its trajectory and timing of detonation, that he understood that an aerial explosion would yield the greatest destructive impact, whereas a ground-level detonation would diminish its force. Thus, he deliberately activated the fireball's explosion mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic blast that obliterated several zombies beneath it, their heads obliterated. Surrounding zombies were also caught in the blast, sustaining injuries from the explosion. The fireball's detonation not only unleashed a terrifying shockwave, but also generated intense heat. Zhang Feng watched as the affected zombies were engulfed in flames. Had they been living beings, they would have turned to charred remains even if they survived. This single fireball explosion already boasted staggering might. Indeed, the power of this fireball is immense, Zhang Feng lamented. However, the consumption of the fireball technique is substantial. He could sense that each time he summoned a fireball, a fragment of his vitality was drawn from his being. This was an inexplicable force. As it diminished, Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of mental fatigue. Upon inspecting the system interface, he realized that wielding the flames indeed drained his mental energy. Currently, his mental fortitude was not robust enough to withstand the toll. Zhang Feng estimated that in his present condition, he could cast the fireball technique 7 or 8 times without issue. Beyond that, it would impose a burden on his body in addition to the fireball technique, Zhang Feng was capable of expelling flames from his hands to launch high-temperature attacks. Yet, truth be told, the flames he emitted lacked explosive power and were rather costly in terms of energy, proving less efficient than casting fireballs. Zhang Feng unleashed the fireball twice more, obliterating a horde of zombies, which brought him immense satisfaction. Regrettably, despite the numerous undead he had vanquished, his skill's energy gauge remained unchanged, and it was evident that these zombies were not what he required. Frowning, Zhang Feng felt a sense of helplessness. The system did not directly inform him of the conditions necessary for upgrading his skills, that if he continued to probe aimlessly, how long would it take to discover the correct method for advancement? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the air that a massive mutated zombie approached, its bellow reverberating ominously. Upon sighting this giant abomination, a thought sparked within Zhang Feng. Could slaying this colossal zombie allow him to upgrade his flame manipulation? With this thought in mind, he felt compelled to test his hypothesis. The mutated zombie strode purposefully toward the site of the explosion, evidently drawn by the cacophony. Zhang Feng began to coalesce a fireball, concentrating his energy into it. The fireball grew in power and deepened in hue. Strangely, he felt no heat. Rather, a chilling sensation enveloped him, as the surrounding temperature was entirely absorbed by the sphere of flame. Reaching his limit, Zhang Feng flung his hand, sending the fireball hurtling toward the mutated zombie's head, but he did not detonate the fireball prematurely. Instead, he allowed it to collide with the creature's cranium before it exploded. This was a calculated combat strategy tailored for singular foes, maximizing the impact of his attack. With a resounding boom, the fireball detonated, propelling the mutated zombie backward, its head gruesomely mangled. Yet astonishingly, the creature still clung to life, struggling to rise from the ground. Still alive? Then let us try again, Zhang Feng muttered, gathering another fireball. This time he formed it swiftly and unleashed it without delay. Given the mutated zombie's severe injuries, a standard fireball would suffice to finish it off. Moreover, he feared that if too much time elapsed, the wounded creature might escape. The fireball struck the mutated zombie squarely in the face, erupting in a fiery explosion that obliterated its visage. This time, the abomination was irrevocably slain. Zhang Feng observed a flickering blue light emanating from the lifeless body of the mutated zombie, which was subsequently absorbed into his being. The system interface indicated a slight increase in his flame manipulation energy gauge, now at 1,000th of the way to the next level. This revelation confirmed that only by eliminating mutated zombies could he elevate his abilities. Chapter 31. The method of upgrading. Curious, Zhang Feng wondered what the glowing object might be within the decapitated head of the deceased mutated zombie. Intrigued, he approached for a closer look. Leaving the second floor, he cautiously advanced toward the corpse of the mutated zombie. The area was swarming with zombies, a veritable death trap for the living. However, Zhang Feng possessed a skill that masked his presence, allowing him to approach the mutated zombie unscathed. Upon reaching the corpse, he discovered a shard of crystal nestled within the shattered skull, emitting a faint luminescence to T. That moment, the system interface chimed with a notification. Energy crystal detected. Contact to absorb. Zhang Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated the system's involvement. This energy crystal seemed to hold significant importance. Disregarding any sense of revulsion, Zhang Feng grasped the crystal in his hand. It was blood red, appearing as though liquid life coursed within it. As he secured the crystal, the system prompted him to choose whether to absorb it or not. Opting against immediate absorption, Zhang Feng wished to examine the crystal's unique properties first. He feared that absorbing it might render it useless. The system labeled the crystal as a Level 1 crystal, a straightforward designation indicating it was an energy crystal originating from a Level 1 mutated zombie. Had it come from a Level 2 creature, it would have been categorized accordingly. As Zhang Feng toyed with the Level 1 energy crystal, he quickly discerned that a trickle of energy emanated from it. Upon contact, he began to slowly absorb the energy contained within. Indeed, the process was gradual. A glance at the system interface revealed that his energy gauge incrementally increased, albeit at a painfully slow rate, suggesting it might take days to achieve even a fraction of a level. Realizing that this energy crystal could indeed enhance his energy gauge, he noted the sluggish pace of improvement. The system interface also offered direct absorption of the energy crystal, which he had previously declined. Now, he decided to proceed with the absorption, curious to see the extent of the system's capabilities. In an instant, as Zhang Feng selected the absorption option, the crystal in his hand vanished, transforming into motes of light that were drawn into his body. These particles infused his energy gauge, resulting in a significant surge, an increase of nearly 2%. This revelation indicated that with just 50 of these Level 1 crystals, his flame manipulation could ascend to the next tier. Zhang Feng finally grasped the true value and function of these crystals. The worth of a Level 1 crystal was immense, as merely 50 of them could elevate his flame control by 1 level. He understood now how to expedite the enhancement of his pyromancy, a power he held in high esteem. Killing mutated zombies is the way forward, Zhang Feng mused softly. The number of mutated zombies remained relatively scarce. Zhang Feng was uncertain of the conditions that prompted their mutation, but they were undoubtedly stringent, accounting for their limited numbers. Yet, within such a vast city teeming with zombies, the presence of mutated ones was not insignificant. Previously, Zhang Feng would avoid them at all costs. Now, however, he sought them out. Mounting his motorcycle, he sped toward the areas densely populated with zombies. Upon arrival, he would fire into the sky, using gunfire to attract the undead. If any mutated zombies were present, they would surely be drawn to the sound. As he lost his mind, Hugo observed in astonishment as Zhang Feng rode through the streets, shooting indiscriminately, that he had never encountered anyone as reckless as Zhang Feng, charging into a horde of zombies while actively firing to draw them out. Only a lunatic would engage in such behavior. Many survivors shared Hu Ji's sentiments regarding Zhang Feng as a madman. Yet, the sight of him wielding a firearm and riding a motorcycle filled them with envy. However, envy proved futile. The streets were overrun with zombies, forcing all survivors to cower in the shadows, too fearful to make a move. Zhang Feng, undeterred by the opinions of others, had shed any reservations in this new era. His sole focus was on exterminating mutated zombies. A mutated zombie approaches, he declared. Zhang Feng caught sight of a particularly unique zombie amidst the throng of the undead. This zombie was not large. In fact, it was quite diminutive, yet Zhang Feng understood that it was a mutated zombie. Chapter 32. From now on, I will take care of you. Not all mutated zombies possess massive physiques. Some are slender and elongated, resembling mere twigs. However, these slight mutated zombies are, paradoxically, far more perilous than their larger counterparts. This is because their mutation has bestowed upon them enhanced speed, enabling them to move with remarkable swiftness. At this moment, Zhang Feng fixated on one such mutated zombie. These creatures possess a rudimentary level of intelligence, rendering them significantly more cunning than ordinary zombies. Concealed among the undead, Zhang Feng meticulously sought an opportune moment to strike. Before long, he found himself in a secure position, drawing his handgun and unleashing a shot at the mutated zombie. The bullet struck the creature squarely in the head, yet astonishingly, the power of the Desert Eagle did not obliterate its skull. Although the mutated zombie's mutation favored speed rather than bulk, it still exhibited greater resilience than typical mutated zombies. The bullet found its mark, yet it failed to rupture the zombie's brain. Upon being attacked, the mutated zombie charged forward with remarkable rapidity. Its limbs agile and deft, it deftly evaded all obstacles in its path, and, with a firm grasp on the wall, effortlessly ascended to the second floor. At that moment, a fireball erupted from a room on the second floor, striking the mutated zombie squarely in the chest and obliterating its upper body. This was the formidable power of the fireball unleashed by Zhang Feng. While this slender zombie could withstand the assault of the Desert Eagle, it was utterly defenseless against a fireball. Zhang Feng quickly located the severed head of the zombie on the ground. Using a knife to cleave it open and extract the energy crystal within. As for the energy crystal, it was naturally absorbed directly by the system. Zhang Feng understood that if he were to absorb it himself, it would take an inordinate amount of time, whereas the system could complete the process in an instant. After a busy afternoon, Zhang Feng had slain 5 mutated zombies, bringing him one step closer to upgrading his skills. At the end of the day, fatigue began to set in, and he had no intention of continuing his endeavors. That he mounted his motorcycle and made his way back to the community. Upon returning, Zhang Feng did not immediately head to the villa, but instead walked towards the apartment building. His aim was to seek out Huang Yuyao for a heartfelt conversation. Huang Yuding lay on her bed, devoid of any motivation to move. The last morsel of food had been consumed the previous day, leaving only a meager supply of drinking water. After a day of subsisting solely on water, Huang Yuyao's body felt weak from hunger. That moment, she found herself engulfed in regret. Previously, when Zhang Feng had invited her to leave together, her cautious nature had led her to decline. Now, her safety could be assured. Yet without food, what value did this hollow sense of security hold? Was she to perish of starvation here? Perhaps, she thought, jumping from the building would be a better fate. In this apocalyptic world, an early demise seemed preferable to prolonged suffering. Lying on her bed, Huang Yao found herself lost in despair, yearning for the peaceful world that once was, missing her parents and the delectable foods of yesteryear. Now, everything had come to an end. If no rescue arrived, she contemplated the grim prospect of suicide. She could no longer endure this torment. The apocalypse was not just a physical ordeal for Huang Yuyao. It was a profound psychological trial. When Zhang Feng encountered Huang Yuyao, he saw her lying on the bed, silently weeping. "What troubles you? Who has wronged you to the point of tears?" Zhang Feng asked, suppressing a chuckle, though his smile betrayed his amusement. The sudden sound startled Huang Yuyao. "How did you get in here?" she demanded. Zhang Feng shrugged. "Don't concern yourself with such trivialities that be why the way. Why are you crying? Has someone bullied you?" After a moment of silence, Huang Yuyao replied softly, "In a world like this, how could I not cry? My family is unreachable. I have no idea if they are even alive that I'm so hungry, just waiting to starve to death." "What do you think I have to cry about?" she retorted. Suddenly, she remembered the zombies lurking at her door and asked in disbelief, "How did you get past the zombies outside my house?" "I dealt with them," Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly, as if slaying zombies were an everyday occurrence. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuyao was taken aback. "Do you wish to survive? Are you in need of sustenance? I could take care of you," Zhang Feng stated earnestly, sensing that the moment was ripe for his proposition. Chapter 33. Another Slave. Huang Yuyao was utterly astonished, but upon reflecting on her current predicament, it seemed only natural. After all, if Zhang Feng intended to care for her, he surely had his own motives that if he desired nothing in return for his support, then he must harbor a far more sinister agenda. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's conditions, Huang Yuyao felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, the notion of selling herself into servitude for mere food was a bitter pill to swallow. "Could we not negotiate different terms? I could help with household chores," she suggested softly. "Well, if you become my slave, you would still have to assist with household tasks," Zhang Feng retorted with a smirk that he then softened his tone, adding, "This is my only request. Ponder it well. Furthermore, aside from myself, my household consists solely of women. So you would only need to serve me and not contend with other men. Such an arrangement is unique to me. Other groups consist of men who share women. That if you agree, I shall take you with me now. If you refuse, so be it. Perhaps I will return in a few days, or perhaps I will not." Zhang Feng issued a veiled threat, fully aware that Huang Yuyao could not withstand much longer, and thus intentionally pressured her. As expected, upon hearing his words, Huang Yuyao grew anxious. She was utterly famished and wished to escape her hunger, craving food and meat. "Did I agree? Please, don't leave me alone," she implored pitifully. She could no longer bear the thought of being trapped alone in this cold, desolate house. The prospect of serving but one man, especially one who seemed tolerable, was an arrangement Huang Yuyao could accept. "That so, do you now agree to become my slave?" Zhang Feng reiterated. "That I agree," Huang Yuyao replied weakly. Yet, the system remained silent. Zhang Feng observed, "Your reluctance is evident. Deep down, you must harbor reservations that I will not force you. It must come from your own heart that I have no reservations." "I fully agree," Huang Yuyao insisted hastily. Zhang Feng waited a moment, but the system still did not respond, indicating that Huang Yuyao was still unwilling. "Very well, if you refuse, I shall take my leave. That I will return in a couple of days," he stated nonchalantly. Merely agreeing verbally without genuine conviction would not suffice. Although Zhang Feng was unaware of how Huang Yuyao might be deceiving him, the system could discern the truth. "That don't go. I truly agree to be your slave." Huang Yuyao cried. "That at last," the system responded, successfully acquiring a remarkable slave and awarding the ability of telekinesis as a reward. Telekinesis, a shadowless and formless force capable of manipulating the movement of surrounding objects. Zhang Feng was instantly filled with joy. Huang Yuyao's efforts were not in vain, as she had unexpectedly rewarded herself with an extraordinary ability. Previously, his control over flames had already allowed Zhang Feng to savor its sweetness. However, he was uncertain whether this telekinesis was superior to flame manipulation. Zhang Feng silently absorbed the power of telekinesis and understood its application. Telekinesis is essentially an external manifestation of mental energy, akin to the projection of one's psychic force. While mental energy originally could not influence the physical realm, with telekinesis, it could indeed affect tangible objects. Telekinesis is quite similar to Magneto's magnetic powers. Zhang Feng directed his gaze toward the cup on the table. As he activated his telekinesis, it felt as though an invisible hand grasped the cup, lifting it effortlessly. Under Zhang Feng's control, The cup danced in midair, swaying left and right in a curious manner. Huang Yuyo, unaware of Zhang Feng's trickery, screamed, thinking the room was haunted. "Fear not, this is merely a manifestation of my ability. I am simply demonstrating it for you." Zhang Feng reassured Huang Yu. As Zhang Feng beheld Huang Yuyo's exquisite countenance, his heart stirred. Yet this was not the moment for such thoughts. "Do you like this ability?" he inquired. "Did I ask this your power?" "Of course, I adore it," Huang Yuyo replied, her voice tinged with envy. Zhang Feng chuckled and explained, "In truth, my power allows me to awaken strength only after you become my slave. This ability awakens only when you submit to me. However, you have indeed become my true slave now that I hold dominion over your life and death. Should you perish, it would not affect me. Yet if I were to die, you would also share that fate." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuyo was left astounded. Though initially incredulous, recalling Zhang Feng's insistence on her submission, she began to believe his words. "Becoming my slave entails your subjugation, yet you shall not be without your rewards. I shall provide for you and ensure your safety, and as long as I am satisfied, I may bestow upon you formidable power, such as granting you an expansive storage space." That as Zhang Feng spoke, he had already enabled Huang Yuyo to possess a dimensional space. Chapter 34, New Skill, Telekinesis. Huang Yuyo immediately grasped the concept of her dimensional space, witnessing its vastness, comparable to a football field. However, this was a skill, not a supernatural ability, hence it could not be upgraded. Nonetheless, when one's mental energy was sufficiently potent, the area of the dimensional space would increase. The dimensional space was a unique capability of Yang Mi. Thus, only Yang Mi and Zhang Feng had acquired a complete dimensional space. For other slaves, even if they obtained one, its area would be diminished. Yet, even with its reduced size, Huang Yuyo's dimensional space was still remarkably spacious, ample enough to store a multitude of items. That as she gazed at her dimensional space, she was left speechless. Initially, Huang Yuyo had some regrets about agreeing to become Zhang Feng's slave, but now, those feelings had dissipated entirely. Zhang Feng smiled and remarked, "As long as you perform well, I assure you will not be treated poorly." Huang Yuyo blinked, quickly grasping the underlying principle. She flashed a charming smile at Zhang Feng and softly said, "Master, I shall serve you diligently." Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Indeed, Huang Yuyo was stunningly beautiful. "Excellent, just as it should be," he nodded with a smile, producing a bag of milk and a loaf of bread. "Here is a reward for you." Huang Yuyo's face brightened at the sight of the bread. She had been starving, which was why she had agreed to become Zhang Feng's slave. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng settled beside Huang Yuyo, wrapping her in his embrace. Her body tensed momentarily, but soon relaxed, continuing to devour the bread and drink the milk. "Eat slowly. Have a little for now. Once you acclimatize, you can indulge more," Zhang Feng said with a chuckle, his hands wandering over Huang Yuyo's form. Her physique was indeed admirable, and her skin was exquisitely smooth, captivating Zhang Feng's attention. Only after Huang Yuyo had finished eating did Zhang Feng speak again. "Please gather your personal belongings. We must depart." Huang Yuyo nodded and began storing her items in the dimensional space. That was her first time using this space, and she approached it cautiously at first. However, after several uses, she soon became adept at it and found it easy to navigate. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng was testing the effectiveness of his telekinesis. The results were quite impressive. Zhang Feng discovered that his telekinesis could reach up to 30 meters, with the energy expenditure increasing with distance. The closer the object, the lesser the drain on his mental energy. The strength of his telekinesis was substantial. He estimated it to possess the power of 300 pounds. He easily lifted the large sofa in the living room, which must have weighed over 200 pounds. The power of telekinesis was no less than Zhang Feng's own strength, perhaps even surpassing it. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Zhang Feng retrieved his Tang Dao, a type of traditional Chinese sword. Channeling his telekinesis into the blade, it hummed as it leapt from its sheath, hovering beside him. Spinning under his control, "Go," he commanded, pointing at a nearby cabinet. The Tang Dao soared forth, slicing fiercely into the wood, leaving a deep gash in the solid structure. While telekinesis proved effective, its destructive capacity paled in comparison to fireball techniques. Nevertheless, the utility of telekinesis surpassed that of fireballs. Given its superior controllability, let's venture out and test it against zombies, Zhang Feng mused, after informing Huang Yuyo. He stepped outside. The zombies outside had long been dispatched by him, leaving the building devoid of any. However, the lobby on the first floor still teemed with zombies. Zhang Feng entered the elevator and descended to the lobby, intending to clear out these remaining threats before taking Huang Yuyo back to the villa. As the elevator doors opened, the zombies in the lobby, alerted by the noise, charged towards him. With a swift motion, Zhang Feng lifted his Tang Dao with telekinesis, transforming it into a flying blade that shot towards the approaching zombies. The sword cleaved through the air, decisively severing a zombie's head from its shoulders. The blade arced gracefully, dispatching another zombie in the same manner, while 300 pounds of force was no match for the explosive power of fireballs. This method of controlling the sword to behead zombies proved exceedingly effective, striking true with every swing. Zhang Feng also noticed that these zombies did not attempt to attack him, since the Tang Dao was manipulated through his telekinesis rather than a direct assault. The zombies remained unaware of Zhang Feng's involvement. Zhang Feng continued to wield his sword amidst the horde of zombies, turning the area into a river of blood. These zombies were no match for him. While telekinesis lacked the power to contend with mutated zombies, it proved formidable against ordinary ones that in a brief span, he had eradicated all the zombies in the lobby. "This is exhilarating," Zhang Feng exclaimed, surveying the multitude of fallen undead with delight. Chapter 35. The First Encounter with Three Women. Telekinesis may appear to lack formidable power, seeming like an ordinary skill. However, once Zhang Feng became proficient in using telekinesis, he discovered its practicality was genuinely remarkable. Controlling flames was indeed powerful, but it also created considerable noise and had significant limitations. Telekinesis, on the other hand, might seem less potent, yet it was perfectly suited for dealing with ordinary zombies. Moreover, there remained much potential for development within this telekinetic ability. After dispatching all the zombies in the lobby, Zhang Feng returned to Huang Yuyo's home via the elevator. Huang Yuyo had finished packing her belongings and was waiting for Zhang Feng. "We can leave now," he said to her. "All right," Huang Yuyo nodded, following Zhang Feng outside. This marked Huang Yuyo's first time stepping beyond her doorstep since the apocalypse began. Upon exiting, she was met with the sight of zombie corpses strewn across the ground. Her expression shifted, though she quickly regained her composure. The two proceeded to the elevator, heading down to the lobby. "Are there no zombies down there?" she wondered. Huang Yuyo, filled with concern, inquired, to which Zhang Feng replied, "Originally, there were zombies, but for your safety, I ventured down and eliminated every single one of them." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuyo was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. The realization that he had eradicated all the zombies below for her safety was both terrifying and deeply moving. How comforting it was to feel such security. She mused inwardly that as the two made their way to the first-floor hall, they found it devoid of any living zombies. All had been vanquished. The sight of the countless zombie corpses strewn across the floor left Huang Yuyo, who had been mentally prepared, utterly astonished. Although she had known Zhang Feng had dispatched these zombies, she had not anticipated the sheer volume he had slain. Witnessing the scene firsthand left her utterly shocked. How formidable Zhang Feng was, she reflected in awe. "Let's go," Zhang Feng remarked, leading the way forward. Should they encounter zombies along the route, Zhang Feng's expertise would surely be needed. Despite his earlier efforts to clear the community of zombies, their numbers remained overwhelming and not easily eradicated. Whenever zombies attacked, Zhang Feng would employ his telekinetic abilities to wield his Tang knife, swiftly dispatching them. This method proved far more efficient and safer than engaging them directly with his weapon. As Huang Yuyo observed Zhang Feng's prowess in eliminating zombies, her gaze towards him brimmed with admiration. "That we have arrived home," Zhang Feng announced, opening the villa's door and ushering Huang Yuyo inside. "That I'm back." He called out, a reminder for Yang Mi not to worry. Upon hearing his voice, Yang Mi indeed sighed in relief, knowing he had returned. She and Reba hurriedly approached him. Yang Mi was taken aback to see Zhang Feng had brought another woman home, especially one as beautiful as Huang Yuyo, which heightened her sense of wariness. "Yang Mi?" Huang Yuyo exclaimed in disbelief, never having expected Yang Mi to be here with Zhang Feng. Could it be that Yang Mi was also his subordinate? Just like her astonishment grew when she noticed Reba emerging behind Yang Mi. "Reba and Yang Mi are both here. This is truly unbelievable," Huang Yuyo thought. Zhang Feng introduced the trio, saying, "Let me present to you. This is Reba, this is Yang Mi, and this is Huang Yuyo." You all share the same standing here and will be good sisters from now on. Do get along well." Upon hearing this, the three women understood their shared circumstances. They were all Zhang Feng's subordinates. Yang Mi and her companions felt somewhat speechless. Zhang Feng was indeed on a quest for women, having returned with 3 stunning beauties. However, knowing that only Zhang Feng was a man among them provided some comfort. Had he brought back other men, their sense of security would likely have been compromised. "Hello, Yang Jie." "Hello, Reba. I am thrilled to meet you here," Huang Yuyo said with excitement. After all, compared to her as a minor internet celebrity, both Yang Mi and Reba were renowned stars. Figure she had always looked up to. It was astonishing to realize they now shared the same status as Zhang Feng's subordinates. Yang Mi and Reba felt a bit awkward. But Yang Mi soon calmed herself, acknowledging their current situation. With a smile, she nodded at Huang Yuyo and welcomed her to their family. "Thank you, Yang Jie," Huang Yuyo responded promptly. "It seems you all are getting along quite well." "That's wonderful." Zhang Feng expressed his satisfaction, but he paid no mind to the women's inner thoughts, as long as they treated each other with courtesy. In truth, in this apocalyptic era, previous identities should be set aside. Surviving was the greatest blessing of all. Let's prepare dinner. I'm famished. By the way, we're having hot pot tonight. I brought all the ingredients and broth, Zhang Feng casually mentioned. The mere mention of hot pot piqued the interest of the three women immensely. Chapter 36. The Hunt in the Dark of Night. That evening, Zhang Feng indeed kept his promise, and they enjoyed a hot pot feast. They had prepared ample ingredients, allowing everyone to indulge without restraint. Zhang Feng, along with Yang Mi and the others, relished the meal to their heart's content. Huang Yuyo, in particular, felt profoundly touched. Who would have thought that on her very first day joining this group, she would be treated to such a feast? Reba, having also experienced hunger, felt immense gratitude toward Zhang Feng for the hot pot. "You all stay here and enjoy yourselves. I'll go take a walk to digest," Zhang Feng said after they had eaten their fill. Of course, his so-called walk was merely a pretext. He intended to seize the opportunity of the night to hunt down more mutated zombies. After all, he had 2 abilities that required leveling up, necessitating the elimination of more mutated zombies. Random task: slaughter in the night. Please kill 10 mutated zombies during the night. Reward: title of Night King. Dark Night King, a special title that grants a 50% increase in combat power within the shadows. A random task suddenly emerged from the system interface. Zhang Feng felt a spark of inspiration and resolved to attempt the task. However, he was acutely aware that the task's difficulty was quite substantial, and he could not guarantee its completion. Nevertheless, the rewards for this task were undeniably enticing. As the sun sank below the horizon, darkness enveloped the world, ushering in an era dominated by zombies. Zombies, shunning sunlight, were reluctant to roam during the day, but as night fell, their vitality surged, and hordes of them flooded the streets. The nighttime streets became the most perilous of places. The number of zombies within the residential complex had dwindled, and Zhang Feng had no intention of lingering there. But he swiftly exited the complex, making his way toward the streets. The streets were teeming with zombies, yet Zhang Feng, possessing the skill of zombie aura, was able to navigate them safely. Furthermore, his night vision allowed him to discern the movements of these undead creatures with clarity in the pitch black. Zhang Feng's focus was not on these ordinary zombies. He had no interest in dispatching them. Instead, his goal was to eliminate mutated zombies. This night, he needed to slay 10 of them. Suddenly, a massive zombie appeared before him. It was positioned at a distance, surrounded by a throng of ordinary zombies, resembling a boss accompanied by a cadre of minions. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before opting not to engage the mutated zombie directly. Instead, he wielded a tang knife, manipulating it with telekinesis to strike at the mutated zombie. The creature's formidable defenses rendered Zhang Feng's telekinetically controlled blade ineffective. However, the blow enraged the mutated zombie, prompting it to emit an indignant roar as it pursued the fleeing tang knife. A smile crept across Zhang Feng's lips. His strategy had succeeded. He moved in tandem with the knife, ensuring it remained within his control range. The tang knife fled further, swiftly entering an alleyway, which Zhang Feng had predetermined as the combat zone. The alley was narrow and sparsely populated by zombies, making it challenging for the giant zombie to maneuver. Upon reaching the battleground, Zhang Feng began to coalesce a fireball in his hands. The moment the fireball materialized, The mutated zombie sensed Zhang Feng's presence that it abandoned its pursuit of the Tang knife and charged directly at Zhang Feng. Despite its massive size, the mutated zombie's speed was astonishing. Just then, telekinesis latched onto one of its feet, akin to an invisible tether, impeding its advance. The mutated zombie stumbled and fell to the ground as the fireball took shape in Zhang Feng's hand. He launched it at the fallen creature. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated upon impact with the mutated zombie's head, creating a gaping wound. The zombie's skull was remarkably resilient. This strike did not slay it. However, it thoroughly incited the mutated zombie's fury. Zhang Feng understood the necessity of a swift resolution. Otherwise, a horde of zombies would soon converge upon him, placing him in peril. The strength of the giant mutated zombie was formidable. Relying solely on telekinesis was insufficient to restrain it. Yet by applying telekinesis to its feet, Zhang Feng was able to obstruct its forward momentum. The mutated zombie once more crashed to the ground, roaring in frustration without comprehending the cause of its fall. Zhang Feng compressed the fireball further, reducing its size by half while significantly amplifying its potency. With another thunderous crash, the fireball struck the mutated zombie's wound again. This time, the mutated zombie could not preserve its head. It was obliterated in a decisive blow. The energy crystal embedded within the zombie's forehead was exceedingly robust, alleviating any concerns about its destruction. Chapter 37. Unexpected Gains. After vanquishing the mutated zombie, Zhang Feng was able to extract a portion of its energy. The energy crystal became his trophy. The random task was now 1/10 complete, with 9 mutated zombies remaining. This experience served as both a test and an opportunity for Zhang Feng to refine his skills. He aimed to integrate telekinesis with fire manipulation, hoping to unleash their combined power in combat. The results delighted Zhang Feng. Although telekinesis was not overwhelmingly powerful, its versatility proved immensely beneficial that it could evolve into a formidable auxiliary skill for him. With this initial collaborative combat experience, subsequent encounters would undoubtedly prove more manageable. For ordinary individuals, the darkness of night posed significant limitations. However, for Zhang Feng, who possessed night vision, it was of no consequence. Furthermore, the greater the number of zombies, the more mutated ones he could potentially eliminate. Another mutated zombie came into view, a speed-oriented variant. Zhang Feng had identified 2 types of mutated zombies. One was a slender, speed-focused creature, while the other was a hulking brute. The one before him was decidedly of the former variety, and the surrounding ordinary zombies were few. Zhang Feng felt compelled to test something that he approached the speed-oriented mutated zombie. Initially, it exhibited no signs of alarm. But when Zhang Feng drew within 10 meters, it suddenly turned to glare at him, emitting a low growl as if attempting to communicate. Taken aback, Zhang Feng remained unresponsive to the zombie's guttural utterance. Unaware of how zombies communicated, his lack of reaction seemed to provoke the speed-oriented mutated zombie, which promptly charged at him. Zhang Feng realized that while his zombie aura concealed him from ordinary zombies, it was ineffective against mutated ones at close range. Though he was uncertain how the mutated zombie had detected him, he understood that proximity would lead to an inevitable attack. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had ample time to react. As the mutated zombie lunged, he ensnared it with telekinesis. While the speed-oriented zombie excelled in velocity, it lacked strength, making it particularly vulnerable to Zhang Feng's telekinetic prowess. Telekinesis seized the mutated zombie's legs, causing it to crash to the ground. Zhang Feng advanced quickly, striking with his knife. The zombie raised its arm to defend itself, but its movements had slowed significantly due to the telekinetic restraint. The Tang knife descended, severing the mutated zombie's arm. Its defenses were insufficient to withstand Zhang Feng's assault. The mutated creature howled, summoning a horde of nearby zombies, but it was too late, with its arm incapacitated. Zhang Feng swiftly decapitated the speed-oriented mutated zombie. This marked Zhang Feng's first close-quarters kill of a mutated zombie, that he then sliced open the zombie's head, retrieving the energy crystal within. Just as the surrounding zombies closed in, Zhang Feng leapt onto a nearby wall. Initially, he could only jump just over a meter, while the wall towered over 3 meters high, seemingly beyond his reach. However, with the aid of telekinesis, he propelled himself upward, swiftly scaling the wall. Telekinesis could not only affect external objects but also Zhang Feng himself. By harnessing telekinesis, he ascended rapidly, soon distancing himself from the surrounding structures and leaving the area behind. Zhang Feng had now slain his second mutated zombie of the night, leaving 8 more to eliminate. He sought refuge in an empty room to recuperate and identify his next target. Just then, he heard voices from the adjacent room. Voices meant survivors, he thought, feeling a surge of curiosity as he approached cautiously. Upon opening the door, he was met by a group of individuals who appeared equally startled by his sudden appearance. "Who are you?" they exclaimed in unison. "How did you come to be here?" A bespectacled middle-aged man cast a wary glance at Zhang Feng and inquired, "Did I merely pass by and overheard your conversation?" "So I came to take a look," Zhang Feng replied while surveying the crowd, that he was eager to discern whether there existed any exquisite slaves that met the system's criteria at that moment. A notification from the system appeared. Exquisite slave candidate identified. Cheng Jiejia, rated 90 points. Chapter 38. Acquiring Cheng Jiejia for 100 gene of rice. The notification reaffirmed. Exquisite slave candidate identified. Cheng Jiejia, rated 90 points. Zhang Feng's eyes brightened at the emergence of yet another exquisite slave candidate. He scanned the crowd and swiftly pinpointed his target. That was a petite lady, though her stature was diminutive. Her figure was quite impressive, particularly her ample bosom. This was indeed Cheng Jiejia, the exquisite slave identified by the system. Zhang Feng felt an odd sense of familiarity with Cheng Jiejia, but could not immediately recall where he had seen her before. "Please leave this place. We already have many people here, and no room available," the middle-aged leader hastily interjected. Indeed, their numbers were considerable, with over 30 individuals crammed into a single room, predominantly women and children, with only a handful of men present. Many among them were family-oriented. The middle-aged leader had previously held a position of authority and now served as the de facto head of this group. Though his power was limited, preventing him from exerting tyrannical control, the gender imbalance within the group had helped maintain order, preventing them from descending into chaos. However, Zhang Feng's arrival had instilled a sense of threat among several men, prompting the leader to act swiftly to expel him. Zhang Feng's gaze swept over the crowd, landing pointedly on Cheng Jiejia. He then spoke calmly. "Do not be alarmed. I have merely come to seek someone." "You are Cheng Jiejia, correct? I know you. Come with me. In varying circumstances, one must adopt different approaches. In this instance, Zhang Feng had neither the time nor opportunity for gentle discourse with Cheng Jiejia. He intended to take her home first and then devise a means to ensure her servitude. Upon hearing her name called, Cheng Jiejia was taken aback. She had no knowledge of Zhang Feng, and the fact that he was a man insisting on taking her away filled her with trepidation. "What do you intend to do?" "Cheng Jiejia is one of us. You are not permitted to harm her," a young man exclaimed loudly. Cheng Jiejia was undoubtedly the most beautiful among the women present. Several men had already taken a liking to her, but she had yet to reciprocate their affections, and they were unwilling to let her be taken by another man. The onlookers cast dark, ominous glances at Zhang Feng, some brandishing weapons. Zhang Feng smiled lightly, suddenly revealing a handgun. The Desert Eagle now gripped firmly in his hand. Addressing the crowd with the gun aimed at them, he calmly inquired, "Does anyone have an objection? Speak up. Alternatively, how about a wager? Bet that my gun is unloaded." Zhang Feng's gaze met those of the crowd, who instinctively averted their eyes, fear evident in their demeanor. After all, it was a gun. They could dismiss other weapons, but who was unafraid of a handgun? The young man who had spoken up earlier was now rendered mute. Zhang Feng pressed the barrel of the gun against the middle-aged man's forehead and casually asked, "Would you care to test whether my gun is real? Perhaps it is a mere imitation." "No, please don't." The middle-aged man was terrified. He could not bring himself to risk discovering whether Zhang Feng's gun was genuine. If it were real, he could easily be dispatched with a single shot. Zhang Feng surveyed the remaining crowd. All avoided his gaze, knowing full well the peril of firearms, especially at this moment. They understood that should Zhang Feng choose to shoot them, their fates would be sealed without recourse. Zhang Feng turned his attention back to the crowd, particularly eyeing Cheng Jiejia, and grinned. "How about this? I will offer 100 gene of rice to acquire Cheng Jiejia. That amount should suffice for all of you to eat for several days. You would offer 100 gene of rice for Cheng Jiejia? Is that true?" The middle-aged man appeared visibly tempted. After all, with Zhang Feng wielding a gun, he could forcibly take Cheng Jiejia without hesitation. The fact that he was willing to exchange 100 jin of rice for her seemed to tilt the scales in their favor. Of course, it is true. I have no reason to deceive you in such matters, so. What will it be? Have you made your decision? Zhang Feng reiterated. 100 jin of rice is quite a substantial amount. We could have porridge for many days. Indeed, 100 jin of rice seems quite reasonable. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, clearly intrigued by Zhang Feng's proposition. After all, it was Cheng Jieja being sold, not themselves. Selling her meant one less mouth to feed while gaining 100 jin of rice. What's not to like? This seems inappropriate. Cheng Jieja is a person, and we cannot engage in human trafficking. A young man protested indignantly. 100 jin of rice is enticing, but he harbored feelings for Cheng Jieja and did not wish for her to leave. Cheng Jieja bit her lip, her expression reflecting despair. She had not anticipated that her worth was merely equivalent to 100 jin of rice, and it appeared that everyone was in agreement to sell her. Chapter 39. So it is this Miss Cheng. Cheng Jieja's face was one of utter hopelessness. She did not know Zhang Feng at all, and it was evident to her that his intentions were far from benign if she followed him. A grim fate awaited her. Yet it seemed everyone else was tacitly agreeing to her sale, for 100 jin of rice certainly outweighed her perceived value. No one voiced dissent. It appeared they had acquiesced to Zhang Feng's suggestion. Zhang Feng regarded the crowd with a cold smirk and said, "Speak up. Do you agree or disagree with my offer?" "We agree. We all agree." A woman spoke up first. She harbored animosity towards Cheng Jieja, for the latter was more beautiful and youthful, and her husband often cast sidelong glances at her. She was eager for Cheng Jieja to depart. Moreover, receiving 100 jin of rice was undoubtedly a boon. "We agree as well," several other women chimed in. Beauty can indeed be a source of conflict. Cheng Jieja's superior looks were deemed a fault by those envious of her. The men felt a pang of reluctance. Yet the presence of Zhang Feng's gun rendered them powerless to object. The middle-aged man ultimately conceded, murmuring, "We accept, but you must honor your word and provide us with 100 jin of rice." "My word is my bond," Zhang Feng replied with a smile that he added, "Wait here. I shall fetch the rice for you." Zhang Feng's departure was intentional, allowing them a moment to converse. Indeed, once he left, the group felt liberated to speak. Without Zhang Feng's intimidation, the men and women finally felt emboldened to voice their thoughts. The young man, who harbored feelings for Cheng Jieja, immediately suggested, "What if his gun is fake? Perhaps we could attempt to seize it from him. There are many of us, and he stands alone. Our chances of success are considerable." The crowd was stirred by this notion. However, the middle-aged leader swiftly countered, "How can you be certain it is a fake? What if it is genuine? What if we fail to seize the gun? How many lives would be at stake for a single woman? Furthermore, he has already promised us 100 jin of rice. We would not be at a loss. Besides, Cheng Jieja, this could be your opportunity. Someone who knows your name is likely a fan and would not wish you harm. Leaving with him might even lead to a full stomach." Everyone knew Cheng Jieja was an internet celebrity, and it was entirely plausible for a fan to recognize her. Cheng Jieja scoffed at this suggestion, dismissing it as nonsense. She had no faith that following this man would lead to a favorable outcome. Yet, she lacked the courage to take her own life. Not everyone possesses the fortitude for such an act. Cheng Jieja, do not despair. Perhaps this will turn out to be a blessing in disguise. A woman remarked with a smile, her tone laced with schadenfreude. "Indeed, it is just as I said. We wish to follow, but he has no interest in us." Once again, a woman spoke with a sarcastic tone. And the other women chimed in, each more flattering than the last. Yet, none genuinely considered the well-being of Cheng Jieja. As she listened, her face turned ashen. Suddenly, with a sharp creak, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Feng at the threshold. He placed a hefty bag of rice at the entrance, 100 pounds of it. The sight of the rice brought joy to everyone present. Despite their numbers, 100 pounds could sustain them for several days, especially with the hope that national aid would soon arrive. They were all anxiously awaiting such assistance. Zhang Feng did not step inside but turned to Cheng Jieja and spoke calmly. "Cheng Jieja, come with me." Cheng Jieja hesitated, fear gripping her heart, deterred from following. However, the two women beside her urged her on, saying, "Cheng Jieja, hurry up. What are you still doing here? 100 pounds of rice could be exchanged for you. You've already gained an advantage." Hearing this, Cheng Jieja couldn't help but chuckle. How could selling 100 pounds of rice be to her benefit? This logic eluded her comprehension. Yet the others did not afford her a moment to ponder. They swiftly assisted her toward the door. Cheng Jieju felt helpless, offering no resistance. She dared not meet Zhang Feng's gaze, her head bowed, her body trembling. "Come with me," Zhang Feng repeated succinctly, taking her hand and leading her away. After a brief moment of hesitation, she considered how the people in the room had treated her and, with a resigned smile, followed him out. Once outside, Zhang Feng softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you." His words brought her a measure of comfort, yet she still inquired, "Where are you taking me, and what do you intend to do?" The moment she spoke, her voice was melodious, and Zhang Feng suddenly recognized her. She was none other than the internet celebrity who had famously remarked, "Hey dog, can you handle this?" It dawned on him who Cheng Jieju truly was. Zhang Feng held her hand and, in response to her question, said with a smile, "It's quite simple. I find you appealing. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat your fill every day? Do you crave delicious food?" He paused, looking intently at her. Cheng Jieju, without a second thought, replied, "Of course. Who wouldn't want to be well fed?" She had longed for a full stomach in the past. She had to diet and exercise to maintain her figure. But now, the situation was dire. Food was scarce, and they were left with minimal provisions. They had to ration their meals, often eating only once a day, and the portions were meager. This period had left Cheng Jieju famished, naturally making her yearn for a proper meal. Zhang Feng chuckled. "Then it's easily arranged that I will provide for you and ensure your safety. But in return, you must become my servant. From now on, you will heed my commands and serve me well. That is my only requirement, that if you agree, I will take you with me, but of course, I do not wish to coerce you. If you feel that following me is a burden, I can let you return. Just remember, in this era, conditions like mine are exceedingly rare. You know what life is like in those survivor bases. They consist of men supporting several women, with those women being shared among them. Surely, you do not wish to be part of such a scenario?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Cheng Jieju shuddered, her heart growing cold. She absolutely detested the notion of being shared among many. When she had become an internet celebrity, she had been an ambitious woman with a clear goal: to marry a wealthy man. She had remained virtuous, preserving her integrity. However, she never anticipated that her dream of marrying a rich man would crumble as the world descended into chaos. All her aspirations lay in ruins, and she had initially contemplated merely surviving. Yet, Zhang Feng's appearance altered everything. She understood what he desired: to make her his woman. This she could accept, as Zhang Feng had pointed out. Serving one man was far better than being shared among many. Moreover, she could discern that Zhang Feng was no ordinary man. He possessed the ability to protect himself, evident from the weapon he carried. "All right, I will go with you," Cheng Jieju declared, having grasped the essence of the situation. Zhang Feng's heart leaped with joy. Surprised at how easily he had succeeded, he recognized that the simplicity of this outcome stemmed from the current environment. Offering food and safety was the greatest show of goodwill. "So, you are willingly becoming my servant?" Zhang Feng asked seriously. Cheng Jieju shot him a glance, no longer fearful, and replied, "Indeed, I agree. That's sufficient. Congratulations on acquiring a premium servant. You have been rewarded with a supernatural power, innate divine strength. Innate divine strength, level 1, enhances the body, granting immense physical power, with arms capable of lifting 1,000 pounds. Zhang Feng was taken aback as yet another supernatural ability manifested. Including the previous powers, he now possessed 3. A surge of formidable energy coursed through him, and he felt his physique becoming more robust. His muscles swelled, transforming his previously slender frame into one of impressive stature. This was the effect of innate divine strength. Not only did it enhance his physical strength, but it also significantly increased his resilience. After all, to wield such power, one's body must be sufficiently strong. Zhang Feng reveled in this newfound ability. Who wouldn't want a powerful physique? Though innate divine strength was only at level 1, the strength he had gained was remarkable, that he realized he now possessed 3,000 pounds of strength. This was merely the beginning of innate divine strength's potential. He gazed at Cheng Jieju with growing admiration. Truly, she was a remarkable woman who did not appreciate being shared among many. "What are you looking at me for?" Cheng Jieju asked, sensing his gaze and feeling a hint of concern. "Nothing much, just that I find you captivating, and the more I look, the more I like you." Here is an idea. If you give me a kiss now, I will bestow upon you extraordinary power. Just like this, as he spoke, Zhang Feng delivered a powerful punch to a nearby wooden door, shattering it with a resounding crash. Cheng Jieje stood there, utterly astonished. She was aware of Zhang Feng's capabilities, but she had not anticipated them to be so formidable. He had effortlessly punched through a solid door. Did I your hand all right? Cheng Jieje exclaimed, grabbing his fist to inspect it. After all, striking a thick wooden door could cause injury. Yet upon examination, she found no signs of harm. That was truly unbelievable. Zhang Feng's hand was remarkably unscathed. How is it? Do you desire such power? Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Yes, I want it. Cheng Jieje eagerly nodded, her face alight with anticipation. Zhang Feng chuckled softly. Then it depends on your performance. Without hesitation, Cheng Jieje embraced him and pressed her lips to his. After all, she had nothing to lose. The intensity of her kiss exceeded Zhang Feng's expectations. They lingered for a while before parting, and Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Well done. I appreciate your attitude and intelligence. Now, I shall grant you extraordinary power. However, I must also inform you that while I can bestow power upon you, I can just as easily take it away, along with your life. Furthermore, should I perish one day, you will share the same fate. This is the price of being my servant. But the benefits of serving me, as you have likely already sensed, are substantial. I can endow you with immense supernatural strength. At this moment, Cheng Jieje was utterly astonished. She could sense that she had acquired an abundance of formidable powers: night vision, firearms proficiency, marksmanship mastery, and innate strength, apart from her innate strength which she had obtained in its complete form. The other abilities had been somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, even with these weakened powers, Cheng Jieje felt a significant enhancement. With just a handgun, she could become invincible in the presence of ordinary individuals. No, she would not even require a handgun, for she had already gained innate strength, an extraordinary force of 3,000 pounds that a mere punch from her would suffice to annihilate an average person. However, despite her immense power, Cheng Jieje lacked combat skills. And when it came to actual fighting, she would still face certain disadvantages. Zhang Feng was also observing Cheng Jieje. When he acquired his innate strength, his body had been reinforced, his muscles swelling to give him a more robust physique. He wondered what effect sharing this innate strength with Cheng Jieje would have. Would it also render her more imposing? This was the very point Zhang Feng was keenly observing. That an astonishing spectacle soon manifested in Cheng Jieje. While her body did not exhibit any signs of muscular inflation, it had undergone an optimization. Previously, her height had been a significant drawback. She was not tall enough, and her figure lacked elegance. However, upon receiving innate strength, Cheng Jieje's physique was refined, rectifying various imperfections. Her thighs became slimmer, her height increased, and her silhouette appeared tall and graceful. Rather than becoming bulkier, her figure had improved remarkably. Zhang Feng pinched the muscle on Cheng Jieje's arm. It was tender, entirely unlike the iron-like muscles on his own body. Zhang Feng was taken aback, never having anticipated that the effect of innate strength on a woman would manifest in such a manner. How do you feel now? Zhang Feng inquired. I feel fantastic, absolutely wonderful. I've never felt this good before, Cheng Jieje exclaimed excitedly. Try testing your strength. Go ahead and punch the door, Zhang Feng suggested. All right, Cheng Jieje replied, and with that, she directed a punch toward the wooden door before her. With a crack, the door was shattered by her blow, achieving the same result Zhang Feng had once accomplished. Truly, she was a fearsome force of violent femininity. Zhang Feng mused that he couldn't help but acknowledge that the innate strength ability was exceptionally favorable for women. Let us depart. I shall take you home. There are a few of your sisters awaiting you, and you all must learn to coexist harmoniously, Zhang Feng said with a smile. With Cheng Jieje among them, the women in Zhang Feng's household would gain an additional combatant. Yet as Cheng Jieje currently possessed only strength without the skills for combat, she would require Zhang Feng's guidance to cultivate her abilities. That my sisters. Are you saying you have other slaves? Cheng Jieje asked in surprise, clearly discerning that the so-called sisters were indeed Zhang Feng's other slaves. Indeed, Zhang Feng nodded. That as he spoke, he walked, acclimating himself to his newfound strength. Suddenly acquiring 3,000 pounds of power was not an easy adjustment. Fortunately, as this strength was a reward from the system. Zhang Feng adapted to it quite swiftly. Before long, as they exited the building, he had already adjusted to his current capabilities. Upon stepping out of the building, a horde of zombies charged toward Zhang Feng. Cheng Jejia, witnessing this scene, screamed in fright. Zhang Feng, however, maintained his composure as he threw his tang knife, which began to harvest the heads of the zombies under his telekinetic control that as long as he did not encounter mutated zombies. Killing ordinary ones had become a rather effortless task for him. Cheng Jejia was left in awe at the sight. Zhang Feng paid no heed to Cheng Jejia's astonishment that he summoned his motorcycle, mounted it, and shouted at Cheng Jejia, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get on." Awakening from her stupor, Cheng Jejia quickly hopped onto the motorcycle's rear seat, her arms encircling Zhang Feng's waist. With a surge of speed, Zhang Feng sped away. The streets at night were teeming with zombies, but Zhang Feng's motorcycle, with its swift speed and ability to weave through tight spaces, allowed them to evade the undead. Ordinary zombies posed no threat to him, though a few mutated ones chased after them. Fortunately, Zhang Feng utilized his telekinesis to thwart their pursuit, ultimately ensuring a safe return to the community with Cheng Jejia. The zombies within the community had largely been eradicated by Zhang Feng, allowing for a secure entrance. While there were several survivors in the vicinity, they were timid, preferring to hide in their homes rather than venture outside. Thus, they remained oblivious to the fact that the community had returned to safety. As they entered the villa, Yang Mi and the others, hearing the commotion, hurried over. Yang Mi brandished a handgun, the defensive weapon Zhang Feng had provided her. Upon seeing Zhang Feng return, Yang Mi sighed in relief. However, the sight of Zhang Feng bringing another beautiful woman back left her both amused and perplexed. She had not anticipated where Zhang Feng had found so many attractive women. Yet, Yang Mi suspected that Zhang Feng's acquisition of these women was somehow linked to his own abilities. Although she had her suspicions, she had never broached the subject with him, as she was a perceptive woman who understood what could and could not be said. "Allow me to introduce you. This is your new sister, Cheng Jejia. She will be a part of our family from now on, so let us all welcome her," Zhang Feng announced. "Welcome to our family, Cheng Jejia." Yang Mi greeted with a smile. Having seamlessly stepped into her role as Zhang Feng's first slave, she felt a natural inclination to maintain the harmony of their group, given her satisfaction with their current way of life and her desire for it to persist. "You are Yang Mi, and you are Reba?" Cheng Jejia exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting to find Yang Mi and Reba here, and evidently also part of Zhang Feng's household. "You all take your time to chat. I have matters to attend to, and please get her something to eat, and a bath. She's quite odorous." Zhang Feng instructed Yang Mi, understanding and astute. Yang Mi appreciated Zhang Feng's hope that she would keep the household in order. "Rest assured, I will handle everything properly," Yang Mi replied with a smile. "That is reassuring." Zhang Feng nodded slightly and turned to leave the villa. Encountering Cheng Jejia was an unexpected delight for him. Yet Zhang Feng still had his own tasks left unfinished. From Cheng Jejia, he had acquired the skill of innate strength, which bestowed upon him formidable physical power. Zhang Feng felt increasingly confident in his ability to confront the mutated zombies. Upon exiting the residential complex, Zhang Feng mounted his motorcycle, deliberately drawing the attention of the surrounding zombies. Both ordinary zombies and the more formidable mutated ones were lured out by his presence. Zhang Feng had no interest in the common zombies. His gaze was solely fixed on the mutated variants that a heavy, ominous footfall echoed as a towering mutant zombie, standing at an imposing 2.5 meters, forcefully pushed through the throng of zombies and strode toward him. This was an exceptionally powerful, strength-based mutated zombie. Zhang Feng quickly assessed the situation and set his sights on this formidable foe. He stowed his motorcycle and boldly approached the mutated zombie. The ordinary zombies around him did not attack, allowing Zhang Feng to approach the mutated one with ease. Suddenly, the mutated zombie let out a furious roar and charged at Zhang Feng. Sensing something amiss, the mutated zombie instinctively recognized Zhang Feng as a target in close proximity. The zombie's instincts could not be concealed, prompting its aggressive behavior. The ordinary zombies around began to stir restlessly. Zhang Feng seized the moment to accelerate and reach the mutated zombie's side, wielding his tang knife with fierce intent. Although Zhang Feng lacked combat finesse, his strength was overwhelming when he swung the blade. It was nothing short of devastating. The mutated zombie instinctively raised its head to defend against the attack. With a resounding crack, the tang knife sliced through the muscle of the zombie's arm. Yet it was halted by the bone beneath. The bones of a strength-type mutated zombie were remarkably resilient. Zhang Feng swiftly withdrew his knife and retreated just in time as the mutated zombie's fist came crashing down. Though it missed Zhang Feng, the punch struck a nearby car, obliterating its roof. The sheer power of that blow was staggering. In that moment, Zhang Feng's expression darkened. Only by confronting the mutated zombie up close could he truly appreciate its strength and the palpable pressure it exerted. He also recognized his own shortcomings. His lack of close combat skills made battling the mutated zombies a precarious endeavor. Quick battles are essential. I cannot afford to delay any longer, Zhang Feng thought to himself. Simultaneously, an idea struck him. He devised a method to eliminate the mutated zombie. Zhang Feng surged forward once more, and as he neared the mutated zombie, he suddenly leaped into the air, utilizing his telekinetic abilities. He soared over the zombie's head. In midair, he pivoted and brought his knife down upon the back of the mutated zombie's neck. This unexpected assault caught the mutated zombie completely off guard. And with a tremendous force, Zhang Feng severed its head from its body. The decapitated zombie, devoid of its brain, was rendered incapable of further combat. With a heavy thud, its massive form collapsed to the ground. Zhang Feng seized the zombie's head and swiftly made his escape. Inside the head lay energy crystals, which he was determined not to forsake. The surrounding zombies swiftly closed in, but they were no match for Zhang Feng's speed. Employing his telekinetic powers, he propelled himself across rooftops and walls, swiftly distancing himself from the horde. Once safely away, Zhang Feng opened the mutated zombie's head and extracted an energy crystal that he absorbed the crystal's energy. And this time, he could choose which of his powers to enhance. Among the powers he possessed were the manipulation of flames, telekinesis, and innate strength. Zhang Feng opted to augment his flame manipulation, as it was the most destructive ability at his disposal. Boosting this power would enable him to dispatch zombies more efficiently. Having absorbed the energy crystal, Zhang Feng continued his search for additional mutated zombies to eliminate. As night fell, the zombies became increasingly active, making it relatively easy to locate suitable targets. After considerable effort, he successfully completed the task of slaying 10 mutated zombies. Upon vanquishing the 10th one, Zhang Feng, despite his formidable strength, exhaled a sigh of exhaustion. At last, the task was accomplished and he received a reward, a special title, Night King. Night King. In dark environments, combat power is increased by 50%. Zhang Feng beamed at the reward. The Night King title conferred a remarkable enhancement, directly boosting his combat effectiveness by 50%. Although it could not be utilized during the day, its power at night was more than sufficient. Eager to test the potency of the Night King title, Zhang Feng scanned the area for a target. Ordinary zombies were of no interest to him. Only mutated ones warranted his attention. Suddenly, a glimmer of opportunity arose as a speed-based mutated zombie appeared before him. Its slender frame belied its incredible speed. Zhang Feng began to gather energy for a fireball technique. Sensing the energy coalescing, the mutated zombie immediately grew wary and scanned its surroundings in a swift motion. Zhang Feng emerged from his cover and hurled the fireball at the mutated zombie. Realizing the imminent threat posed by the fireball's terrifying energy, the mutated zombie attempted to evade the attack. At that moment, Zhang Feng's telekinesis struck the zombie's legs, causing it to tumble to the ground. The fireball crashed into the mutated zombie, igniting a massive explosion. The diminutive zombie was obliterated, reduced to pieces. Zhang Feng stood in astonishment, the sheer power of the fireball technique far exceeding his expectations. Previously, while it could injure mutated zombies, he had never witnessed such utter devastation. This was the result of the Night King's 50% combat power enhancement. What once merely wounded now delivered a lethal blow. Rushing over, Zhang Feng retrieved the zombie's head and made his swift exit as the horde of ordinary zombies surged behind him. However, these common zombies posed no threat to him. Zhang Feng was immensely pleased with the effects of the Night King title, particularly its efficacy in practical combat scenarios, that he sought another strength-based mutated zombie to test its capabilities further. After all, the defensive capabilities of speed-type zombies were no match for their strength-based counterparts. In the end, even the strength-type mutated zombies could not withstand the enhanced fireball technique. Despite their towering stature, they were utterly decimated by Zhang Feng's assault, that a direct hit to the head would spell doom for even the mightiest of strength-type mutated zombies. Chapter 44. The bold Cheng Jiejia with the enhancement from the Night King title. The potency of Zhang Feng's abilities had increased dramatically. Not only had his flame manipulation improved, but all his powers had received a boost. Particularly, his innate strength surged by an astonishing 1,500 pounds. Zhang Feng had previously tested his strength against the mutated zombies and found he could not sever their limbs. However, now, with the additional strength, he could effortlessly cleave through a mutated zombie's arm with a single strike. The enhancement in destructive capability was profoundly evident. Zhang Feng's thirst for battle was ignited, and after consecutively slaying 7 more mutated zombies, this fervor finally began to wane. Continuous high-intensity combat had taken its toll, and he sensed a growing burden. Continuing to fight would be an unwise choice. Recognizing his need for respite, Zhang Feng wisely opted to return to the villa. Shortly thereafter, he arrived back at the villa, where he was greeted by the sound of light laughter emanating from the living room. Evidently, Yang Mi and the others were engaged in jovial conversation. What could possibly be so amusing? Do share, Zhang Feng inquired with a smile. Upon noticing Zhang Feng's return, Yang Mi and the others promptly rose to their feet. That we were just sharing a joke. And it had everyone in stitches, Yang Mi said, stifling her laughter. She then recounted the joke once more, but Zhang Feng found little humor in it. He could only muster a wry smile in response. I'm famished. I shall go fetch something to eat. Zhang Feng spoke casually, showing no inclination to be polite to Yang Mi, for she was, after all, his servant, and there was no necessity for courtesy. All right, I shall attend to it immediately, Yang Mi replied, promptly bustling into the kitchen. The remaining women were not particularly adept at cooking, and only Yang Mi possessed skills that could be deemed satisfactory. Thus, the task of preparing food rested squarely on her shoulders. Zhang Feng indeed hoped to find a professional chef, but suitable candidates were rather elusive, leaving it to chance. While Yang Mi's culinary abilities were commendable, they paled in comparison to those of a seasoned chef. Moreover, Zhang Feng had no intention of having Yang Mi cook perpetually. Such specialized tasks ought to be entrusted to a chef. Zhang Feng's gaze swept over Reba, Huang Yueying, and Cheng Jiejia, and he remarked with a smile, It seems you three have gotten along quite well. I need not worry about any altercations, that we would never fight. We are good sisters, Reba pouted adorably, prompting Zhang Feng to steal another glance at her. His heart igniting with a fervor. Observing Reba, then Cheng Jiejia and Huang Yueying, only fueled the flames within him further. I'm going to take a shower. Who among you will scrub my back? Zhang Feng addressed the trio. They were somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that he would request such a service from them. However, considering they were now his slaves, it seemed only natural for them to fulfill such duties. I shall do it, Cheng Jiejia volunteered. Being a clever and ambitious woman, she understood well that her actions could be most advantageous, that if she could swiftly become Zhang Feng's woman, her future would undoubtedly be more secure. Huang Yueying and Reba also desired to assist, but after Cheng Jiejia stepped forward, they felt a bit embarrassed to follow suit. Then it shall be Cheng Jiejia. Zhang Feng nodded, his gaze flitting back to Reba and Huang Yueying as he chuckled. Next time it will be your turn. Without waiting for their protests, he turned and strode toward the bathroom. After a night of battling mutated zombies, Zhang Feng was reeking of blood and felt quite uncomfortable. He was eager to cleanse himself. Upon entering the bathroom, he swiftly shed his clothing, revealing his splendid physique. Cheng Jiejia's eyes sparkled with a flicker of desire as she beheld his magnificent form. It is a truth universally acknowledged that not only men admire beauty, women too appreciate handsome figures, especially when they come with a well-toned body. Zhang Feng, already handsome, was now further enhanced by his perfect physique, striking at the very heart of Cheng Jiejia's defenses. Come here and help me wash, Zhang Feng commanded Cheng Jiejia. Yes, master, she responded softly, fully aware that her actions were pivotal to her own interests. Now was the moment for her to put her resolve into action. Determined, Cheng Jiejia shed her foul-smelling garments and pressed herself against Zhang Feng's back. Zhang Feng took his time in the shower, and when he finally emerged, he wore an expression of pure refreshment. Yang Mi had prepared the meal, and upon seeing Zhang Feng's expression and the way Cheng Jiejia walked, her heart began to race. Yang Mi felt a pang of anxiety. She had not anticipated that Cheng Jiejia would be so brazen as to steal her master away on the very first day. It was clear that she needed to take action. Chapter 45. Yang Mi's initiative for this late-night meal. Yang Mi had prepared pan-seared steak and boiled noodles, which were quite delectable, and Zhang Feng was thoroughly satisfied, given his current physical condition. He had no need to worry about gaining weight, so he could indulge freely, even at night. Once his hunger was satiated, Zhang Feng declared, "You all should rest early tonight. We have a collective mission tomorrow." "Are we to participate in the joint operation as well?" Reba inquired, surprised. Zhang Feng smiled and replied, "Indeed. All of you will join. I plan to take you to the supermarket tomorrow. Our supplies are still insufficient." "Zero-cost shopping at the supermarket? That sounds wonderful. I want to go," Reba exclaimed eagerly. "Will there be danger?" Huang Yueying asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is little risk during the day. Furthermore, with our current capabilities, we are unlikely to encounter any threats," Zhang Feng reassured them. After all, with his prowess, he could effortlessly crush ordinary zombies, and even mutated ones posed little challenge. "Then we shall go," Yang Mi affirmed, recognizing that supplies were essential for their survival. The more provisions they had, the better. Not only food but also clothing, spices, and other necessities, especially the various items required by women, needed to be stockpiled. The prospect of gathering supplies excited the women immensely. "All right, rest early," Zhang Feng announced as he rose and made his way toward his bedroom. The villa had ample rooms, allowing each of them to have their own private space. Once in his room, Zhang Feng removed his clothing and fell onto the bed, ready to sleep. At this hour, there was little to be done, and it was wiser to rest early, especially after a long day of combat that had left him exhausted. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a figure cautiously entered. Zhang Feng jolted awake, sitting up and gazing toward the entrance. Thanks to his night vision, he could see clearly even in the dim light that he recognized Yang Mi stepping inside. "Yang Mi, what brings you here?" Zhang Feng asked, astonished. The following morning, the daily tasks were reactivated. Zhang Feng glanced at the new tasks, and his expression brightened. Daily task: eliminate 1,000 zombies. Reward skill: Master of Combat. Master of Combat. Proficient in various hand-to-hand combat techniques. The skill reward from the Master of Combat was something Zhang Feng held in great esteem. Though he possessed immense strength, he lacked the corresponding combat techniques. The arrival of the Master of Combat was indeed fortuitous, and for Zhang Feng, eliminating a mere 1,000 zombies was hardly a challenge. Yan Mi, feeling unwell, decided to rest at home today, even delegating the task of preparing breakfast to the other girls. After having his breakfast, Zhang Feng set out to complete his mission. As for the task of grocery shopping, he would attend to it after he had accomplished his mission and acquired the skills of the Master of Combat. Defeating 1,000 ordinary zombies was quite manageable for Zhang Feng at this stage, although 1,000 mutated zombies would undoubtedly be beyond his capabilities. With a plan forming in his mind, Zhang Feng sought to test his hypothesis that he found a building to conceal himself in and produced a speaker, using his telekinetic abilities to place it atop the roof of a dilapidated bus in the middle of the street. As the music blared from the speaker, the surrounding zombies were irresistibly drawn to it. However, the zombies found it impossible to climb the tall bus, and for the time being, the speaker remained untouched. Zhang Feng calmly waited, and once he felt enough time had passed, he retrieved his Desert Eagle. Controlling the Desert Eagle with his telekinesis, he maneuvered it in a position above the bus, having previously tested this method of attack. Zhang Feng quickly became adept at shooting with precision. The sound of gunfire echoed as the Desert Eagle unleashed its fury, fast, stable, and strikingly accurate, ensuring a 100% hit rate. Each targeted zombie met its end with a single shot to the head. Only Zhang Feng possessed the ability to achieve such a feat, as the perspective of wielding a firearm through telekinesis differed greatly from holding it in his hands. It was only with his mastery of marksmanship that he could pull this off seamlessly. Unbeknownst to the zombies, Zhang Feng was the one firing the shots, and thus they did not attempt to attack him, but he remained tranquil, shooting with a calm demeanor. His telekinesis provided ample force to stabilize the Desert Eagle, which boasted an infinite supply of ammunition, allowing Zhang Feng to slay the zombies with abandon. Eliminate 1,000 zombies. He merely needed to fire 1,000 rounds. Despite the continuous barrage, the rate of fire of the handgun proved insufficient, as the number of zombies continued to swell. Yet, Zhang Feng found satisfaction in this. For the more zombies there were, the easier they would be to dispatch. Before long, the mission was successfully completed. However, the extensive use of telekinesis took a toll on his mental stamina, leaving Zhang Feng feeling fatigued. Fortunately, he had achieved his objective and claimed his reward. the skills of the master of combat. This newfound mastery bestowed upon Zhang Feng a wealth of combat knowledge and techniques, transforming him into a formidable close-quarters combatant, that he now realized how naive and laughable his previous fighting style had been in the past. He relied solely on brute strength, with no finesse whatsoever. Viewed from his current perspective, he could see the numerous flaws in his previous approach. Thankfully, he had not encountered any formidable opponents who could exploit those weaknesses. Now, armed with the skills of the master of combat, Zhang Feng was no longer encumbered by such vulnerabilities that a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, and an aura of fierce confidence radiated from him, something his former self had lacked. The master of combat was not limited to unarmed fighting. It encompassed mastery of all melee weapons and martial techniques. Zhang Feng had naturally absorbed all related fighting skills, including knife techniques, although the master of combat had its limitations. While proficient in various cold weaponry and unarmed strikes, it did not specialize in any single weapon. For instance, while the master of combat included specialized techniques for knife fighting, it could not attain the level of a knife master. This was akin to Zhang Feng's previous proficiency with firearms, which made him a skilled shooter, while the gun master skill would elevate him to the status of a gun king. At this moment, Zhang Feng was filled with a fervent desire for battle. His gaze swept over the zombies on the street, igniting a primal urge within him. With a fierce growl, Zhang Feng leapt from the second floor. He landed smoothly, and in a fluid motion, drew his Tang Dao, delivering a horizontal slash that severed a zombie's head in one clean stroke. In a swift turn, he swung the blade at another zombie, swiftly dispatching it as well. With each rotation of his body, the Tang Dao flowed like a dragon, allowing Zhang Feng to navigate through the horde of zombies with ease, every nearby foe falling victim to his blade. At that moment, he resembled a master swordsman harvesting the lives of the undead. The exhilaration was intoxicating, prompting Zhang Feng to erupt into laughter. This battle was a liberating experience for him, one that stirred a deep sense of joy within. As more zombies approached, he remained unfazed, effortlessly dispatching them with each strike. Onlookers from the surrounding buildings watched in awe as Zhang Feng fought through the swarm, effortlessly slaying the zombies before him. They were aware that extraordinary powers existed among the survivors, as news of such abilities had circulated online. Yet witnessing someone so casually eliminate zombies was a first for them. How incredible is this person? How I wish I could possess such power, many thought enviously. Some even discreetly waved their clothes from the windows, hoping to catch Zhang Feng's attention, yearning to join him. However, Zhang Feng remained oblivious to their gestures, focused solely on his exhilarating slaughter. It was only after he had relished the thrill of combat that he decided to depart. Meanwhile, the scene of Zhang Feng combating zombies was captured on camera and quickly spread across the internet. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Feng returned to the villa, where Qingjia and others stood in anticipation. "Are you all ready? We are about to set off," Zhang Feng announced. This was part of his earlier plan to take them on an outing to the supermarket to gather supplies. "We're all set," replied Qingjia and the others eagerly. "Then let us depart." Zhang Feng nodded and turned to leave. He had equipped each of them with a handgun and shared the relevant skills to ensure their safety. In addition to the handguns, he had also prepared fire axes for them to wield against any approaching zombies. While the handguns were more effective, their loud gunfire might attract unwanted attention from the undead, making cold weapons a necessary precaution. The vehicle, a BMW SUV provided by Yanmi, was more than adequate for their needs. Once they were all inside, Huang Yuyao took the wheel, as Reba didn't know how to drive. And both Qingjia and Zhang Feng were primarily combatants. Thus, Huang Yuyao was entrusted with the task of driving. The car soon exited the community, and as they traveled, zombies were drawn to the sound of the vehicle. Huang Yuyao visibly began to panic. "Do not fear. Just drive straight through. They are not human. They are zombies." Zhang Feng spoke softly, offering both comfort to Huang Yuyao and subtly urging her to drive straight through, without being deterred by the sight of zombies. After all, the road was teeming with the undead, and any attempt to change direction would be futile. The only viable option was to forge ahead. As for the route, Zhang Feng had meticulously prepared it in advance, clearing any obstacles along the way. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to venture forth in a vehicle with several women. Zhang Feng's expedition aimed not only to gather supplies, but also to expose these women to the harsh realities of the outside world. ensuring they did not grow complacent in their sheltered existence, believing life beyond their sanctuary to be equally comfortable. Inside the car, silence prevailed. Apart from Zhang Feng's calm demeanor, the remaining women were fraught with anxiety, acutely aware of the zombies lurking just outside. Suddenly, a low growl echoed as a mutated zombie charged towards them, causing Huang Yuyo to blanch in terror. "Keep driving. I will deal with this zombie," Zhang Feng said with unwavering composure, his steady voice helping to soothe Huang Yuyo's nerves. He opened the car door and leapt out, using his telekinetic abilities to momentarily take flight. Though his speed was not rapid, it was sufficient for combat. Zhang Feng propelled himself towards the mutated zombie, concentrating a fireball in his hand before launching it directly at the creature. The fireball struck with a resounding explosion, sending the mutated zombie hurtling away in a grotesque display in that instant. Zhang Feng closed the distance, wielding his Tang Dao with lethal precision. This strike harnessed all his strength, a stark contrast to the blows he had delivered the previous night, infusing 3,000 pounds of force into this single stroke. He executed a swift motion that severed the zombie's neck. Seizing the head of the now vanquished zombie, Zhang Feng stored it within his dimensional space, knowing he could not afford to linger over it at this moment. He swiftly returned to the vehicle, where the multitude of zombies surrounding them rendered the car's speed inadequate, yet Zhang Feng was easily able to catch up. Otherwise, he would have struggled to keep pace. "Master, you are incredible," Cheng Jiejia exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. "That if I weren't formidable, how could I claim the title of your master?" Zhang Feng replied with a smile, "But do not envy my abilities. You too can possess such power." That he spoke the truth, for these women were his subordinates and could share in his strength. Provided they utilized this power wisely, they too could exhibit formidable combat prowess. While they might not rival Zhang Feng, they could certainly handle a mutated zombie. Throughout their journey, they encountered several more mutated zombies, all of which Zhang Feng dispatched with ease. Yet a sense of unease settled within him. Even during daylight, the dangers were escalating. The number of mutated zombies in the city was on the rise, and the peril within the urban landscape was multiplying exponentially. While Zhang Feng felt secure, the safety of his subordinates was far less certain. It was clear that they could no longer remain in the city. Chapter 48. Supermarket Harvest. Zhang Feng resolved to distance himself from the urban center, as the sheer volume of ordinary zombies meant an even greater number of mutated ones. With the increasing presence of these formidable foes, the city was becoming increasingly treacherous. Additionally, he contemplated the acquisition of water and food. Although his dimensional space could store a significant amount of provisions, vegetables and fruits still required cultivation. Zhang Feng envisioned establishing a secure base in a safe zone away from the city. While lost in thought, Huang Yuyo quietly announced, "Master, we have arrived at the supermarket." "Understood, drive straight in," Zhang Feng instructed. The vehicle barreled into the supermarket, crashing through the entrance and scattering the zombies blocking the way. "Do not exit just yet," Zhang Feng cautioned the women before he leapt from the car, Tang Dao in hand. Confronting the ordinary zombies, he became an unstoppable force. None could withstand his blade. The sheer power he wielded left Reba and the others in awe. Although they had witnessed Zhang Feng's prowess in battle before, each encounter with his ferocity among the undead left them astonished that in mere moments, all the zombies within the supermarket had been eradicated. Zhang Feng opened the car door and called out to the women, "Everyone out. Let us proceed according to plan." "All right, we will get to work immediately," Reba stammered, still taken aback by Zhang Feng's strength. The three women disembarked and began gathering supplies from their surroundings, snacks, beverages, and food, all stored in their dimensional space. Zhang Feng, brandishing his Tang Dao, approached the supermarket entrance, where the commotion had attracted a horde of zombies. He stood resolute, single-handedly holding the line against the onslaught, repelling each zombie that dared to approach. This was the strategy he had devised. Zhang Feng would fend off the zombies while Reba and her companions scoured the interior for supplies. Though there were indeed zombies inside the supermarket, their numbers were manageable. As long as Reba and her companions remained vigilant, they could handle the scattered threats. Zhang Feng attentively monitored the situation, ensuring the safety of the women he cared for. Fortunately, the number of zombies at the entrance was not as overwhelming as anticipated, and after dispatching a considerable number, the area was cleared. With a sense of urgency, Zhang Feng entered the supermarket, eager to reunite with Reba and her companions. Upon entering, he found the interior eerily empty. All usable items had been swiftly collected and stored in their dimensional space, as Zhang Feng had instructed that in times like these. Every resource was precious, and even the most mundane items were worth taking. Reba and her companions reveled in their $0 shopping spree, gleefully collecting everything in sight. The thrill of being able to take whatever they wanted was exhilarating. Although their dimensional space was not as vast as Yang Mi's, it was still ample enough for their needs. The three women excitedly filled their storage with food, drink, and other essentials, alleviating their concerns about hunger. "You all have done remarkably well," Zhang Feng remarked with a smile as he caught up to them. "Of course," Cheng Jieje replied proudly. "By the way, Master, I just killed 2 zombies," she added, eager for praise. "Well done," Zhang Feng affirmed, though he knew that given Cheng Jieje's strength, such a feat was not particularly commendable. "I also took down a zombie," Reba chimed in, equally exhilarated. Each of these women possessed unique abilities, and Zhang Feng had shared his skills and powers with them, that in terms of combat potential, they were far from lacking. It was merely their inexperience that held them back. This was precisely why Zhang Feng had brought them along, to expose them to the outside world and provide them with the opportunity to engage in combat. "You all have done well," Zhang Feng noted with a smile, that in this world there will be countless zombies, and if we do not learn to fight them, survival will be an arduous challenge. "Yes, we will definitely learn to battle the zombies." Reba and the others replied in unison. "All right, let us all get to work together," Zhang Feng remarked with a smile, swiftly gathering the supplies around him. He collected every item he could find, indiscriminately stowing them away in his storage space. With the scarcity of resources, anything could prove useful. Even a roll of toilet paper would one day be a valuable commodity, hard to obtain even with money, thus necessitating ample storage. As Zhang Feng scanned his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a rack of small raincoats. After some contemplation, he decided to gather them as well. Although he did not favor the raincoats, the current instability compelled him to prepare for any eventuality, particularly in case his women were to become pregnant, which would present its own set of complications. Hence, these raincoats were a necessity. Chapter 49. The people of the warehouse within the supermarket, scattered zombies lingered. Concerned for the safety of his women, Zhang Feng opted not to split up and instead had the 4 of them work together to collect supplies. This approach ensured a greater degree of safety. Should danger arise, Zhang Feng would be there to handle it. Fortunately, they encountered only a few zombies during their efforts, which Zhang Feng dispatched effortlessly with his telekinesis, leaving no impact on the group. Logically, in a supermarket of this nature, survivors should exist. However, the presence of zombies suggested that previous survivors had likely perished while searching for supplies, unable to escape the onslaught. Some of these zombies may have once been survivors themselves. Zhang Feng paid little heed to the circumstances. The supermarket held resources, and that was all that mattered to him. This supermarket was not particularly large, and the supplies were limited. Through the collective efforts of the 4, they soon emptied the supermarket of its goods. Just as Zhang Feng was preparing to leave, Huang Yuyo suddenly interjected. "Master, there should be a warehouse in the supermarket. Shall we not check it?" Still unaccustomed to addressing Zhang Feng as master, Huang Yuyo stumbled over the words. Yet, her reminder jolted Zhang Feng's memory. He had indeed overlooked the supermarket's warehouse. He smiled at her, saying, "You are right. I was remiss that we should investigate the warehouse. There must be more supplies there." "Yes, the warehouse. I had almost forgotten about it." Reba chimed in excitedly. They had already amassed a considerable bounty of supplies in the supermarket, enough sustenance to sustain them for several years. The thought of no longer lacking food filled Reba and the others with elation. After all, in the apocalypse, 2 priorities stand paramount: ensuring personal safety and securing ample nourishment. With Zhang Feng safeguarding their safety and food no longer a concern, they naturally felt a profound sense of happiness. The group commenced their search for the warehouse's location. After a thorough search, they finally located it. However, on their way to the warehouse, they encountered several zombie attacks. Zhang Feng refrained from intervening, leaving the task of dispatching the zombies to Huang Yuyo and her companions. Recognizing their need for practical combat experience, upon reaching the warehouse, they found the door locked. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng was unfazed. He grasped the doorknob and activated his unlocking skill, successfully disengaging the lock, to his surprise. The door was barricaded from the inside, but he could hear voices emanating from within. There were indeed people inside the warehouse. Zhang Feng deduced that there must be survivors, as no one would block the door without reason. Inside the warehouse were indeed individuals, and a considerable number at that. During the previous zombie attack in the supermarket, many had managed to survive. With zombies lurking in the supermarket, these survivors had sought refuge in the warehouse, where food and water were sufficient to sustain them for a long time. Within the warehouse, Zhang Biao regarded the door with a grave expression, fully aware that he was the de facto leader of this stronghold. Shortly after the apocalypse began, Zhang Biao had awakened his superpower, using it to dominate the other men within the group, turning them into his subordinates. The remaining women, naturally, became spoils for Zhang Biao and his followers. Thus, the warehouse became his domain, where he ruled with an iron fist. The women, lacking the means to resist, were forced to endure Zhang Biao's tyranny. Those who disobeyed were bound and cast out of the warehouse, left to face the zombies outside, where they would meet a gruesome fate. This harrowing reality left the women in a state of shock, stripping them of any courage to oppose Zhang Biao. However, today, an unexpected event transpired. Someone was outside the warehouse, clearing away the zombies and attempting to open the door. Zhang Biao recognized this as the arrival of other survivors. Naturally, he was filled with wariness towards these newcomers. After all, their intentions remained unknown. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng had grown accustomed to his current lifestyle, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction that he had no desire to alter his newfound existence that in peacetime. Zhang Biao had merely been a security guard on a construction site, powerful yet relegated to the lowest rungs of society. However, after the apocalypse, he awakened his powers and became the leader of this group, commanding several obedient subordinates and having his pick of women. Aside from the inability to venture outside, Zhang Biao was immensely pleased with his current situation. As the warehouse door was pushed open, Zhang Biao was taken aback. He had securely locked the door and could not fathom how it had been unlocked. Fortunately, there was still a heavy object pressing against the door, preventing it from opening too easily. Yet, to Zhang Biao's astonishment, the weight behind the door seemed almost non-existent, allowing it to be pushed open with determination and increasing speed. Soon, the door swung wide open, revealing a man and 3 women. Zhang Biao's gaze locked onto the 3 women, his eyes shining with desire. They were breathtakingly beautiful that I must have them, he thought excitedly that moment. Zhang Feng also beheld the occupants of the warehouse, his expression one of astonishment at Zhang Biao's terrifying appearance. Zhang Biao's skin had turned completely black, layered in a way that suggested a grotesque accumulation of flesh. Zhang Feng sensed a powerful energy emanating from him, an indication of his supernatural abilities. Understanding that the individual before him possessed powers, Zhang Feng felt a surge of tension, that he was uncertain of the extent of Zhang Biao's abilities. If they surpassed his own, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Though confident in his own powers, a degree of caution was warranted. Zhang Feng quietly instructed, "Step back. This person is peculiar." Reba and the others, having caught sight of Zhang Biao and his fearsome appearance, felt a wave of apprehension. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, they promptly retreated. Zhang Biao, unwilling to let the stunning women depart, shouted, "You are not to leave. Return at once." Chapter 50. Zhang Biao's super defense. As Zhang Biao watched the 3 beautiful women attempt to leave, he called out urgently, "You are not allowed to go. Come back here." This was his first encounter with such exquisite beauty, and he was loath to let them slip away. Although the warehouse was not devoid of women, none could compare to the allure of these 3. Zhang Feng's expression darkened at Zhang Biao's words. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded coldly. Zhang Biao replied arrogantly, "Listen closely, kid, that I'm giving you a chance to live. Hand them over, and I will protect you in return, that you're courting death." Zhang Feng spoke coldly, and as his words fell, a desert eagle materialized in his hand, firing a shot directly at Zhang Biao before him. Zhang Feng was aware that Zhang Biao possessed some extraordinary abilities, which was why he opted to attack with a handgun. Initially, Zhang Feng had intended to engage in dialogue and perhaps negotiate a deal. However, upon the man's first utterance demanding Zhang Feng's woman, it became evident that he was no good, leaving no room for further discussion. It was better to resort to violence immediately. The bullet struck Zhang Biao squarely in the forehead, sending him flying. He let out a wretched scream, but was not killed. Rising from the ground, his face contorted in a vicious grimace. A bullet head was embedded in his brow. A TOB hit in the forehead by a desert eagle and still remain alive was a testament to his formidable defensive capabilities. capabilities that Zhang Feng lacked. Zhang Biao snarled, "You think you can kill me? Don't dream that I possess an immortal body." His ability granted him superhuman defense, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets alike. This was how he managed to dominate the warehouse. Thus, when confronted with Zhang Feng's gunfire, he felt no fear. Truth be told, Zhang Feng's gunshot had startled Zhang Biao momentarily. He merely perceived it as a thump to his head, although the force of the bullet had knocked him down. He sustained no injuries. Now, Zhang Biao was undeterred even by bullets. Zhang Feng regarded him with a discerning eye, unperturbed. After all, Zhang Biao's physique was evidently extraordinary, and it was no surprise he wielded unique powers. Zhang Feng fired several rounds at Zhang Biao, hitting his forehead, cheeks, chest, and throat, yet the bullets were repelled by Zhang Biao's skin, failing to inflict any harm. Zhang Biao laughed triumphantly, striding toward Zhang Feng with confidence. Wielding his machete, he boasted, "Now you see my might, don't you? I am indestructible. You fooled, and no matter how many shots you take, you cannot kill me. That I offer you one last chance. Hand over the 3 women behind you, or I shall end your life." Zhang Feng found this amusing and replied nonchalantly, "No wonder you are so ugly. It is apparent you are quite foolish." That as he spoke, the desert eagle vanished from his grasp, replaced by a fire axe. Given Zhang Biao's defensive prowess, he deemed that a tang knife might not suffice, so he opted for heavier weaponry, the fire axe, upon witnessing the transformation of Zhang Feng's weapon. Zhang Biao was momentarily taken aback. He began to realize that Zhang Feng was no ordinary opponent, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger. After all, if bullets could not penetrate his defenses, how could a mere axe pose a threat? What Zhang Biao did not understand was that while a bulletproof vest might withstand bullets, it certainly could not endure the force of a cannonball, which exceeded the limits of its protective capabilities. Suddenly, Zhang Feng charged forward. His speed was so swift that Zhang Biao could scarcely react. Although Zhang Feng possessed extraordinary defensive abilities, his other capabilities were rather average, making his movements seem somewhat sluggish in comparison. "Die!" Zhang Biao bellowed, swinging his machete toward Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng deftly dodged, evading Zhang Biao's assault with ease. The fire axe struck Zhang Biao's arm with a heavy thud, severing it completely. Zhang Feng, endowed with innate strength, could deliver blows with the force of thousands of pounds. Zhang Biao's defense was indeed formidable, but it relied solely on the resilience of his skin, which had its limits. Zhang Feng had surpassed that threshold as Zhang Biao gazed at his severed arm. A piercing scream escaped him that he had never imagined he would be struck down by an axe. With a sweeping kick, Zhang Feng knocked Zhang Biao to the ground. The axe came down decisively, cleaving into Zhang Biao's neck, blood splattering as his head was severed from his body. Zhang Biao was dead. Chapter 51. The mark of the female warrior Zhang Feng had executed Zhang Biao with remarkable precision, leaving everyone astonished that the once arrogant Zhang Biao had been so easily dispatched. "Well done, splendidly done. That scoundrel is finally dead. Woo, are we saved?" The women in the warehouse erupted in joyous cries upon witnessing Zhang Biao's demise, some even breaking into tears of relief. Zhang Feng observed their disheveled appearances and inferred they had suffered greatly at the hands of Zhang Biao. Thus, their joy was understandable. The remaining men, however, wore expressions of fear. They had committed numerous misdeeds alongside Zhang Biao and wondered if this man before them would turn on them as well. Yet, Zhang Feng paid them no mind. His gaze fixed curiously upon Zhang Biao's lifeless form. The moment Zhang Feng killed Zhang Biao, an invisible energy orb ascended from Zhang Biao's body and infused itself into Zhang Feng. This was the energy belonging to Zhang Biao. With his death, Zhang Feng had absorbed it. Zhang Biao's energy was substantial, comparable to that of 3 mutated zombies. This realization explained Zhang Feng's peculiar reaction toward Zhang Biao. It seemed that killing a mutated human yielded greater rewards than slaying mutated zombies. Moreover, it appeared that the human brain lacked energy crystals for Zhang Feng, since none within Zhang Biao's head. Perhaps this was the distinction between the living and the undead. Retrieving his gaze from Zhang Biao, Zhang Feng turned to the others in the warehouse, that eye in the face of his penetrating stare. Both men and women exhibited signs of trepidation. After all, Zhang Feng had just slain Zhang Biao, and his displayed abilities were undeniably formidable. That eye in their eyes, Zhang Biao had been an invincible monster, yet this man had effortlessly vanquished him. underscoring his immense strength. Zhang Feng spoke calmly. "Rest assured, I will not harm the innocent. I am merely here to procure some supplies." Naturally, no one was inclined to comply with his demands, for they lived in the warehouse and feared what would happen if he took their resources. Yet, in the presence of Zhang Feng's overwhelming power, they lacked the courage to refuse. "Sir, may we accompany you? We can serve you. And if you have need, we can assist you." One woman stepped forward, pleading earnestly. Zhang Feng shook his head. "I am afraid I lack the ability to take you with me, nor do I require so many people." His words rang true. Among the women present, not a single one met his standards for a prized servant. Zhang Feng had no interest in such individuals. Random task. Rescue at least 10 female survivors. Reward. Mark of the female warrior. Curiously, Zhang Feng examined the task reward that IT was indeed intriguing, granting him the capability to transform women into female warriors. These female warriors would possess a certain level of combat ability and could enhance their skills through the slaughter of zombies. Zhang Feng would hold absolute control over the transformed female warriors, who would become his most effective soldiers. Zhang Feng had not anticipated the system would provide such a valuable asset. His entourage of women would undoubtedly grow. Thus, he had never considered bringing along any of the remaining men, as he harbored doubts about their reliability. However, with women he felt no such concerns. Previously, Zhang Feng had dismissed these women as lacking utility, which was why he had not contemplated their rescue. But now, with the emergence of the system task and the potential for transformation into female warriors, he found himself reconsidering. Observing the disappointed women before him, Zhang Feng shifted the conversation. "First, tell me about your situation here. Are these men your family or friends?" "Not at all. These men are scum, mere trash." One woman retorted angrily, her gaze directed at the men filled with venomous contempt. The other women shared her sentiment, their expressions rife with fury as they regarded the men that don't speak nonsense. "If it weren't for us protecting you, you would have perished long ago. Have you forgotten the zombies at the door? We were the ones who ventured out to slay them." One man hastily countered, raising his voice. "You know all too well what you have done to us. You're a pack of beasts. And you dare say you've protected us? You wretched beasts, have you ever regarded us as women?" A woman questioned angrily. The men were about to retort, yet upon meeting Zhang Feng's icy gaze, they were immediately rendered speechless. They harbored no fear of these women, but rather, they were terrified of the murderous intent Zhang Feng might harbor towards them. "What is your name?" Zhang Feng inquired, pointing at the woman who had first expressed her desire to leave with him. "Sir, my name is Xie, she replied hastily. She understood that the fate of herself and her companions rested entirely in the hands of this man before her. Thus, she presented herself with utmost respect in the presence of Zhang Feng. Chapter 52. Do you dare to kill? At around 30 years of age, Xie was no longer youthful. Her appearance warranted a score of 80, and her demeanor was likely commendable, yet she now appeared quite haggard. Bearing numerous scars upon her face, it was evident that she had endured considerable hardship prior to this moment. "Pray tell, what has transpired here?" Zhang Feng directed at Xie. Taking a deep breath, Xie slowly recounted the events that had unfolded. Among these individuals were supermarket employees and customers who had been trapped inside when the apocalypse occurred. They found themselves ensnared within the supermarket, surrounded by zombies with no avenue for escape, and thus sought refuge within this warehouse, narrowly avoiding catastrophe. Xie had originally been the supermarket's general manager and had led the customers into the warehouse. Initially, conditions were satisfactory, as the warehouse was stocked with food and plentiful clean water, alleviating concerns of starvation. However, after more than half a month without rescue, despite having sufficient provisions, the group's restlessness began to mount. It was during this tumultuous period that Zhang Biao underwent a horrifying transformation. His skin grotesquely mutated. Initially, they feared he would become a monster, but to their surprise, Zhang Biao retained his consciousness. Yet he became impervious to weapons, his skin possessing remarkable defensive capabilities that in the early days, Zhang Biao refrained from making any aggressive moves, as they were all still ordinary individuals with limited ambitions. However, days later, having confirmed his newfound invincibility, Zhang Biao declared his intention to become the leader of the warehouse, asserting his dominion over all within IT. First, the others believed him to be mad. How could one man claim leadership over the warehouse? Yet they swiftly witnessed his formidable strength and brutality. Zhang Biao set his sights on a defiant brute, brutally beating him to death with his bare hands. Not only did Zhang Biao possess immense defensive capabilities, but his strength also far surpassed that of an ordinary man. Against Zhang Biao, ordinary individuals stood no chance. Their attacks were ineffective, while Zhang Biao could easily inflict grievous harm upon them. His might and ruthlessness instilled terror in all. Moreover, Zhang Biao was astute. He coerced all the men into becoming his subordinates, while designating the women as shared property, accessible to all men, contingent upon Zhang Biao's approval that he also controlled the food and water supply. And the rights to the women lay in his hands. Coupled with his overwhelming power, Zhang Biao ruled the modest warehouse through such means. Initially, the men were reluctant, but they soon relished the benefits of their newfound arrangement, obeying Zhang Biao's commands without question. Consequently, the women within the warehouse found themselves in dire straits. The men showed no mercy towards them and were exceedingly cruel. Had the numbers been reversed with more men than women, Xie Qin and her companions would likely have met a far grimmer fate. The men in the warehouse trembled at this revelation, uncertain of Zhang Feng's intentions, should he choose to enact justice. Their demise would be inevitable. Zhang Feng maintained a stoic expression, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. Behind him, the trio of Reba seethed with rage upon hearing these accounts. They had not anticipated such atrocities to occur within a mere month of the apocalypse. Feeling immensely relieved that they had yet to encounter such a situation themselves. Had their beauty fallen into the hands of such men, their plight would undoubtedly be tragic. Zhang Feng finally spoke, his voice calm and measured. Xie Qin, let us proceed thus. I shall grant you an opportunity. I have no use for the useless. If you possess the courage to kill, I will accept you. And you may work alongside me. Should you lack the resolve to take a life, I regret to inform you that I am disinterested in the worthless. Killing, Xie Qin echoed, her gaze shifting towards the men. A fierce determination ignited within her. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely nodded. I accept. I will kill. Zhang Feng's intent was clear. He sought followers who dared to take lives, not those who would cower. Before her stood the most suitable targets, men who had previously bullied her and her companions, making them the easiest prey. The conversation between the two sent tremors of fear through the group of men. One man hastily pleaded with Zhang Feng, Brother, please do not kill us. We are still of use. We can kill too. We men are far more valuable than these women. Apologies, but I have no interest in your ilk. Zhang Feng replied coolly. Despair engulfed the men as they registered Zhang Feng's words that I end their hopelessness. A spark of defiance ignited. Brothers, if this fellow offers us no chance of survival, we shall fight him to the bitter end. They shouted, raising their weapons against Zhang Feng, in response to the oncoming attackers. Zhang Feng's expression was one of disdain. Chapter 53. The assault commences as the men charge forward. Zhang Feng regarded them with contempt. Opting not to draw a weapon, but to meet them with his bare hands, he stepped forward, seizing one man's wrist, and with a sharp crack, broke it. Then he swiftly incapacitated the man, shattering his limbs with ease. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Zhang Feng's martial prowess was not merely for show, that he did not cease his assault, instead moving towards the remaining assailants, their screams echoing through the air. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with the bodies of the fallen, all their limbs shattered. The incapacitated men could no longer move, let alone continue fighting, showcasing the terrifying power of Zhang Feng. In truth, it would have been far simpler for him to kill them outright. Instead, he chose to break their limbs, expending more effort to ensure they could not retaliate. Pointing at the injured men strewn across the ground, Zhang Feng addressed Xie Qin and the others. I have dealt with them. The opportunity is yours. It is up to you to seize it. Here is the deal. Each of you may take a swing. As long as you prove your worth by daring to strike, I shall take you with me. Given the preponderance of women and the scarcity of men present, finding enough targets for them to strike would be a challenge. Thus, Zhang Feng took a step back, lowering the requirements. It sufficed that they merely strike, rather than kill. Upon hearing the prospect of attacking, the women hesitated. This was understandable. Many may boast of their ferocity, but when faced with the act of killing, they faltered. After all, it was a matter of taking a life. That I will go first, Xie Qin declared, gritting her teeth as she picked up a nearby weapon. She advanced towards one of the men, formerly a supermarket employee who had joined Zhang Biao's ranks and had tormented her mercilessly. The animosity she harbored towards him was deeply ingrained. Now presented with an opportunity for vengeance, Xie Qin stepped forward, yet when confronted with the living man, she hesitated. Zhang Feng simply observed, offering no encouragement. After a moment of internal struggle, Xie Qin steeled herself. With a fierce determination, she raised her weapon and swung it towards the man's neck that as the blade struck home. A blood-curdling scream erupted. The man fell. Lifeless, blood spraying across Xie Qin. Undeterred, she wiped the blood from her face and stepped aside. Yet, glancing at the other women, she urged them, "What are you waiting for? These beasts have tormented you. Do you not wish to exact your revenge? The opportunity for vengeance lies before us. What are you still waiting for? Are you truly willing to remain here? The provisions are limited, and if you merely consume without action, you will ultimately face demise. By taking up arms against our enemies, not only can you exact your revenge, but you may also join us in our escape. That it is only by uniting in this endeavor that you will have a chance to survive." Xie Qin is correct. I must avenge myself. One woman, swayed by these words, stepped forward to Xie Qin's side, seizing the cleaver from her grasp, and struck down upon the man lying on the ground with a fierce blow. The blade struck his chest, cleaving through flesh to expose the white bone within. The wounded man let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound that startled the woman, rendering her pale with fear. Yet, in a swift moment, she was overcome with exhilaration, lifting the cleaver once more to rain down blows upon the man, again and again, each strike relentless. However, these were not fatal wounds. Although the man was drenched in his own blood, he did not perish. That's enough. Give me the knife, and take a moment to rest, Xie Qin urged as she quickly approached and reclaimed the weapon from the woman's hand. Xie Qin then turned to the others, asking, "Who else will join? I will. Me too. Count me in. One by one." The women stepped forward, lining up to take the cleaver and join in the fray. The power of hatred served as their driving force, propelling them to act. The first strike was the most challenging. Once they commenced, it became easier. Many women were initially nervous with their first blow, hesitant to exert force, but with the second and third strikes, their ferocity grew. The warrior spirit within them seemed to awaken to be by the end. Every woman had participated. They were not foolish. They understood that Zhang Feng intended to seize the resources from the warehouse. If they did not escape alongside him, they would likely perish in this place in a one wish for death. Even in this apocalyptic world, they yearned to survive. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction, pleased that all the women had taken action. This pleased him greatly, for among this group, there were no naive souls. Zhang Feng could accept them, but he had no intention of taking in the naive. Chapter 54. Xie Qin's astonishment. Well done. I shall accept you all, Zhang Feng declared, looking at Xie Qin and the others with delight. Hearing Zhang Feng's promise, Xie Qin felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had no concern for how Zhang Feng might treat her and her companions, for she had already noticed the three stunning beauties following Zhang Feng. With such captivating women at his side, he would surely have no interest in them. Zhang Feng turned to the three behind him, saying, "Come in and collect the supplies. We must return swiftly." Understood, they replied in unison, hurrying into the warehouse to gather provisions. Xie Qin watched curiously, initially intending to assist, knowing the supermarket's warehouse was filled to the brim, making it no easy task to transport everything. With only 4 of them, how much could they possibly carry? Thus, Xie Qin felt compelled to help. However, it soon became clear that her assumptions were entirely misguided. She watched in awe as Zhang Feng and the 3 women merely touched the boxes containing food, and one by one, the supplies vanished before their eyes. Xie Qin was left speechless. Zhang Feng remarked casually, "You needn't be surprised. This is the power of storage space." Since Xie Qin and her companions would soon be considered part of their group, some secrets could not be kept hidden. Moreover, Zhang Feng's strength had grown, and he was not concerned about this secret being revealed. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Xie Qin realized that they possessed the incredible ability of storage space. That it was astonishing that all those resources in the warehouse could be cleared away in an instant. Previously, she had pondered how they would transport the supplies. Now the mystery was unveiled. Understanding that they utilized storage space to move the goods filled Xie Qin with exhilaration. She was no fool. She quickly grasped the immense power and convenience of such an ability. With this capability, Zhang Feng and his companions could gather resources from anywhere. The larger their storage space, the more supplies they could hold. If their space was vast enough, they could store an abundance of provisions, in that case. Following Zhang Feng would ensure they would never want for food or supplies. With this realization, Xiaqin's previously frantic emotions began to stabilize swiftly. Many others shared her sentiments, their faces lighting up with joy. Before long, the warehouse was entirely cleared by Zhang Feng. He then addressed Xiaqin, saying, "There are too many of you to leave all at once. We must split into groups. Our vehicle can accommodate 2 more people. Who will join us first?" Xiaqin wished to leave promptly, but she knew this was her chance to demonstrate her worth. Thus, she volunteered, "Master, I will stay behind. Let them go first." Having heard the 3 women address Zhang Feng as master, she decided to follow suit. Although this title felt somewhat humiliating, she felt justified in using it since the others did. Zhang Feng smiled and replied, "No need to call me master. You are different from them. From now on, refer to me as leader, in truth." Being called master would create a sense of intimacy, but Zhang Feng understood that the number of women like Xiaqin around him would only increase. Asking them to call him master might not yield their loyalty, so he established a more appropriate title for their relationship. Xiaqin sighed in relief, promptly declaring, "Yes, leader." Referring to Zhang Feng as leader instead of master indeed made her feel more at ease. However, she remained unaware that only Zhang Feng's true allies would be entitled to call him master and receive the best treatment. This matter did not warrant further explanation to Xiaqin, as she would eventually come to understand this through their interactions. "You've done well, Xiaqin. For now, you shall be the captain. They will be your team, and if you perform admirably, you may become the official captain," Zhang Feng stated. "Thank you, leader," Xiaqin exclaimed with excitement. Fully aware that her proactive efforts had finally borne fruit. Having previously held the esteemed position of supermarket manager, she possessed a keen understanding of human relations, which had encouraged her to maintain a notably positive demeanor earlier. Her enthusiastic display was intended to demonstrate her capabilities to Zhang Feng, thereby securing her reinstatement. She had indeed achieved her objective. However, Zhang Feng remained indifferent to Xiaqin's thoughts. What mattered to him was whether she possessed sufficient ability and loyalty. A person who was both competent and devoted was undoubtedly worth employing. Xiaqin singled out 2 women, instructing them to accompany Zhang Feng as they departed, while the remaining individuals awaited his rescue alongside her in the warehouse. Chapter 55. A complete extraction. The return journey was devoid of complications, as Zhang Feng was now quite adept at navigating the situation. Crucially, the number of zombies had significantly dwindled during daylight hours, alleviating many obstacles for their movement. However, driving proved to be challenging, taking an hour to return to the villa. Zhang Feng realized that bringing women along on outings was an exceedingly foolish decision. While he himself was unafraid of zombies, his companions were not only fearful, but also attracted the undead. When he ventured out alone, he moved like a fish in water. However, accompanying several women hampered his freedom of movement. Thus, he decided that today would be the last time he would take them along. There were other methods to hone their skills, ones that did not involve such cumbersome outings. After all, scavenging for supplies alone was not only safer, but also quicker and more efficient. The trio of Reba returned to their villa, while the 2 women they brought along were assigned to the neighboring one. That all the surrounding villas were now vacant, with no inhabitants, allowing Zhang Feng to unlock the door and settle them in. After ensuring the women were comfortable, Zhang Feng set off again, this time without the burden of companionship, but he retrieved his motorcycle and rode toward the supermarket. Indeed, riding proved far more convenient. The city streets were fraught with obstacles that made driving cumbersome. On a motorcycle, he could easily maneuver around such impediments, allowing for a much swifter journey. While driving required an hour of detours, he returned to the supermarket in less than 10 minutes on his motorcycle. Possessing the scent of zombies, Zhang Feng was unharmed as he re-entered the supermarket, the surrounding undead refraining from attacking him. This time, he planned to act without dividing his efforts, having already surveyed the route. He realized he could commandeer a bus to transport all the remaining women in one go. While buses were scarce on the road, public transport was readily available. Unable to find a bus, he settled for a city bus instead. The bus was still occupied by a horde of zombies, which Zhang Feng promptly evicted by opening the door. Among them was a bus driver, with the keys conveniently left in the ignition, facilitating Zhang Feng's driving. Rather than departing with the bus immediately, he stored it in his inventory and returned to the supermarket alone. The warehouse. Zhang Feng employed his unlocking ability to open the main door. Xie Qin was taken aback. She had not previously noticed that Zhang Feng had entered without a key. Yet the warehouse door had been securely locked by Xie Qin. The ease with which Zhang Feng opened the locked door suggested he possessed a remarkable talent for unlocking. Xie Qin found herself reassessing Zhang Feng's abilities. Disregarding the astonishment of those around him, Zhang Feng calmly stated, "I have procured a bus that can take you all at once. Those willing to accompany me now may do so. This is your final opportunity. Those who choose to follow will become my people, and disobedience will result in punishment. That if you do not wish to serve, you may leave now." N01 departed. Although they were women, they were not foolish. They were acutely aware of their circumstances and understood that relying solely on their own abilities would not suffice for survival in this world. That IT was fortunate to have Zhang Feng as their leader. "We are willing to follow you, leader," Xie Qin hastily affirmed. That US too. The remaining women chimed in, recognizing that their only chance for survival lay in following Zhang Feng. "Very well. Let us proceed," Zhang Feng commanded with a wave of his hand. Leading the way, Xie Qin and her group followed closely behind. Excluding the two who had left earlier, there were still 21 women remaining, most of whom were young. Those who had perished or turned into zombies were primarily older women, as Zhang Biao and his group had no use for the elderly and had eliminated them. This was Xie Qin's first time leaving the warehouse, and upon witnessing its barren state, she realized that Zhang Feng had taken everything of value. This realization fortified her resolve to leave with him. In a world like this, only by aligning with a powerful figure like Zhang Feng could they hope to survive. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombie corpses, clear evidence of Zhang Feng's handiwork. Before long, they reached the supermarket's main hall, where they would exit. Zhang Feng raised his hand, releasing the bus. Chapter 56. The effect of the female warrior mark at Zhang Feng as command. Everyone hurriedly boarded the bus. Fortunately, the vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Zhang Feng had already confirmed that Xie Qin could drive, so he entrusted her with the task while he prepared to protect the vehicle. The number of zombies they would encounter en route was no small matter, and the potential for mutated zombies added to the danger. Without Zhang Feng's protection, it would be perilous, under Xie Qin's guidance. The bus quickly departed from the supermarket. The noise generated by the bus attracted a multitude of zombies, causing Xie Qin to pale with fright. Zhang Feng calmly reassured her, "Do not fear. Simply push through." With determination, Xie Qin pressed the accelerator, driving the bus forward, plowing through the zombies in their path. However, as it was her first time driving a bus, her skills were somewhat lacking. Fortunately, the bus's considerable weight allowed it to easily overcome the ordinary zombies. Remarkably, they encountered no mutated zombies along the way. Although there were some challenges, Zhang Feng swiftly dealt with them, ensuring a smooth return to the community. Personally taking up the rear, he eliminated the zombies trailing behind the bus. Zhang Feng's skill in dispatching the undead left Xie Qin and the others in awe. While they had always known he was formidable, they were astonished by his capacity to dispatch a large group of zombies in mere moments. Once Zhang Feng had cleared the area of zombies, he rejoined the bus. "Everyone, disembark and follow me," he instructed. Taking the lead, Xie Qin guided the women off the bus to AT that moment. A notification indicating the completion of a system task echoed in Zhang Feng's mind. He was delighted to discover that the mission to rescue the women had been successfully accomplished. The reward was, of course, the female warrior mark. The female warrior mark did not enhance Zhang Feng's inherent combat abilities. Yet its potential was significant. By utilizing the mark, he could transform ordinary women into female warriors. Although their initial capabilities would be modest, they could strengthen themselves by defeating other beings. The number of female warrior marks Zhang Feng could wield was contingent upon his strength. The more powerful he became, the greater the number of marks he could utilize. After checking, he found he possessed a staggering 100 marks. As his strength grew, so too would the limit of the marks. Zhang Feng's growing fondness for this skill prompted him to consider using a mark to test its true effect. Zhang Feng silently contemplated as his gaze fell upon Xie Qin. After all, Xie Qin was the captain of these women, a position Zhang Feng had entrusted her with. Since Xie Qin held the title of captain, it was only fitting that she should first test the effects of the female warrior's mark. Noticing Zhang Feng's attention, Xie Qin hurriedly approached him. "Chief, do you have any instructions?" she inquired promptly. Xie, do you wish to acquire formidable power? Zhang Feng asked. Xie was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied. Chief, I desire to attain immense strength. After all, Xie was no fool. Who would refuse the opportunity to gain extraordinary power? Naturally, she was eager to accept. Zhang Feng nodded and declared, since you are willing, I shall fulfill your wish, that I now bestow upon you great power. From this moment forward, I designate you as a female warrior. He pretended to perform a magical gesture, as if casting a spell, deliberately to earn their loyalty. Zhang Feng spoke earnestly. Xie, remember this. The power you possess is granted by me. I can bestow great strength upon you, but I can also reclaim it. Xie promptly knelt and sincerely stated, everything I have is bestowed by the chief. I vow my unwavering loyalty. Xie was astute enough to recognize that clinging tightly to the chief's support would ensure a brighter future. At that moment, the effects of the female warrior's mark began to manifest. Xie felt a surge of power coursing through her body, her fatigue dissipating entirely. For the first time, she experienced a sensation of such vitality. And an abundance of combat knowledge flooded her memory in a remarkably short span of time. Zhang Feng observed Xie personal attributes panel. IT indicated her loyalty, which had reached 90 points. A maximum of 100 points was required for full loyalty. Attaining 90 points was indeed commendable, reflecting Xie high allegiance to Zhang Feng. The panel also displayed her level and skills. Xie was at level 0. With 2 skills, body enhancement and combat mastery, she could enhance her level and power by defeating other creatures and absorbing their life force. Zhang Feng urged, come, let us venture out and slay a zombie to test your newfound abilities. Chapter 57. The female warriors level up. Zhang Feng led Xie outside to seek out a zombie for testing. Having obtained the female warrior's mark, Xie now possessed formidable physical prowess, comparable to elite soldiers in the army. Moreover, her mastery of martial arts rendered her a melee expert. With these 2 capabilities, Xie was endowed with remarkable close combat abilities. Of course, this strength was only significant against ordinary foes. Against a powerhouse like Zhang Feng, it was trivial that a zombie appeared before them. Lunging towards Xie in her hand, she wielded the Tang Dao that Zhang Feng had provided. Despite having acquired the female warrior's mark, the pressure of facing the zombie personally was immense. As the zombie drew closer, Xie tightened her grip on the Tang Dao. Suddenly, the zombie entered her attack range, just a meter away. With a shout to bolster her courage, she swung the Tang Dao with all her might, striking the zombie's neck and severing it cleanly. An imperceptible glow emanated from the zombie, infusing itself into Xie. Her strength received a modest enhancement. While killing a single zombie did not yield a significant boost, it confirmed that slaying zombies could indeed augment her power. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, found that killing ordinary zombies yielded no response for him. He speculated that this lack of reaction stemmed from his overwhelming strength, which rendered the disparity in power levels inconsequential. Only by defeating mutated zombies could he expect to enhance his own abilities. The female warrior's mark, inherently not overly potent, had lower requirements for power. Therefore, killing ordinary zombies was sufficient for Xie to increase her strength. Zhang Feng had also researched the female warrior's mark and discovered that he could manipulate it. He could channel his energy into the female warrior's mark, rapidly boosting her level and capabilities. Thus, there were 2 pathways for enhancing strength. One through slaying zombies, and the other by Zhang Feng transferring energy. Zhang Feng attempted to channel energy to Xie in an instant. An invisible golden light flickered around her, visible only to Zhang Feng, unseen by anyone else, including Xie herself. She leveled up, advancing from level 0 to level 1. This revelation astonished Zhang Feng, as the energy he had imparted was equivalent to that provided by a mutated zombie. To his surprise, simply 1 mutated zombie's worth of energy was sufficient for Xie to ascend. Upon reaching level 1, her physical attributes were comprehensively enhanced, and her combat skills became increasingly refined. Additionally, Xie acquired a new skill, precision shooting. This skill improved her accuracy in ranged attacks, encompassing firearms, bows, spears, and throwing knives. Thus, upon leveling up to level 1, she gained the capability for range combat. Zhang Feng surmised that the female warrior's mark bestowed new skills with each level gained, although it lacked extraordinary abilities. Its potential was undeniably vast. Most importantly, the female warrior's mark could be produced en masse. The greater Zhang Feng's strength, the more female warriors he could create. Through the female warrior's mark, he could establish a formidable legion of female warriors. Go and slay a few more zombies to test your prowess, Zhang Feng instructed Xie Qin. Yes, Chief, she replied eagerly at that moment. Xie Qin was exhilarated, feeling a surge of power coursing through her, compared to her former self. She was immensely stronger, that if she were to encounter Zhang Biao now, she would no longer be easily bullied, but would possess the strength to fight back. Subsequently, Xie Qin dispatched several more zombies with relative ease. However, Zhang Feng observed that Xie Qin's level did not align with that of the zombies, that a level 1 Xie Qin could not defeat a level 1 mutated zombie. While she was stronger than an ordinary person, she fell short against mutated zombies. Perhaps it could be said that she was the weakest among level 1 warriors. Xie Qin's abilities were well-rounded. Her speed and strength were commendable, and she excelled in martial arts. Yet, her lack of extraordinary power put her at a disadvantage when confronting mutated zombies. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng was quite satisfied with Xie Qin's strength, considering it was a power that could be mass-produced. "How do you feel?" Zhang Feng inquired. "Excellent. I have never felt this good before. I feel invigorated with strength," Xie Qin exclaimed excitedly. For the first time, Xie Qin realized what it truly felt like to possess power. "That is wonderful. From now on, you must venture out daily to slay zombies, for by doing so, you will continue to grow stronger." Zhang Feng encouraged the female warriors, asserting that slaying zombies would enhance their strength. And he was not entirely mistaken. However, he failed to inform Xie Qin that defeating ordinary zombies would yield only a slow increase in power. It was only by vanquishing mutated zombies that one could swiftly ascend in prowess. Yet, the mutated zombies were precisely Zhang Feng's objective, and he naturally could not allow Xie Qin and the others to engage them. Upon returning to the residential complex, Zhang Feng instructed the remaining women to activate their female warrior insignias. He currently had a quota of 100 female warriors, which was more than sufficient for his needs. Chapter 58. Crafting weapons. Once everyone had been upgraded to female warriors, Zhang Feng took the opportunity to assess their loyalty levels. Overall, the results were satisfactory, with loyalty ratings above 80 points. Several individuals like Xie Qin even reached 90 points. Achieving a perfect score of 100 in loyalty was exceptionally rare, so Zhang Feng was content with those who attained at least 80 points. As a loyalty rating above 60 indicated that they were deemed competent and could be trusted, ratings above 80 signified the betrayal was unlikely. Thus, Zhang Feng had successfully gathered 23 female warriors. These women, upon their transformation, possessed considerable combat capabilities, akin to those of special forces. While they would undoubtedly struggle against mutated zombies, they were more than capable of overpowering ordinary zombies and regular survivors. Zhang Feng did not require these women to accompany him in a battle. He merely needed them to safeguard his home. However, they were severely lacking in weaponry, aside from the Tang Dao he possessed. None of the others had even a single weapon. "Does anyone know where to obtain cold weapons?" Zhang Feng inquired. The group exchanged glances, none having any knowledge of the existence of such weaponry. In this country, finding suitable arms proved to be quite difficult, unlike in the United States, where various weapons were readily accessible. "Very well, I shall contemplate alternative methods for acquiring weapons." Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively. As for the accommodations for Xie Qin and her companions, this was easily resolved. He arranged for them to reside in 2 villas adjacent to his own. This arrangement ensured that Zhang Feng lived between his own women and the 23 female warriors, providing an effective safeguard for his security. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng urgently needed to procure weapons for these female warriors, as they possessed no combat capabilities against zombies without armament. After an exhausting morning, Zhang Feng found himself drained and in need of sustenance. He instructed the women to prepare lunch, intending to resume work after their meal. The midday feast was sumptuous, featuring rice, braised beef, vegetables, and fruits, an ample spread that satiated Zhang Feng's hunger. Xie Qin and the other women, resembling famished souls reborn, devoured their food with great fervor. Had Zhang Feng not intervened, they might have gorged themselves to the point of peril, but he understood their plight. After enduring days of starvation, the opportunity to indulge in a hearty meal was overwhelming, and it was no wonder they struggled to restrain their appetites. While dining, Zhang Feng pondered how to procure weapons for Xie Qin and her allies that he recalled a hardware store on the street, where he could potentially craft some weapons. Without hesitation, he resolved to take action. Once he had finished his meal, Zhang Feng set off on foot, opting for a leisurely stroll rather than using his motorcycle. Though it was merely a walk, his pace was brisk. Within 15 minutes, he arrived at the hardware store. The establishment, aptly named the Happy Hardware Store, was regrettably anything but happy in its current state. The door was ajar, revealing two zombies wandering within. Zhang Feng quickly identified them. One was the store owner, and the other was his son. Both had succumbed to the zombie plague. Zhang Feng pushed the door open and entered the store, deftly dispatching the two zombies with swift strokes of his Tang Dao, severing their heads from their bodies. With zombies present, it was prudent to act decisively, and in doing so, Zhang Feng also performed a kindness, allowing the father and son to find peace in death. After eliminating the zombies, Zhang Feng began to survey the tools available in the store, searching for suitable weaponry. The inventory consisted primarily of various hardware tools, with no weapons in sight. However, with a bit of modification, these tools could easily be repurposed into weapons. Assessing the tools and materials, Zhang Feng quickly devised a plan that he decided to craft a series of spears. The hardware store was well equipped, boasting a cutting machine and an array of metal pipes for sale. Zhang Feng activated the cutting machine and proceeded to slice the hollow metal pipes into 1.5-meter lengths, sharpening one end to create a pointed tip. Thus, a simple yet effective pipe spear was born. Initially, he had intended to create spears measuring 1.8 meters in length, but he found that longer hollow pipes would be cumbersome to wield. A length of 1.5 meters would allow for greater maneuverability, making it ideal for confronting zombies. The weapon's design targeted the brain, enabling the female warriors to thrust the spear directly into the heads of their foes. In addition to the pipe spears, Zhang Feng also discovered several sturdy hammers. These hammers would serve as excellent weapons against zombies. With no other weapons readily available, he would have to equip the female warriors with these rudimentary arms. Though simple, the quality of the weapons was satisfactory for dealing with ordinary zombies. Zhang Feng packed all the items from the hardware store into his storage space, knowing they would be useful later on. Armed with this cache of weapons, he returned to the villa and distributed them to Xie Qin and the others. Chapter 59. Clearing the villa district, let us see if these weapons are comfortable to wield. Zhang Feng suggested. Xie Qin picked up the pipe spear and tested its balance, finding it to be quite manageable. However, whether these weapons would be effective against zombies remained uncertain. Let us venture forth and test these weapons against the zombies, she declared. Our goal today is to cleanse the entire residential complex of zombies and locate any remaining survivors. Zhang Feng spoke up, expressing a desire he had long harbored. Previously, due to a lack of manpower, he had refrained from undertaking such a thankless task. However, with the support of the female warriors now at his disposal, he resolved to clear the community. After all, this neighborhood was also his residence. Transforming it into a safe zone would be quite commendable. Yet, before proceeding, he needed to train these female warriors to ascertain their combat capabilities. Ordinary zombies were relatively easy to find, and the villa area where Zhang Feng resided had already been cleared by him, resulting in a scarcity of zombies that, in contrast, other regions remained heavily infested. Zhang Feng led a group of women to eradicate the zombies. Not only did the female warriors accompany him, but also Reba and Yang Mi joined the effort. Reba, Yang Mi, Huang Yuyao, and Cheng Jiejia were all astute women. Although they relied on Zhang Feng for their livelihood, they understood that in this era, a woman without skills found it exceedingly difficult to survive. With the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon them by Zhang Feng, they felt compelled to utilize this newfound power effectively. Thus, upon learning of Zhang Feng's plan to cleanse the community of zombies, the four women conferred and decided to join him, primarily hoping to seize this opportunity to hone their practical combat skills. Zhang Feng welcomed their involvement, recognizing the unpredictable nature of future circumstances. He could not predict whether Yang Mi and the others would also need to fight. Given the current favorable conditions, it was imperative to enhance their combat abilities. Initially intending to clear the community of zombies, Zhang Feng soon discovered that there were still remnants in the villa area. Consequently, he altered his course to prioritize the elimination of zombies within the villas that he organized the personnel into squads of 6 female warriors each, forming 4 teams. One squad was led personally by Xie Qin. comprising 5 members, while Zhang Feng took charge of the remaining squad. Yang Mi temporarily joined the female warriors to bolster their strength, as she and her companions possessed Zhang Feng's abilities and were armed with handguns, making their combat prowess significantly greater than that of the female warriors, that in the event of an emergency, they could safeguard the female warriors' safety. Once the team distribution was complete, they commenced the cleansing of the community. Within the villa area, they encountered only ordinary zombies, devoid of any mutated ones, which facilitated a smooth eradication process with minimal complications that a few zombies stood no chance against such a formidable group. Provided the female warriors maintained their courage and composure, dealing with mere ordinary zombies proved to be exceedingly simple. Remarkable strength. The female warriors gazed in awe as Cheng Jieja wielded a large fire axe, effortlessly dispatching a horde of zombies. Her combat prowess left them astounded. Initially, when the female warriors had first acquired their powers, they had felt a sense of pride. However, witnessing Cheng Jieja's performance, they realized their own abilities were rather insignificant. According to Cheng Jieja, her strength was nothing compared to that of their leader, a fact that further astonished the female warriors. That a similar spectacle unfolded in the other squads, where the female warriors discovered that Yang Mi and her companions also possessed extraordinary abilities, surpassing their own. Truly impressive, being the leader's women, the female warriors mused internally. Within the villa area, there were not only zombies but also a handful of survivors. While clearing one of the villas, the survivors emerged, and all were herded into an open space within the villa area. They would be registered and subsequently managed collectively. One villa after another was cleared, and countless zombies were vanquished, while a few negotiating survivors were driven out. Faced with these armed female warriors capable of effortlessly dispatching zombies, the survivors exhibited a compliant demeanor, which significantly eased Zhang Feng's efforts. After 2 hours of diligent work, the villa area was finally secure. Zhang Feng could confidently assert that no zombies remained. The villa area had its own independent gate, which had been closed previously to prevent any external zombies from entering during this time. Xiaqin, please register them. Their food supplies will be collected and distributed daily. Assure them that as long as they obey, their provisions and water will not be in short supply. Those who disobey will be expelled. For now, they may continue residing in their own homes. Zhang Feng instructed Xiaqin, his words directed at the survivors. The number of survivors was limited, totaling just over 30, comparable to Zhang Feng's own group. However, they were merely ordinary individuals, lacking Zhang Feng's capabilities, and thus had no means to resist the female warriors. What? You want to take our food? That's unacceptable. A portly middle-aged man exclaimed, his agitation palpable. He had stored a significant quantity of food, and the thought of it being confiscated left him anxious. Although Zhang Feng had promised daily provisions, uncertainty lingered. What if those supplies ceased? It felt safer to retain control over their own food. The middle-aged man's outburst stirred the other survivors, who began to murmur among themselves, unwilling to be governed or manipulated. Even though Zhang Feng had cleared the zombies from the villa area and wielded formidable power, it incited feelings of defiance among them. They were gambling on the notion that Zhang Feng would hesitate to resort to violence. Xiaqin found herself in a dilemma, unsure how to manage the situation. Zhang Feng regarded the middle-aged man coolly, then spoke. Xiaqin, our rules are simple. Those who comply can stay. Those who do not will be expelled. Should anyone dare to resist, they will be dealt with on the spot. Carry out the orders. With that, Zhang Feng turned and retreated into the villa, delegating the remaining matters to Xiaqin, keen to observe her problem-solving capabilities, that if she could not handle such a trivial matter, she would not be worthy of his trust. Understood, leader, Xiaqin replied, her gaze resolute. After affirming her commitment, she turned to confront the middle-aged man, raising her weapon to aim directly at him. You have one chance. Surrender your food or leave the community. The choice is yours. Why should I? This is my food, and this is my home. You have no right to expel me. The middle-aged man retorted vehemently. When faced with zombies, he had naturally refrained from resisting, knowing they lacked the capacity for communication. Yet confronted by living individuals, he found the courage to stand his ground. This is the leader's command. Those who disobey will be expelled. Xiaqin issued her commands with a commanding voice, and a throng of female warriors brandishing long spears swiftly drove the middle-aged man away. Faced with the sharp weapons, still dripping with the blood of zombies, The man immediately cowered. He hastily proclaimed his willingness to surrender food and comply with orders. Xie, gritting her teeth, did not relent in her drive to expel him. She was a shrewd woman, fully aware of the implications of Zhang Feng's orders. This was a warning to others, and thus, this man had to be removed. If Xie were sufficiently ruthless, she ought to have executed him on the spot. Not only was the middle-aged man expelled, but his family was also forced out. He had a pair of children, who were likewise driven out alongside him. Xie had already extended the utmost kindness. Otherwise, expulsion would have been merely the least of their worries. Execution would have been the order of the day. The family was cast out of the villa community, their cries attracting the attention of the surrounding zombies. Upon seeing the approaching undead, the trio of the middle-aged man fled without a moment's hesitation. For they had no food, no weapons, and were thrust out of the safety of the villa area, leaving them to wander the streets. Their fate was undoubtedly grim. The other survivors witnessed this scene, their hearts trembling, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes. They were acutely aware of the dire circumstances outside. The streets were teeming with zombies. Being expelled from the community was tantamount to a death sentence. And they knew they could not afford to venture outside. Such a ruthless group of women must not be offended. This thought took root in the minds of the survivors, with this incident serving as a cautionary tale. The remaining survivors hastily surrendered their provisions. However, many of them had no food left at home. Ironically, those families devoid of supplies were the most relieved. As per Zhang Feng's orders, they too would receive tangible provisions. Indeed, Zhang Feng distributed food daily based on the number of individuals in each household. Although the rations were hardly gourmet, they sufficed to stave off starvation, now that the community was free of zombies. Zhang Feng would also provide food, markedly improving their situation compared to previous days. Xie, possessing leadership experience, managed a small group of survivors without issue. At this moment, Zhang Feng returned to the villa with his women, where they convened a small meeting. "Master, do you intend to establish a survivor base here?" Yang Mi inquired directly upon their arrival. Zhang Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Not at all, despite our current safety. This place is hardly ideal. It is merely our temporary residence. Once we are adequately prepared, we will leave." His words astonished the others. They had assumed Zhang Feng aimed to make this his stronghold, only to discover otherwise. "Why must we leave? Is this place not suitable?" Yang Mi asked, her voice tinged with concern, for this was her home, and she harbored no desire to depart from the familiar. The other women shared her bewilderment. Having lived in this city, they too wished to remain. Zhang Feng explained, "We have no choice but to leave. You are all aware of the mutated zombies that I have noticed an increase in their numbers and strength. Presently, we are only contending with level 1 mutated zombies, but soon there will be level 2 and 3 variants. The sheer volume of ordinary zombies in the city guarantees the emergence of numerous mutated ones. While we have strategies to deal with the ordinary zombies, how can we confront the overwhelming force of mutated ones? For our safety, we must distance ourselves from the city. Thus, this area is unsuitable for long-term habitation. Additionally, there is the matter of resources. Water and food are essential for our survival. However, this community lacks a water source and agricultural land for growing food. Relying solely on stored supplies will not suffice. We need farmland to cultivate crops and develop livestock. Only under such conditions can we ensure our continued existence here." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yang Mi replied earnestly, "Master is correct. This place is indeed unsuitable for us. It appears we will indeed have to relocate." Riba, Huang Yueying, and Cheng Jieja nodded in silent agreement. Previously, they had not understood Zhang Feng's intentions, but now they grasped the underlying significance. Zhang Feng reiterated, "We must establish our own survivor base in the future. After all, we intend to raise children, and I do not wish for my offspring to grow up in an unsafe environment." This. Yang Mi's cheeks flushed a deep red, and the other women mirrored her reaction. "Where shall we go, then?" Yang Mi inquired, her face still aflame. Zhang Feng shook his head. "I have no definite plans at the moment. I have examined maps, but have yet to find a suitable location. When you have the time, please also review the maps and seek out a place that meets our needs that we will find it." Riba enthusiastically responded, "We'll seek it out." Zhang Feng's vision of the future ignited hope for survival in Riba and the others. This was merely a temporary base, yet they could manage it effectively. accumulating experience for when they established their own base. Moreover, they needed to remain cautious of the other survivors. Human intentions are inscrutable, and one never knows what lies in the hearts of others. For their safety, it was imperative to manage these survivors appropriately, which justified Zhang Feng's decision to take inventory and collect their food supplies to be why controlling their rations. He effectively held their lifeline in his hands. Zhang Feng further elucidated to the women. "You need not worry. We understand," Yang Mi said gently, her gaze toward Zhang Feng brimming with affection. Sensing the love in Yang Mi's eyes, Zhang Feng, overcome by impulse, embraced her and leaned down to kiss her. The remaining women blushed at the sight, yet they did not shy away. Rather, they watched the two with amused expressions. After a moment, they finally parted. Cheng Jiejie, emboldened, declared, "Master, I want one too. Come here." Zhang Feng beckoned with a smile. Cheng Jiejie grinned slightly and willingly stepped into Zhang Feng's embrace, with one arm around Yang Mi and the other around Cheng Jiejie. He kissed Cheng Jiejie. Surrounded by beauty, Zhang Feng reveled in his newfound bliss. Life had truly never been better. Reba and Huang Yueying felt a touch of awkwardness, as among the four women, Yang Mi and Cheng Jiejie had already taken the initiative, leaving only the two of them. However, Zhang Feng would not pressure them. It was entirely up to their own volition. After a considerable time, Xie Qin approached to report that the survivors had been dealt with, and the female warriors had completed their rest and were ready to resume combat. Zhang Feng nodded. "Then let us continue clearing the community. Our goal today is to eradicate all threats within." There was no need for anyone to remain behind to guard the villa community. After all, the outside was swarming with zombies. Should the survivors wish to escape, they were free to do so. As long as they could survive outside, Zhang Feng would not mind their departure. Thus, there was no need to station warriors to watch over them. The community comprised several buildings, housing numerous residents and even more rooms, making the task of clearing it far more complicated than that of the villa area. Consequently, Zhang Feng altered his strategy that he first allocated teams to eliminate all scattered zombies within the community, ensuring it remained devoid of threats. This single task consumed over an hour before completion. The front and back gates of the community were securely shut, preventing any zombies from entering for the time being. Therefore, as long as they dealt with the zombies inside, the community would temporarily be safe. For the first time since the apocalypse began, Zhang Feng strolled through a community free of the undead. Witnessing this scene filled both him and Xie Qin with immense joy, who would not wish to dwell in an environment devoid of zombies. Zhang Feng and his companions certainly relished the prospect of living in such a place. Next, they needed to address the zombies within the buildings. Xie Qin readily agreed, for only Zhang Feng possessed the skill to unlock doors. Thus it fell upon him to open the entrance. They commenced their thorough cleansing of the first floor. Zhang Feng swiftly opened a door. As long as no zombies charged forth, he paid it no mind and proceeded to the next house. After Zhang Feng had opened the door, Xie Qin led her team into the room to exterminate any undead within. If no zombies resided in the room, there was no need for a cleanup. The number of individuals entering the rooms was limited, comprising only Xie Qin's squad, while the other 3 squads continued to accompany Zhang Feng, as he was notably faster at opening doors. When Zhang Feng swung open the door, a zombie lunged at him. With a swift motion, he decapitated the creature, after glancing into the room and confirming the absence of any further threats. Zhang Feng turned and proceeded to the next door. The group worked in harmonious coordination, rapidly clearing the entire floor. Zhang Feng had anticipated encountering survivors, yet not a single soul was found, only a handful of zombies. In a prepared state, the ordinary zombies proved to be quite manageable. The team, including Cheng Jiejie and her companions, followed closely behind, refraining from engaging with the typical undead. Only in the face of mutated zombies would they intervene. Should Cheng Jiejie and her comrades find themselves overwhelmed, Zhang Feng would return to confront the threat personally. The entire operation was meticulously planned, accounting for every conceivable scenario. They ascended floor by floor, clearing the premises. Any valuable items within the residences were collected and packed by Yang Mi and her team, all of whom possessed dimensional space capabilities, facilitating the retrieval of whatever they desired. Occasionally, they encountered survivors. Zhang Feng offered them a choice: remain behind or accompany him to the villa district. Driven by an instinct for self-preservation, most opted to join him in the villas. though a minority chose to stay behind. Zhang Feng paid no heed to those who remained. Having made their choice, their fate was no longer his concern, but he refrained from taking their provisions, a gesture of mercy on his part. Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Feng and his team thoroughly cleansed the complex, having dispatched countless zombies. However, the number of rescued survivors was disappointingly low, barely reaching 98. Before the calamity struck, the community had boasted a population of at least 10,000, now reduced to such a meager count. This stark contrast underscored the catastrophic impact of the disaster on humanity. For those survivors willing to follow, Zhang Feng made arrangements as per the usual protocol. Registration followed by allocation of housing based on family units. To ensure safety, these individuals were prioritized for accommodation near Zhang Feng, as there were plenty of vacant villas available that a single villa could comfortably house several families. Thus, over 100 individuals could be spread across a few properties. Zhang Feng harbored reservations about fully trusting these survivors, aware that human nature could be unpredictable. Consequently, he instructed Xie Qin to deploy only one squad at a time to clear the surrounding zombies, while the remaining personnel rested in the villa, remaining vigilant against potential disruptions from the survivors. The female warriors possessed combat abilities that surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and with Yang Mi's team present, there was little concern about the survivors causing trouble. Nonetheless, the survivors could not simply remain idle. Zhang Feng tasked Xie Qin with organizing them into patrol teams to ensure the safety of their living quarters through continuous surveillance. Other responsibilities were deemed unnecessary for them, not out of kindness, but because in their current state, these ordinary individuals could hardly contribute. Outside the complex lay swarms of zombies, and any ordinary person venturing beyond would merely become fodder for the undead. Forcing them to risk their lives in search of supplies would be tantamount to delivering them as offerings to the zombies. Thus, Zhang Feng limited their activities to patrolling the area, both to secure the vicinity and to expend their energy, preventing them from stirring up trouble. Humans, after all, must remain occupied. Idleness often breeds unrest. Zhang Feng was disheartened to discover that while many survivors were found, including several women, none fit the criteria of a perfect slave. One of his motivations for clearing the buildings was to locate such a gem, but alas, not a single one was to be had. Perfect slaves were elusive even before the chaos, let alone in the current circumstances. Zhang Feng felt a tinge of disappointment, but chose not to dwell on it. Once all matters were settled, nightfall descended, marking the onset of Zhang Feng's domain. Chapter 63. Yang Mi's video goes online, boss. What should we do now? A subordinate whispered within the villa's room. They were survivors from the building, rescued by Zhang Feng and now residing in the villa district, having been allocated to one of the villas. Their leader, Wang Daqing, once a formidable figure in the underworld, now found himself humbled, forced to adopt a submissive posture. Observing the female warriors patrolling outside the villa, he felt a sense of foreboding. These women are quite formidable. We may not stand a chance against them. Their protection is a blessing, so we shall settle here for now, though we can assess the situation later, Wang Daqing murmured. Indeed, these female warriors are impressive. They dispatch zombies as easily as one would slay a dog. Another subordinate chimed in that we shall heed the boss's counsel and establish ourselves here. Another added, by the way, that woman is stunning. I can't believe Yang Mi is also here. It's truly tempting. The previously speaking subordinate wore a lecherous grin. Wang Daqing's gaze glimmered with greed as he thought of Yang Mi's figure and beauty. Yang Mi is indeed remarkable, but we are few, and they are many, and so powerful, they won't be easy to handle. Wang Daqing entertained thoughts of claiming Yang Mi and her companions, yet he lacked the capability to do so, forcing him to conceal his desires. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle echoed through the air. Wang Daqing spotted a man exiting the complex on a motorbike. That it's the leader. Wang Daqing spoke softly, gazing at Zhang Feng's departing figure, his eyes filled with trepidation. He was unaware of Zhang Feng's true strength, having never witnessed him in action. However, as the leader of this group, it was evident that he must possess greater power than these women. Thus, Wang Daqing held Zhang Feng in considerable apprehension. Beyond this fear, there lingered a profound jealousy and envy, for the women surrounding Yang Mi were all Zhang Feng's consorts, living together with him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, Wang Daqing and the others harbored jealousy towards him. But he remained indifferent to such matters. understanding that such feelings were beyond control and entirely natural. After all, human nature is such that no matter how benevolent one may be, not everyone can harbor gratitude. There will invariably be those who harbor resentment towards Zhang Feng. His sole objective was clear: to remain perpetually stronger than them, ensuring they never possessed the ability to rebel that as night descended. Zhang Feng, having satisfied his hunger at home, set forth. The abilities of the Dark Night King could only be unleashed under the cover of darkness. Thus, the night served not only as the domain of the zombies, but also as Zhang Feng's territory. It was during the night that he found the best opportunities to harvest the mutated zombies. Otherwise, he would not squander precious daylight hours clearing out neighborhoods. During the day, the number of zombies dwindled, making it equally challenging to locate the mutated ones. Zhang Feng had no interest in ordinary zombies. His focus was solely on exterminating the mutated variety. Once Zhang Feng departed the community, it plunged into utter darkness. Enveloped in silence, zombies were exceedingly sensitive to light and sound, and maintaining quiet was essential to avoid attracting them. This was one of the reasons for Zhang Feng's departure, that in the city, one dared not turn on lights or make noise. However, in the suburbs or wilderness, such concerns were non-existent. Just as Zhang Feng left the community, he encountered a mutated zombie. Without hesitation, he drew his tang knife and charged forth, for although his level had not yet risen, his combat prowess had increased significantly, allowing him to face these zombies with newfound confidence. Moreover, the title of Dark Night King granted him a 50% boost in combat strength, rendering the extermination of these mutated foes considerably easier. While Zhang Feng was busy harvesting mutated zombies, Yang Mi and her companions were not idle. They recorded videos showcasing their superior living conditions and reliable security, all while surrounded by women. Their intention was to attract new members. After capturing footage of their surroundings, the camera focused on Yang Mi, who earnestly addressed her audience. "Greetings, sisters, that I am Yang Mi. You have seen my current living conditions, and the reason I enjoy such abundance, endless supplies of food, is due to the protection of my man. Not long ago, I was on the brink of starvation. The last moment of my life, I encountered my man, who is quite young, 3 years my junior, yet incredibly strong and handsome. In gratitude for his life-saving intervention, I became his woman. My man is an extraordinary being, possessing immense power, capable of ensuring our safety and providing us with food. To preserve the flame of humanity, my man intends to rescue more women. However, we will only select the most exceptional among them. Only those who meet our standards will be welcomed into our fold. Therefore, sisters, if you believe you meet the criteria, please reach out to us. My man will arrange for your rescue based on your proximity to us." Yang Mi further elaborated on the requirements for women. They must be beautiful, possess an attractive figure, and be untouched. Those who did not meet these standards would not receive assistance. Once the video was recorded and confirmed to be flawless, it was promptly uploaded to the internet. The moment this video aired, it created a sensation online, as no one had anticipated that the enchanting Yang Mi would resort to such measures for her man. Chapter 64. Evolution of Power. Zhang Feng had clarified to Yang Mi and her companions that their family required more slaves, with the stipulation that they must be beautiful and untouched. Only those who met these criteria would be allowed to join, thereby enhancing Zhang Feng's strength. Although he did not disclose the existence of the system, he explained the rationale behind seeking women, ensuring Yang Mi and her companions would cooperate with his endeavors. Yang Mi recognized that the world was becoming increasingly perilous. The stronger Zhang Feng grew, the safer they would be. Thus, she willingly collaborated by creating and uploading the video. While the internet remained operational, many areas suffered from poor signal quality. Nonetheless, the video sparked considerable buzz online, eliciting mixed reactions. Some scorned Yang Mi, deeming her fallen, while others supported her actions, acknowledging the necessity of survival. Moreover, Yang Mi's family consisted of only one man, surrounded by women, which was inherently more favorable to them. After all, being possessed by a single man was preferable to being oppressed by many. Most importantly, Yang Mi's video showcased an entire room filled with rice, sufficient provisions to last for many years. This abundance stirred desire in many women. Before long, Yang Mi received a flurry of rescue requests. She meticulously reviewed each message, but regrettably, the majority did not meet the criteria. Some were simply unattractive, while others, despite being suitable, were located too far away for rescue. Given the current state of transportation, only those within the urban area could be assisted. Yang Mi had made this clear in her video, emphasizing that only local beauties would be rescued. However, many starving women disregarded this. Eager to share their addresses with Yang Mi upon hearing of potential rescue, Yang Mi sighed, realizing none of the requests met the standards that, here is one that seems suitable. This individual is named Su Xiaoxiao, a dance instructor currently situated on the 18th floor of Tianlong Building, merely 12 kilometers from our community. She is quite beautiful and should meet our criteria, Yang Mi remarked softly, while she could not be entirely certain of Su Xiaoxiao's qualifications. Her appearance suggested a strong likelihood of compliance. Yang Mi forwarded Su Xiaoxiao's identity and address to Zhang Feng, leaving the final decision in his hands. Does this mean we will soon have another member? Huang Yuyao inquired, somewhat incredulous. Our family will undoubtedly continue to grow, so you should all make your decisions soon. Otherwise, as more people join, your opportunities will diminish, Yang Mi stated earnestly, glancing at Reba and Huang Yuyao. After all, among the four of them, Yang Mi and Cheng Jiejie were already Zhang Feng's women, sharing the closest bond with him. The remaining Huang Yuyao and Reba had yet to reach a conclusion. Yang Mi continued seriously, to be frank, I shouldn't even be discussing this, as having one less competitor benefits me. But considering the current circumstances, you should all understand that we should not compete against one another. Rather, we must unite, as more sisters join us. Our strength will only grow. Only by strengthening ourselves can we hope to survive. There are others awakening extraordinary powers, not solely Zhang Feng. We cannot be certain that there are not more powerful beings out there. If such an entity were to harbor malicious intent towards us, what would we do then? Therefore, we must prepare for the worst, ensuring Zhang Feng acquires even greater strength before calamity strikes. Only then can we secure our safety. Yang Mi persuaded the women at home, while Zhang Feng was engaged in the hunt for mutated zombies. His mobile phone had been set to silent mode, ensuring that even upon receiving messages, not a single sound would escape. The effect of the Night King was indeed remarkably effective, enhancing Zhang Feng's combat power by a staggering 50%. With this newfound strength, eliminating the mutated zombies became an exceedingly effortless task. The area within a 5-kilometer radius transformed into Zhang Feng's hunting ground. Any mutated zombie, he discovered, was immediately targeted for extermination. After several hours of relentless battle, Zhang Feng had slain dozens of mutated zombies. The accumulated energy enabling him to successfully advance his flame manipulation ability to the second level. The moment his flame manipulation upgraded, he felt a surge of warmth igniting within his body. A fiery power that scorched him, purging impurities and latent injuries. This process lasted for 3 minutes, after which the intense heat finally subsided, leaving behind a thick layer of grime expelled from his body. Zhang Feng sensed his physical form had grown stronger and more refined. This transformation was merely an ancillary effect of the ability's upgrade, while the true alteration lay in the enhancement of the ability itself. Chapter 65, New Ability. Flame Whip. Zhang Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the power coursing through him. His flame manipulation ability had now ascended to level 2, a considerable leap in strength compared to level 1. Moreover, the transition from level 1 to level 2 not only fortified his physique, but more importantly, marked significant progress in his abilities that he carefully assessed his newfound powers and quickly mastered the intricacies of flame manipulation at the second level. The potency of his flame manipulation was vastly superior to that of level 1, especially in terms of control. Zhang Feng extended his palm, swiftly conjuring a fireball the size of an egg. Yet the power contained within was equivalent to the full force of a level 1 fireball technique. Previously, he had to spend time charging the fireball, but now it was unnecessary. Approaching the window, he observed the zombies on the street and casually hurled the fireball into the fray. The fireball shot forth like a sniper bullet, piercing through the skull of a zombie, continuing its trajectory to decimate half a street's worth of the undead. With just this one fireball, he had dispatched over 20 zombies, a display of might far surpassing that of a bullet. Although this remarkable effect was partly due to the Night King's enhancement, it nevertheless illustrated the formidable nature of a level 2 ability. Zhang Feng stepped onto the balcony, unperturbed by the potential exposure, and unleashed his assault on the zombies below. With both hands raised, he rapidly conjured numerous small fireballs, pushing them forward like missiles, each accurately striking the zombies on the street. In that singular moment, dozens of zombies fell victim to his onslaught. Such precise control was beyond the capacity of a level 1 ability. Once more, Zhang Feng gathered fireballs in his hands, each growing larger until one reached the size of a soccer ball. He propelled this massive fireball into the distance, where it soared through the night sky for over 200 meters before erupting in a dazzling explosion. The range of his attacks had expanded significantly, a remarkable evolution from level 1. With his palms facing the ground, Zhang Feng observed the densely packed zombies below. Flames erupted from his palms, reminiscent of dual flamethrowers unleashing their fury. The intense heat ignited the zombies upon contact, quickly transforming the street into a blazing inferno. The ignited zombies emitted eerie cries, scattering in all directions, a scene both terrifying and unsettling, even to Zhang Feng himself. Ceasing the flames, he redirected his focus to the burning street, this time not to expel fire, but to absorb it in an instant, the flames engulfing the ground, and the zombies were drawn back into his control. This was the true essence of flame manipulation, not merely the ability to emit fire, but also to reclaim it. However, the absorption of flames required a drain on his mental energy, not replenishing it. With the advancement to level 2, a new application of flame manipulation emerged. Zhang Feng leaped onto the street, swiftly forming a flame whip in his hand. Initially measuring 5 meters in length, the whip's stability was questionable. Gradually, as he adjusted its form to 3 meters, it solidified, resembling a glowing iron chain. With a flick of his wrist, the flame whip struck the nearest zombie, cleaving it in two. As he danced through the horde, the whip moved with fluid grace, an extension of his own arm, delivering precise, cutting attacks akin to a laser blade, severing everything in its path. These ordinary zombies stood no chance against the onslaught of the flame whip. Its power was overwhelming. While a close combat weapon, the unique attack mode of the whip brought Zhang Feng immense satisfaction. The only drawback was the considerable energy consumption required for its use. Employing a standard tang knife against these zombies would incur minimal expenditure, whereas the flame whip demanded significantly more. Yet, the weapon's formidable strength undeniably pleased Zhang Feng, that he was eager to test its might against a mutated zombie. Zhang Feng contemplated for a moment, and without hesitation, he leaped onto the adjacent high-rise, scanning from his elevated position for the telltale signs of mutated zombies. The streets at night were rife with these aberrations, making it relatively easy to locate one. Indeed, a hulking mutated zombie soon came into his line of sight. Zhang Feng approached it directly. This power-driven mutated zombie, sensing Zhang Feng's proximity, emitted a low growl. Zhang Feng's expression remained remarkably composed. After all, he had slain numerous mutated zombies and found no novelty in the encounter. Drawing within 3 meters of the creature, he suddenly flicked his wrist, unleashing the flame whip. Flames flashed as the whip sliced through the zombie's waist. Cleaving it in two, Zhang Feng was taken aback. While he was aware of the formidable power of the flame whip, he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength that a level 1 mutated zombie could not withstand even a casual strike from him. The astonishing result was primarily due to Zhang Feng's own immense strength. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless to bisect the creature. His choice to sever the zombie's torso was a deliberate test of the whip's might. And the outcome was indeed unexpected. The bisected zombie did not perish immediately. Its upper half, upon hitting the ground, continued to roar at Zhang Feng. Unaccustomed to showing mercy to mutated zombies, Zhang Feng flicked his wrist again, and the flame whip arced through the air, severing the zombie's head cleanly in half. An energy crystal fell from the remnants of the zombie's head. Using his telekinesis, Zhang Feng lifted the crystal from the ground and into his hand. He opted to absorb this energy crystal, only to be astonished to find that his level 2 fire manipulation ability could no longer absorb level 1 energy crystals. Clearly, to elevate his level 2 ability further, he needed to consume level 2 energy crystals. The same principle applied to level 3 and level 4 abilities requiring their respective crystals. As the level of abilities increased, so too did the difficulty of upgrading. Currently, without any level 2 mutated zombies in sight, Zhang Feng could not advance his fire manipulation any further. However, he had several other level 1 abilities that required enhancement that he directed all the absorbed energy into his telekinesis. The next ability he intended to elevate. Although telekinesis was not particularly powerful in combat, its supportive capabilities were invaluable, which was why Zhang Feng chose it for his next upgrade. After dispatching the mutated zombie, Zhang Feng swiftly departed, seeking a secure location to take a brief respite. It was at this juncture that he retrieved his phone, discovering multiple messages from Yang M. To prevent an overwhelming influx of messages. Only Yang Mi was permitted to contact him directly, barring any extraordinary circumstances where other women might also reach out. Yang Mi's messages detailed the situation regarding the uploaded video, including information about Su Xiaoxiao. Zhang Feng was sent both a photograph of Su Xiaoxiao and her current location. Upon glancing at her picture, he noted her beauty. Indeed, there was hope for her to gain the system's favor. He resolved to seek her out, hoping that she met the necessary criteria. Finding a suitable and exceptional slave was no simple task, as Su Xiaoxiao's location was still some distance away, requiring him to traverse half the city. Approximately 10 kilometers. After checking the time, he realized he had ample opportunity and need not rush. The streets at night were teeming with zombies, making travel by motorcycle inconvenient. Thus, he decided to proceed on foot, allowing him to hunt for more mutated zombies along the way. Descending from the building, Zhang Feng melded into the throng of zombies. Possessing the scent of the undead, he was not attacked by ordinary zombies unless he encountered a mutated one. Placing him in a state of absolute safety, he advanced towards Su Xiaoxiao's location. He kept a vigilant eye out for mutated zombies, as he had several level 1 abilities that required enhancement, intensifying his need for them. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao was concealed within an office, trembling in fear as she listened to the voices outside. A strikingly beautiful woman. She was a dance instructor. Her family's financial situation was stable, with her parents operating a dance training academy where she typically worked. When the apocalypse struck, Su Xiaoxiao was at the academy this day. She could not shake the horror of that fateful day, having witnessed her students and friends succumb to the fate of becoming zombies, subsequently devouring their remaining classmates. Terrified, Su Xiaoxiao had managed to escape while the zombies feasted on others. However, the chaos of the moment made it impossible for her to exit the building. Instead, she was forced to find a hiding place within. Fortuitously, she had concealed herself in the kitchen of a restaurant within the building, sustaining herself with the food and water available in the kitchen. She had managed to survive until now. However, her supplies were now depleted. Today, an unexpected turn of events occurred when a group of survivors arrived. Su Xiaoxiao, maintaining her vigilance, hid rather than recklessly revealing herself. Thankfully, her precaution allowed her to observe that among the survivors were many women in dire circumstances, subjected to the whims of the men in their group. Overcome with dread, Su Xiaoxiao shivered in the storage room of the kitchen. Previously, she had seen Yang Mi's video, but had not yet made a firm decision to join them. However, the current situation left her with no option: either align with Yang Mi's group or be taken by the band of thugs. The choice was not difficult, prompting her to promptly send a message to Yang Mi now. All Su Xiaoxiao could do was hope that Zhang Feng would arrive swiftly. When her phone vibrated, she received a message indicating that Zhang Feng was indeed on his way. Seeing the message brought her a sense of relief. She felt her decision was vindicated, and rescue was imminent. Yet, the voices outside grew increasingly closer. The thugs had discovered the restaurant and were now searching the kitchen for food. Something's off. It seems like someone has been living here. Indeed, there is no doubt that someone has resided here. Everyone be cautious. Let us find out who is hiding. The thugs, alerted by the signs of Su Xiaoxiao's presence, became vigilant. Covering her mouth, she dared not make a sound. While the thugs scoured the kitchen, they failed to locate Su Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, one of them stumbled upon the concealed storage room. There is a storage room here. Let us see if there is anything inside. The door was locked from the inside. Listen well, we are survivors too. Come out immediately and join us. But if you refuse, don't blame us for being rude. If we have to drag you out, you won't like the consequences. The thugs threatened from outside, unsure if anyone truly resided within. Their intent was to intimidate, hoping the occupant would emerge, thus saving them the trouble. Not coming out, are you? Then don't blame us. Brothers, let us break it down. With a loud crack, an axe struck the door of the storage room. Su Xiaoxiao let out a shriek of terror. It's a woman. And by the sound of it, a young one. Ha, brothers, we've found a young beauty. Tonight, we're in for a treat. The thugs laughed boisterously, emboldened by the absence of zombies on their floor. Thus, they acted with impunity. their laughter echoing as they worked diligently to break down the door. Soon creating a gap in the wooden barrier, one thug reached in and unlocked the door. Su Xiao, paralyzed with fear, completely forgot to resist. As the door swung open, a thug burst in and seized her by the collar, dragging her out. What a stunning beauty! Brothers, tonight we shall revel. The leader of the thugs, upon catching sight of Su Xiaoxiao's exquisite visage, exclaimed with excitement. This leader, Zhao Jingshu, was formerly a fitness blogger. Following the apocalypse, he leveraged his robust physique to assemble a cadre of men, thereby establishing this formidable group. Zhao Jingshu was astute, employing various tactics to maintain control over his team, one of which involved the communal sharing of women. Any woman they encountered was considered the collective property of the group, ensuring that all members had their share and could indulge as they pleased. Consequently, Zhao Jingshu garnered the unwavering loyalty of his followers. However, he held certain privileges. Newly acquired beautiful women were first enjoyed by him, and only after he had satisfied his desires would they be relinquished to the others. This arrangement met with no objections, as the members accepted that Zhao Jingshu, as their leader, had the right to first claim. Besides, everyone benefited in the end, and no one felt deprived that "Do not touch me. My man is returning soon. He is a superpower user that if you harm me, he will undoubtedly seek retribution." Su Xiaoxiao cried out in terror. Although she harbored doubts about Zhang Feng's ability to rescue her, she could only cling to the hope of his imminent arrival. Your man possesses superpowers. The revelation startled the group, even causing Zhao Jingshu to pause his actions. While they were not well versed in the capabilities of superpower users, the recent proliferation of videos depicting such individuals online had piqued their interest. They understood that superpower users were not ordinary people, but rather a new breed endowed with extraordinary abilities. Against such beings, they, as mere mortals, would surely stand no chance. "Boss, do you think this woman is deceiving us?" One of the subordinates questioned skeptically. "I am not lying. My man went out to gather food and will return soon." Su Xiaoxiao trembled as she spoke. "What kind of power does your man possess?" Zhao Jingshu inquired cautiously. Su Xiaoxiao's mind raced, and she hastily replied, "He is invulnerable to knives and guns. Those zombies cannot harm him." Uncertain of Zhang Feng's actual abilities, she concocted a convincing tale. Her words, delivered with conviction, momentarily quelled the thug's restlessness. "What should we do, big brother?" one anxious subordinate asked. Zhao Jingshu released Su Xiaoxiao and said politely, "How about we have a conversation with your man? If he truly possesses the strength you claim, we could invite him to join our team. Then we would be allies, and we would certainly not harm you." Zhao Jingshu harbored ambitions. He recognized that as ordinary individuals, their survival in this new world would become increasingly precarious. The addition of a superpower user to their ranks would enhance their collective strength. As for the potential threat to his authority, he felt it was manageable. If necessary, he could allow the newcomer to assume leadership. With a powerful ally backing him, Zhao Jingshu would feel more secure. He prided himself on his capacity for tolerance, provided that this woman was truthful. That if she were to deceive him, her fate would be most grim. Chapter 68. Su Xiaoxiao's choice unbeknownst to Zhang Feng. Su Xiaoxiao had been captured. He ambled leisurely towards the building where she was hiding, secure in the knowledge that she could not escape. Along the way, he had dispatched numerous mutated zombies, yielding a bountiful harvest, which further eased his urgency. At present, Zhang Feng had mastered several powers: flame manipulation, telekinesis, and innate divine strength. His flame manipulation had reached level 2, while the other two abilities remained at level 1. Zhang Feng aspired to elevate both telekinesis and innate divine strength to level 2, as the power increase from level 1 to level 2 was substantial. Consequently, he was eager to enhance all his abilities to that level, thereby amplifying his combat prowess. As night fell, the number of mutated zombies surged. However, achieving the goal of slaying 50 of them proved to be a formidable challenge. Zhang Feng had managed to eliminate just over 20, leaving him still short of his target to upgrade an ability. Approaching the building where Su Xiaoxiao was concealed, he temporarily abandoned his pursuit of the mutated zombies to check on her. Su Xiaoxiao was indeed quite lovely, yet whether she would meet the system's criteria for an exceptional slave could only be determined upon seeing her in person. The commercial building, bustling with workers before the apocalypse, now harbored an astonishing number of zombies. Fortunately, Zhang Feng possessed a zombie scent that allowed him to blend in with the horde, thus avoiding any potential attacks that I in the restaurant. The thug's patience was beginning to wane. Zhao Jingshu's expression darkened. Where is your man? Why hasn't he returned? He hasn't perished out there, has he? Zhao Jingshu spoke coldly. He will certainly return. Those zombies are no match for him. He must have taken a longer route, which has delayed him. Su Xiaoxiao insisted 2 hours ago. You said the same thing. The IT has been 2 hours, and your man is still absent. Are you deceiving us? One henchman hissed ominously upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao. He had taken a liking to her and now hoped fervently that her man would not return, for then she would be theirs to toy with. Although the first taste would go to the boss. They too would not be left wanting, as everyone would eventually partake in the pleasure of Su Xiaoxiao. Boss, why don't we stop waiting and just have our fun? Several other subordinates chimed in. Their desires for Su Xiaoxiao palpable. Despite having women in their ranks, none compared to Su Xiaoxiao, whose allure rendered those other women mere beggars by comparison. Zhao Jingshu's voice turned icy. Su Xiaoxiao, I give you one final chance to speak the truth. Are you truly alone here, or is there a man protecting you? If you tell the truth, we will merely play with you and cause you no harm. But should you deceive us, your fate will be dire. We will make you suffer unspeakable torment before handing you over to the zombies, allowing them to devour you alive. Su Xiaoxiao trembled and hesitated. Utterly uncertain of how to respond, Su Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out at the doorway. Everyone was taken aback and turned to see that the restaurant's entrance had been opened, and a man stood there, his gaze roaming over Su Xiaoxiao. Zhao Jingshu immediately became alert to Su Xiaoxiao. Recognizing Zhang Feng despite not knowing him well, felt a surge of hope. Anyone who could find her and call her by name had to be Zhang Feng. I'm here, come save me. Su Xiaoxiao cried out, her voice filled with urgency. This man was indeed Zhang Feng. His gaze landed on Su Xiaoxiao, and he found her appearance wholly satisfying. However, he pondered whether the system would share his sentiment. Exceptional slave candidate identified. Su Xiaoxiao, score 96, that her high rating was unsurprising, given that Su Xiaoxiao possessed not only a flawless face, but also a body of perfect proportions. In fact, her physique surpassed that of Yang Mi, which explained the lofty score. As the system notification chimed, a smile spread across Zhang Feng's face. Excellent. Another exceptional female slave. The addition of another female slave would grant Zhang Feng additional rewards, whether in skills or abilities, thus enhancing his combat effectiveness. A most fortunate development indeed. Su Xiaoxiao, I wish to take you with me. Release her. Zhang Feng stepped forward, his tone calm and authoritative. Brother, who is Su Xiaoxiao to you? She is not your woman. Is she? Zhao Jingshu interjected sharply. Zhao Jingshu was no fool. He had overheard the exchange between Zhang Feng and Su Xiaoxiao, which did not resemble a conversation between lovers. I am his woman. His name is Zhang Feng. He is my man, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Feng was the only man in his group, while this band of thugs comprised numerous men who shared women among themselves. Su Xiaoxiao understood that aligning herself with Zhang Feng was the most advantageous choice she could make. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Su Xiaoxiao was indeed a clever woman. He smiled and remarked. Su Xiaoxiao, you have made the right choice. However, there is something I must clarify. To be my woman, you must willingly become my slave. Rest assured, you will be solely my slave. Upon your acceptance, I will ensure your safety and provide you with ample sustenance. So, I ask you one last time. Do you wish to become my slave? Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, having never anticipated that she was destined to become Zhang Feng's slave. However, the choice between being the sole possession of Zhang Feng or being shared among a group of thugs was clear to her. She understood the gravity of the situation. I agree. I shall be your slave. Su Xiaoxiao declared boldly. I willingly become your slave. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired an exceptional slave. Reward: the ability of teleportation. Chapter 69. Teleportation. Zhang Feng was astonished upon hearing the system notification. He truly did not expect that the reward triggered by Su Xiaoxiao would be so bountiful. An extraordinary power. Teleportation. The concept of teleportation was easily comprehensible, as one could infer its meaning from the words themselves. Naturally, Zhang Feng longed for such a capability that he had been pondering when he might have the opportunity to attain the ability of teleportation, never imagining that it would present itself so swiftly. It was simply exhilarating. Zhang Feng hurriedly examined the details of teleportation. After reading the description, he gained a clear understanding. Teleportation was currently a level 1 ability, allowing movement within a 50-meter radius at will. There were two methods of execution: visual locking and mental locking. The visual locking method was relatively straightforward. As long as the target was within 50 meters and visible, one could teleport there instantly. The mental locking method, however, was a more complex operation requiring the use of one's mental energy to lock onto the desired location before executing the teleportation. Zhang Feng would need to conduct specific tests to master this technique. Teleportation consumed mental energy. After each use, one would need to rest to replenish their mental energy before utilizing it again. Thus, factors influencing the ability of teleportation included not only the level of the ability itself, but also the strength of one's mental energy. The stronger the mental energy, the more smoothly teleportation could be executed. The precise parameters of teleportation required Zhang Feng's personal experimentation to ascertain. However, there was a testing opportunity at hand. Zhang Feng turned his gaze towards Su Xiaoxiao, sharing all his acquired abilities with her, enabling her to possess combat capabilities in a short span of time. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Zhao Jingshu, unaware of the unfolding events between the two, regarded Zhang Feng with wariness upon his arrival. With a smile, Zhao Jingshu said, "Good brother, if you desire this woman, I can grant her to you, but you must prove your worth that if you can demonstrate your capabilities. Not only will this woman be yours, but our brotherhood will also follow you. You are nothing but a worthless piece of trash, thinking you can linger by my side. Killing you would merely sully my blade." Zhang Feng coldly retorted, fully aware of the character of Zhao Jingshu and his cohorts. After all, he had clearly overheard their conversation at the door. Zhang Feng had no intention of accepting such scum into his ranks, especially as his current goal was to establish a female warrior legion. Showing no interest in these men, was worth noting that the number of female warriors could indeed be expanded. With his fire manipulation ability upgraded to level 2, Zhang Feng could now be classified as a level 2 extraordinary being. The maximum limit for the female warrior insignia had reached 500. Yet the current number of female warriors was only a little over 20, leaving a significant gap. "Are you seeking death? Do you believe I won't kill her right now?" One of the thugs beside him roared, brandishing a knife against Su Xiaoxiao's neck. Feeling the icy chill of steel against her skin, even with her newfound power, Su Xiaoxiao trembled in fear. In that instant, Zhang Feng vanished from the doorway. He had utilized teleportation for the first time. The Zhang Feng at the entrance disappeared. Another Zhang Feng appeared behind Zhao Jingshu. With a swift draw of his tang knife, he executed two precise strikes, one severing the thug's hand and the other decapitating him. The thug threatening Su Xiaoxiao was instantly disarmed, his head rolling to the ground, blood spraying forth from the severed neck. Zhao Jingshu was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Suddenly, he felt his world spin as he sensed his own head being lifted from his body. His decapitated form hovered in the air as he caught sight of Su Xiaoxiao, the armed Zhang Feng, and the familiar sight of his own headless corpse. "Wait, is that my body? Am I dead?" This was Zhao Jingshu's final thought as darkness enveloped him, his consciousness fading into oblivion. Zhang Feng turned away, sheathing his tang knife, and he extended his palm towards the remaining thugs, who were filled with terror. Uncertain of Zhang Feng's intentions, red sparks ignited in his palm. Tiny fireballs formed and shot forth, striking each thug directly on their foreheads. Though these fireballs appeared inconspicuous, upon impact, they detonated with lethal force, resulting in the thugs collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The horrifying scene left Su Xiaoxiao paralyzed with fear, letting out a terrified scream. Zhang Feng shook his head in resignation. He had exerted too much force. His initial intention was to emulate a bullet, piercing through the thugs' heads, but he had mismanaged his power, resulting in their heads exploding instead. The remaining women were also left shrieking in terror, that if you were not afraid of attracting zombies, then continue screaming, Zhang Feng remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a profound silence fell over the group. Chapter 70. Taking Su Xiaoxiao home, Zhang Feng paid no heed to Su Xiaoxiao, as she was already his. Any matters could be addressed later, that he needed to tend to the remaining women. Among the thugs, there were still 7 or 8 women, all gaunt and filthy, resembling beggars. Their dire living conditions were evident. Zhang Feng addressed the women, saying, "My name is Zhang Feng, that I have established a survivor base. If you wish, you may accompany me to my base." The women remained silent, their expressions filled with fear towards Zhang Feng. "Since you are unwilling, so be it. Here is the food I leave you. Take care of yourselves." Zhang Feng made no further appeals, nor did he offer any explanations. After all, their destinies lay in their own hands. Having chosen not to trust him, there was little more to be said. Zhang Feng, having shown kindness, retrieved a box of instant noodles from his dimensional space that asked for how they would live henceforth. That was no longer his concern at Su Xiaoxiao. "Let us depart," Zhang Feng instructed. "Yes, all right," Su Xiaoxiao quickly agreed. Zhang Feng turned to leave, and she followed closely behind. As they walked, Su Xiaoxiao quietly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me earlier." Zhang Feng smiled. Glancing at her, Su Xiaoxiao was indeed beautiful. And the more he looked, the more he liked her, especially with the teleportation ability she brought, which endeared her to him even more. "From now on, we are allies. You need not be so formal with me. Upon our return, there will be some rules that Yang Mi and the others will explain to you that I shall not waste time elaborating on them now. However, you must understand this. You are mine, and I will protect you. But betrayal will lead to your demise. That I will not betray you," Su Xiaoxiao hastily assured him. "That is for the best. The rules here are few. But the most vital is to never betray me." As he spoke, Zhang Feng gently took Su Xiaoxiao's hand. Her skin was smooth and pleasant to the touch. Su Xiaoxiao felt a bit uneasy but complied with his gesture. Moreover, the fact that he had come to rescue her had already touched her deeply, allowing her to tolerate Zhang Feng's actions. "What was that ability of mine?" Su Xiaoxiao softly inquired. Zhang Feng explained. "This is the reward for becoming my slave. Although, as my slave, you are wholly mine, you will also gain extraordinary powers in return. You must quickly familiarize yourself with your abilities, as you will rely on them for combat in the future." Zhang Feng's abilities can be shared with his subordinates. However, the general abilities tend to diminish upon sharing. Only the exclusive abilities of each subordinate can be fully retained. For instance, Yang Mi's complete ability is dimensional space. Huang Yuyao's is telekinesis, Reba's is flame manipulation, and Cheng Jiejia's is innate strength. As for Su Xiaoxiao, her complete ability is instantaneous movement. Although each possesses their unique abilities, their inherent strength pales in comparison to Zhang Feng's formidable power, rendering these exclusive abilities somewhat inferior. Zhang Feng conveyed this knowledge to Su Xiaoxiao, who then understood the origin of her powers and recognized that her exclusive ability was indeed instantaneous movement. In truth, her abilities are well suited for roles as an assassin or a sniper. As an assassin, she can teleport beside her target for close-range ambushes. As a sniper, she can launch attacks from afar and instantly escape when enemies approach. Of course, I will not impose my choices upon you. You are encouraged to experiment and ascertain your combat role. I will give it a try," Su Xiaoxiao replied earnestly. Su Xiaoxiao is quite astute. She did not even inquire whether she could refrain from fighting. In such an era, what purpose does a woman who cannot fight serve? To live a better life, she must learn to fight, thereby seizing control of her own destiny. This is also Su Xiaoxiao's own conviction. She does not wish to be merely a pretty vase. Zhang Feng was very pleased with Su Xiaoxiao's response. He had never placed his hopes for battle upon these women, but if they could possess formidable combat abilities, it would certainly benefit Zhang Feng's team. Not only was Su Xiaoxiao's beauty pleasing to Zhang Feng, but her character and mindset also garnered his approval. Zhang Feng resolved to win Su Xiaoxiao over completely. "How do we leave?" Su Xiaoxiao asked, gazing at the densely packed zombies on the street below. A wave of fear washing over her. With so many zombies, normal people cannot possibly escape from here. Do not worry. I will carry you out, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. That he then crouched before Su Xiaoxiao, gesturing for her to climb on his back. Su Xiaoxiao shyly bit her lip, but ultimately acquiesced and settled on Zhang Feng's back. "Hold on tight. We are leaving," Zhang Feng said with a grin. Chapter 71. Level 2 Telekinesis. "I'm back," Zhang Feng announced cheerfully upon returning to the villa. The sound of his voice, Yang Mi and the others emerged. They were not surprised to see Su Xiaoxiao by Zhang Feng's side, as Yang Mi had already informed him about her. "You must be Su Xiaoxiao." "Hello, I'm Yang Mi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yang Mi and the others greeted Su Xiaoxiao warmly. After all, Having another companion at this juncture was indeed a positive development. And beauty is always welcomed. Yang Mi and her companions were members of the Beauty Association. They would not take kindly to an unattractive woman joining their ranks. However, if a beautiful woman were to join, they would be far more inclined to accept her. Please instruct her on the rules. I will leave the rest to you that I have some unfinished business to attend to, Zhang Feng said to Yang Mi. Among Zhang Feng's women, Yang Mi was the eldest and the first to become his subordinate, so he entrusted the management of his female team to her. Understood, master. I will handle it well, Yang Mi replied effortlessly, as she was already quite adept at such matters. Zhang Feng nodded and did not linger, turning to leave the villa. The community was shrouded in darkness, yet the main pathways were patrolled by female warriors serving as guards. These warriors took turns watching over the area to ensure that someone could sound an alarm in case of unexpected events. Soon, Zhang Feng exited the community. Once outside, he did not tarry but quickened his pace. There were no mutated zombies in the vicinity. To hunt mutated zombies, Zhang Feng needed to venture further away. The newly acquired instantaneous movement also required testing. Previously, it was inconvenient to test this ability while carrying Su Xiaoxiao. But now that she was no longer with him, Zhang Feng found it much easier to experiment. The power of instantaneous movement was extraordinarily useful. After just a few tests, he had thoroughly mastered this ability. The simplest application involved locking onto a target. Mental locking was slightly more challenging, but once familiarized, it would not hinder usage. With instantaneous movement, killing mutated zombies became significantly easier. Zhang Feng needed only to approach within 100 meters of a mutated zombie. Then with a swift motion, he would teleport behind it and swiftly sever its head. Eliminating a mutated zombie appeared exceedingly effortless. The city was teeming with zombies, and the sheer number of mutated ones was staggering. Zhang Feng felt as though he had an endless supply of mutated zombies to slay. With his efforts, he could elevate his second ability to level 2. For this upgrade, he chose telekinesis. While the combat power of telekinesis is not particularly strong, its auxiliary effects are immensely beneficial. This was the reason Zhang Feng opted to enhance telekinesis as a second-level ability. Upon elevating telekinesis to level 2, a surge of power coursed through Zhang Feng's body. However, this enhancement was noticeably weaker compared to the first time he boosted his fire manipulation ability. Zhang Feng understood that although each enhancement to level 2 would strengthen him, the initial upgrade produced the best effects, while subsequent enhancements would yield diminishing returns. Nonetheless, even with the reduction, the enhancement still improved his abilities. Zhang Feng could feel a slight strengthening of his body, and his mental power had evidently increased. The enhancement of mental power was crucial, as it was intrinsically linked to his abilities such as fire manipulation, instantaneous movement, and telekinesis. The stronger his mental power, the more potent these abilities became. After familiarizing himself with the new level, Zhang Feng quickly grasped the capabilities of level 2 telekinesis. With the enhancement, his telekinesis became significantly more powerful. At this point, it possessed a force equivalent to 3,000 pounds, a truly terrifying increase. The level 2 telekinesis was already comparable in raw strength to the innate strength of level 1. Additionally, the range of telekinesis had expanded to 100 meters. Do not underestimate this 100-meter range. It is quite substantial. Telekinesis simultaneously developed a second characteristic. It could now be dispersed. Previously, telekinesis could only target a single object, such as controlling one Tang Dao. Now, however, Zhang Feng could simultaneously control 7 weapons for attack. His current control was still unrefined, but as he becomes more skilled, he could control even more weapons. It was already late, and the night's battles had drained Zhang Feng of much energy that he had no intention of continuing his fight. Time to head home, Zhang Feng thought, as he enveloped himself in telekinesis and soared toward the villa. After elevating telekinesis to level 2, his strength surged, allowing him to fly at a much faster pace. However, Zhang Feng also discovered that telekinesis emanated from his own body, which meant that when it was used to propel him, his speed could not exceed a normal person's running pace. For Zhang Feng, this was exceedingly slow. The only benefit was that during flight he could disregard terrain and not worry about the zombies on the ground causing him trouble. Yet the speed was simply too sluggish. Zhang Feng lamented. Chapter 72. Equality in treatment. Am I using telekinesis incorrectly? Zhang Feng felt a stirring in his heart. No longer did he soar through the skies, but instead positioned himself firmly on the ground. Subsequently, he began to run, although his telekinetic abilities still exerted influence over him. The primary force propelling him forward was his own effort, with telekinesis serving merely as an auxiliary aid. This approach proved exceedingly beneficial, conserving his energy while significantly enhancing his speed. However, the perennial issue remained. The application of telekinesis upon himself was not as effective in acceleration. After numerous attempts, Zhang Feng suddenly discovered that the simplest method turned out to be the most effective. He located a metal plate and stood upon it, using his telekinesis to lift the plate into the air in this manner. He indeed found the optimal usage of his abilities in this state. The telekinesis did not directly act upon Zhang Feng, but rather upon the metal plate, resulting in the fastest speed. Although he could not fathom the underlying principle, this method allowed him to fly at remarkable speed. Compared to flying directly with telekinesis, this method of gliding upon the metal plate was several times faster. Now that he had discovered the correct mode of flight, the next steps were straightforward. Zhang Feng simply stood upon the metal plate and soared back to the villa, a far more exhilarating experience than riding a motorcycle. Upon returning, he found that several women had already succumbed to slumber, having returned too late to disturb their rest. For Zhang Feng was not one to create unnecessary trouble. After a refreshing shower, he returned to his room, only to sense an unusual presence as he entered. There was someone on his bed. Approaching quietly, he was astonished to find that the woman was Reba, who was sleeping soundly. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Feng could hardly contain himself. With a mischievous grin, he leaned down and kissed Reba. That night, Zhang Feng experienced immense joy. The following day, as per his routine, Zhang Feng checked the system tasks that as expected. The daily tasks had reset, but today's task read: Rescue 100 survivors. Reward, super hearing. This time, the task had taken a different form. It was no longer about exterminating zombies, but rather about saving lives. Zhang Feng was indifferent. For as long as the reward met his satisfaction, he was willing to undertake any task. Rescuing 100 individuals was a trivial endeavor for someone of Zhang Feng's current capabilities. He nudged Reba, urging her to wake. Still groggy, she murmured, "Darling, I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer." Zhang Feng chuckled and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, saying, "Very well, continue your slumber." Since Reba wished to rest, he allowed her to do so. After all, he had no need for her assistance. Zhang Feng had never expected to rely on women for combat. His only ally was himself. Soon, the women in the villa began to awaken, with the exception of Reba, who remained in her sleepy state. The others joined forces to prepare breakfast, which was rather plentiful. And everyone relished the meal. In such a tumultuous era, enjoying a hearty breakfast was indeed a rarity. Su Xiaoxiao sipped her corn porridge in satisfaction, willing to pay any price, even her own body, for the privilege of a full belly. After all, as she had discussed with Yang Mi, their group comprised solely of women, with the lone exception of Zhang Feng. Should sacrifices be necessary, they would only have to face him. Su Xiaoxiao was entirely at ease with this arrangement. Is Reba all right? Yang Mi inquired, noticing Reba's absence. Zhang Feng replied with a laugh, "That girl is both clumsy and playful. She's still asleep. You might want to check on her later." "I will," Yang Mi assured him. "Next time, we ought to have a few more. One is simply insufficient," Zhang Feng stated candidly. His words rang true, as one was indeed inadequate. Yang Mi blushed slightly, but nodded in agreement. "Is it really so? I worry you might be overwhelmed," Cheng Jiejie said with a teasing smile. "Then tonight it will be just you," Zhang Feng replied with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jiejie's expression turned comical, and she hastily exclaimed, "I dare not, master. Please spare me." The other women erupted into laughter at Cheng Jiejie's reaction. "All right, I've had my fill. You all enjoy yourselves and I'll step out for a bit," Zhang Feng declared, wiping his mouth and planting a kiss on Cheng Jiejie, followed by Yang Mi, Huang Yueying, and finally Su Xiaoxiao. Though Huang Yueying and Su Xiaoxiao were not yet Zhang Feng's women, he treated them without distinction, bestowing a kiss upon them as well. They blushed but offered no resistance, for the splendid conditions of their current lives were gifts from Zhang Feng, making it difficult to refuse such a minor request. Zhang Feng exited the villa and summoned Xie In, the overseer of their current residence. He called her to ensure preparations for the incoming survivors. Shortly, a group of survivors would be arriving. Upon hearing the command, Xie Qin felt a surge of excitement and promptly agreed. Chapter 73. The rescue mission after Xie affirmation, Zhang Feng departed from the community, unabashedly demonstrating his abilities as he soared into the sky on the metal plate. The strongest zombies were merely level 1 mutations, while Zhang Feng was already classified as level 2. Thus he had no fear of revealing some of his powers that in fact, showcasing his abilities could be advantageous. Within the community, numerous survivors witnessed Zhang Feng's aerial departure, their astonishment palpable. Zhang Feng, however, was in search of a more suitable mode of transportation. The metal plate beneath his feet had been a last-minute acquisition and was not ideally suited for prolonged use. He sought something more efficient. Fortuitously, not far into his flight, Zhang Feng spotted an enticing object, a clothing store displaying a silver skateboard in its window. Instantly captivated, he descended, shattering the glass to retrieve the skateboard with his telekinesis. Crafted from aluminum alloy and coated with silver paint, the board was perfectly sized and remarkably lightweight, making it easy to maneuver. Zhang Feng stood upon the skateboard, lifting it with his telekinesis, and it immediately hovered in the air. Under his control, the skateboard ascended rapidly, climbing ever higher. However, as the altitude increased, so did the strain on his telekinesis. Upon reaching approximately 200 meters, the pressure became overwhelming, preventing further ascent. The maximum height for telekinesis was 200 meters. Zhang Feng guided the skateboard down to a height of 10 meters and began patrolling the streets. He drew his handgun and fired a shot into the sky, the sound startling all nearby creatures. Zombies on the ground began to stir restlessly, while survivors hidden in the shadows were also roused. Many peered cautiously from their hiding places, hoping for salvation. Survivor Base is recruiting those wishing to join. Now is the time to sign up. Limited slots available. Only 100 will be accepted, Zhang Feng announced repeatedly. After several iterations, he discharged another shot into the air. Some were skeptical of his claims. Yet others seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope that a survivor quickly flung open their window, waving frantically. Those wanting to sign up, wait at the window. I will come and take you away, Zhang Feng shouted. As he needed to rescue 100 individuals, he had no intention of escorting them one by one. Instead, he planned to locate them first and then transport them in batches. The surfboard suited his individual needs. But he required an additional mode of transportation for the rescue. While searching for suitable options, Zhang Feng found none that met his criteria, that he resorted to a more pragmatic approach, dismantling the metal gate of a nearby community. This gate was substantial enough to transport several individuals at once. With 100 survivors, he could complete the task in just a few trips. Zhang Feng retracted his skateboard, commandeering the metal gate to collect the survivors. Those willing to follow Zhang Feng had already gathered at their windows, awaiting his arrival. Steering the metal gate, he soared toward the windows, allowing them to board. Such a scene was unimaginable in previous times. Yet now it had become a reality. The remaining survivors, witnessing this spectacle, grew increasingly excited. After all, Zhang Feng's method of rescue was undeniably safe. Those zombies roamed the ground in abundance. They were flying high above, immune to their threats. More and more survivors appeared at their windows, eagerly awaiting Zhang Feng's assistance. Observing the unfolding rescue, Li Min'er exclaimed with excitement, "Sister, do not fear. We shall be saved." Li Min'er and her sister Li Linger are a pair of beautiful sisters. Their fortunes have been relatively favorable. After the apocalypse, they managed to survive against all odds. However, they find themselves trapped at home, relying solely on a meager supply of food to sustain their lives. Despite their efforts to conserve, the food available is insufficient to meet their needs. Several days ago, they had already consumed the last of their provisions. Moreover, the younger sister, Li Linger, has fallen ill with a fever. If she does not receive treatment, her condition is likely to deteriorate significantly. Yet, Li Min'er feels utterly helpless, as the outside world has become perilous, leaving her incapable of procuring food or medicine to in her moment of despair. Zhang Feng appears. Though she does not know who he is, she instinctively believes that he can save both her and her sister. That in her feverish haze, Li Linger can only respond weakly to her sister's pleas. Seeing her sister's reaction only heightens Li Min'er's anxiety. Noticing that Zhang Feng seems oblivious to their plight, she rushes to the window and calls out, "Help! Please come and save us." Zhang Feng furrows his brow. Disliking such loud outbursts, however, he turns to investigate the source of the commotion. Upon catching sight of Li Min'er, he is momentarily taken aback by her beauty. What a stunning woman. He muses internally, at approximately 25 or 26 years of age. Li Min'er possesses an exquisite appearance. Although she currently appears somewhat disheveled, it does not diminish her allure. The instant Zhang Feng lays eyes on her, he feels a spark of interest, not solely due to her beauty, but because the system favors exceptional slaves, all of whom are strikingly attractive. Zhang Feng manipulates the iron door and swiftly approaches that as he draws near, a notification from the system appears. Exceptional slave candidate identified. Li Min'er. Rating 94. Elated, Zhang Feng realizes he has encountered yet another remarkable candidate. Come up, he instructs Li Min'er. Wait, I have my sister. Li Min'er exclaims in a panic, scrambling to retrieve Li Ling'er. However, her strength is insufficient. And after days of starvation, she is too weak to carry her sister. Zhang Feng glances inside and spots Li Ling'er lying on the bed. Exceptional slave candidate identified. Li Ling'er, rating 96. Zhang Feng is astonished. He did not expect to find another exceptional candidate. Both sisters are remarkable. The family's genes are truly extraordinary. Zhang Feng channels a portion of his mental energy toward Li Ling'er, effortlessly lifting her from the bed. As Li Ling'er remains unconscious, Zhang Feng cradles her in his arms and urges Li Min'er, hurry and come up. Without hesitation, Li Min'er climbs aboard. Once she is safely with him, Zhang Feng decides not to collect any more individuals and transports them back to the villa area. As they depart, he reassures the remaining survivors to wait patiently, promising to return. The iron door, coupled with the weight of 7 or 8 individuals, proves quite heavy. Zhang Feng's mental energy allows him to carry them. But his speed is consequently affected. Given the precarious situation, moving too quickly could result in the passengers tumbling off. Fortunately, the villa compound is not far, and after a brief journey, they arrive. Zhang Feng descends, placing the iron door on the ground. Everyone can disembark now, he instructs. The survivors promptly make their way down. Follow me, he directs Li Min'er as he carries Li Ling'er towards his home within the villa. As for the other ordinary survivors, they are being managed by Xie Qin, who handles the situation in the absence of dedicated personnel. Seeing Zhang Feng depart, Li Min'er quickly follows. Master, what has happened? She inquires. Astonished to see Zhang Feng carrying an ailing woman, Li Min'er is taken aback upon overhearing Yang Mi's address to Zhang Feng as master. She recognizes Yang Mi as a famous celebrity and is shocked to learn that she refers to this man as her master. Zhang Feng explains, I encountered a suitable pair of candidates, so I brought them back. This is the elder sister, Li Min'er, and this is the younger sister, Li Ling'er. However, Li Ling'er is currently ill and requires medicinal treatment. Zhang Feng turns to Li Min'er, speaking with seriousness. Do you wish to save your sister? Yes, I do, she replies eagerly. Zhang Feng solemnly states, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you wish to save your sister, you must pay a price. You possess no valuable possessions, but the only thing of worth is yourself, that if you want me to save your sister, you will need to sacrifice yourself. Li Min'er, upon hearing this, is not overly surprised. She understands her beauty and is aware of men's intentions. Zhang Feng's proposition is something she had anticipated. Steadying herself, she responds, I agree, as long as you can save my sister. I will do anything you ask. Very well. Zhang Feng replies, are you willing to become my slave? If you agree, I will save your sister. Li Min'er is taken aback, not expecting to be asked to become Zhang Feng's slave. Yet, she finds herself with no other options. Although the proposition feels repugnant, she suppresses her indignation and defiantly states, to be your slave? Fine, I agree. However, Zhang Feng does not receive a positive feedback from the system, indicating that Li Min'er has not consented voluntarily. As such, she cannot be classified as Zhang Feng's slave. No. If you are not willing, then it is over. Zhang Feng shakes his head. What do you mean? I have already agreed. Li Min'er feels utterly bewildered. Having given her word, she cannot fathom what the issue could be. Zhang Feng, in turn, is frustrated. The system's requirements extend beyond mere verbal agreement. A genuine internal commitment is necessary. At this moment, Yang Mi interjects, Sister Li Min'er, we, as sisters, are all slaves to the master. Our relationship with him is, in essence, a contractual one that we psychologically acknowledge ourselves as his slaves, and in return, the master provides us with protection. If you merely express agreement without truly believing it, the contract will not be established in our realm. Having only one male as the master and becoming his slave is, in fact, a beneficial arrangement for us. If you wish to save your sister, if you desire a better life, if you seek the master's protection, then becoming his slave is your only and best choice. Understanding dawns on Li Minner. So that's how it is, she murmurs softly, grasping why Zhang Feng has proposed such terms. Initially, she had believed that his request to become a slave was merely a form of role-playing, something she had dismissed internally. However, after hearing Yang Mi's explanation, she realizes that there must be deeper secrets at play, one she does not yet comprehend. Regardless of the nature of these secrets, as long as she can save her sister, she is willing to comply with anything. With this thought in mind, she silently resolves to become Zhang Feng's slave. Her mental shift aligns perfectly with the system's requirements, and Zhang Feng gains yet another exceptional slave. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring an exceptional slave. Reward: ability modification. Ability modification? What sort of ability is that? Zhang Feng found himself utterly perplexed upon seeing the name of his newly acquired ability. Merely glancing at the name, he had no inkling of its potential utility. Opening the system interface, he perused the details of this ability, and after reading the introduction, he was left astounded. The ability, known as transformation, did not possess combat capabilities. Rather, it belonged to a category of lifestyle attributes, or one might say, a supportive ability. The power of transformation allowed him to whimsically alter objects according to his desires. For instance, Zhang Feng could wield this transformative capacity to convert a kitchen knife into a delicate spring knife. The efficacy of this transformation was intrinsically linked to Zhang Feng's own abilities and skill level. Should his prowess be sufficiently formidable, he could, hypothetically, transform a bus into a fighter jet. This exemplified the remarkable nature of the transformation ability. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity's productivity had nearly come to a standstill, rendering the production of new items exceedingly challenging. For example, the weapons and armor Zhang Feng required were utterly unattainable. However, with the advent of the transformation ability, he could now fabricate whatever he needed, provided he had adequate materials. The potential to create an abundance of weapons was within his grasp. Truly, this ability was astonishingly powerful. Precisely what Zhang Feng needed. His heart raced with excitement as he yearned to test this newfound power. He decided to start with solid wood furniture. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng reached for a nearby solid wood chair. The transformation ability activated. As it did, a peculiar force emanated from his hand and spread into the wooden chair. The entire structure of the chair was scanned and presented in Zhang Feng's mind. It was his first time witnessing the chair's intricate design. Now, let us give this chair a new appearance. While the transformation ability could not alter the intrinsic structure of the raw materials, it could modify their external form. In Zhang Feng's hands, the wooden chair softened and morphed, transforming from a mere chair into a large wooden shield measuring 1 meter in length and half a meter in width. The shield had a designated grip on the back, allowing for easy handling by the user. This sturdy wooden shield was sufficiently thick to withstand the attacks of ordinary zombies. Although Zhang Feng himself had no use for such a shield, it would be perfectly suitable for the female warriors. Wow! How did the chair turn into a wooden shield? The voices of admiration erupted from Reba and the others. Master, is this a new ability? Yang Mi inquired softly, clearly aware that Zhang Feng had acquired this power from Li Minner. Indeed, this ability is called transformation, a supportive capability. Although it lacks combat potency, its auxiliary effects are remarkable, particularly when we establish a proper base in the future. The significance of this ability will become even more pronounced. The transformation ability could be employed on all raw materials: wood, plastic, steel, and stone. Zhang Feng even contemplated whether, as this ability continued to evolve and he grew stronger, he might one day utilize it to transform the very planet beneath his feet. But of course, this was merely a whimsical fantasy. It likely required divine intervention to achieve such feats. With ample time ahead, Zhang Feng refrained from further testing the transformation ability, for a patient awaited his medical attention. At this moment, he realized that his team lacked medical personnel. At the very least, a few doctors should be procured. What would they do if someone fell ill, as was the case with Li Ling? Do you know what illness your sister has and what medication she requires? Zhang Feng inquired. I am not sure. However, she has a fever. Could it be caused by a cold? Li Minner responded uncertainly. Let us start with some antipyretics. That I will go find a doctor. Zhang Feng declared, demonstrating concern for Li Linger's condition. After all, she was an exceptional candidate for servitude, and Zhang Feng certainly wished to ensure her safety, that he intended to revive her first before completing the slave certification. With a few instructions given, he promptly set out in search of a doctor, uncertain whether he would be successful. Zhang Feng retrieved his skateboard, stood upon it, and soared into the air, using his telekinetic abilities that in an instant. He flew out of the community, heading directly toward the nearest hospital that if there were any doctors to be found, the hospital would be the most likely place that he hoped that there were still living doctors within. The nearest hospital was not far, especially since Zhang Feng was flying. The journey would take him merely 7 or 8 minutes that as he approached the small hospital, a woman's piercing scream resonated from within. Chapter 76. Nurse Su Ming, stay back. If you come any closer, I will not hesitate to act. Su Ming, a nurse in the hospital, trembled as she brandished a surgical knife. Before her stood a group of men whose intentions were anything but honorable. Their gazes filled with blatant greed. Su Ming, stop resisting. Put down your weapon. You cannot escape, one man taunted. Indeed, Su Ming, why put up a fight? We are all destined to perish. Would it not be more enjoyable to indulge before the end? Another added, rest assured, Su Ming, we mean you no harm. We merely wish to share a moment of pleasure with you. That be by the way, I've heard you are still a virgin. Do you truly wish to die without knowing what it feels like to be a woman? We can grant you that experience. The group of men spoke in a manner that was utterly repulsive to Su Ming. That is, Su Ming, the most beautiful nurse in the hospital, had survived the apocalypse alongside a small number of others. Initially, everything was manageable. The hospital had supplies of medicine, food, and clean water. However, as food dwindled and rescue efforts failed to arrive, the sentiments among the survivors shifted. The first to change were the men in the hospital, doctors, nurses, and patients alike. Those who were terminally ill became increasingly deranged, and this madness seemed to spread, leading the remaining men to target the women. Recognizing the perilous situation, Su Ming attempted to flee. Fortunately, the zombies roaming the hospital at the time did not pursue her. However, she never anticipated that she would be found again. Faced with the allure of a goddess, no man could resist her charm. The other women had already been exhausted. Now, they only craved Su Ming. As Su Ming continued to retreat, the surgical knife in her hand trembled with fear. She was terrified to face such a group of men, that it was no longer merely a matter of losing her body. She was genuinely frightened for her life. After all, no girl could withstand such a predatory pack. The men, however, were not in a hurry. They approached slowly, like cats toying with their prey. Suddenly, one man lunged forward. Knocking Su Ming's knife from her grasp, she gasped in shock, letting out a scream. The men erupted into laughter, reveling in the sight of Su Ming's terror. The goddess Su Ming had become their plaything, and the thrill of this power was intoxicating. Without her weapon, the men felt emboldened, surrounding her with lecherous grins, akin to wolves encircling a lamb. May I interrupt? A man's voice suddenly called from the doorway. Who is it? The men were taken aback, collectively turning their heads to gaze at the entrance. To their astonishment, a stranger had appeared at the doorway. This man was tall and handsome, exuding an indescribable aura that instilled a sense of fear in them. Yet, the realization that they were a group and he was but one individual rekindled their courage. Who are you? One of them inquired. The man at the entrance was Zhang Feng, who had come in response to a woman's cry. Ignoring their questions, he focused on Su Ming in the crowd and smiled, asking, "Hello, beautiful, I present you with a choice. Would you like to be my slave, a slave solely to me, serving only my needs? In return, I will ensure your safety and provide for your sustenance." That Su Ming was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a proposition from the stranger. The other men, however, were furious. They could not fathom that this unknown Zhang Feng would attempt to take away their goddess. Su Ming was the shared idol of their group, and they had all agreed that she must be theirs to cherish collectively, that if she were to be whisked away, what joy would be left for them? Surveying her surroundings, Su Ming suddenly cried out, "I agree. I am willing to be your slave. Please, save me." Her voice resonated with desperation and a strong will to survive. She did not wish to perish, especially not in such a humiliating manner. Faced with the choice of being a man's slave or a plaything for a group of men, she understood the gravity of her situation. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a premium slave. Reward. Restoration of abilities. Restoration? Zhang Feng echoed, as a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes. Chapter 77. The terrifying telekinesis kid. We don't care who you are, get out now, and we won't trouble you. Otherwise, beware. We might kill you. The group threatened Zhang Feng menacingly. Had they not sensed something unusual about him, they would have charged at him without hesitation. Zhang Feng scanned the group with indifference and calmly stated, "Leave now, and I won't make things difficult for you." However, he was acutely aware that they would not heed his warning. True to his prediction, his words only served to infuriate them further that you're asking for death. "Kill him," they shouted in unison, preparing to attack. Zhang Feng merely smiled lightly and softly uttered, "Leave." With that, an invisible force surged forth, striking the men and sending them flying. The telekinetic assault was remarkably precise. Only the men felt its effects, while Su Ming stood dazed, unharmed by the onslaught. "Come out," Zhang Feng instructed Su Ming, as he enveloped her in telekinesis and lifted her away. Su Ming was left in shock. Zhang Feng raised his hand, conjuring a fireball that rapidly coalesced in his palm. "Let us go," he said to her. Su Ming, rendered speechless by fear, could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment as the fireball floated towards the room. The men inside could only watch helplessly as the fireball soared into their midst. They attempted to move, but the telekinetic grip rendered them powerless to resist. The second-tier telekinesis unleashed its true might, and they mere mortals stood no chance against such intangible force. This was the true essence of telekinesis. Suddenly, the telekinetic power dissipated, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Who is that man? What kind of power is that? It's terrifying. Thankfully, he spared us. Yet one bespectacled man trembled as he gazed at the fireball in the room. He had no idea what it was, but he sensed impending doom. Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous explosion erupted as the fireball detonated, obliterating the entire hospital room and leaving no survivors among the occupants. Su Ming jumped at the sound. "What was that?" she asked, trembling. "Don't be afraid. I merely sent them on their way. People like them should not continue to exist," Zhang Feng replied softly. His nonchalant tone startled Su Ming. "Are they all dead?" she asked anxiously. Zhang Feng nodded. "Yes, they're all gone." He turned to look at Su Ming, who was beautiful, her expression adorably innocent and charming. Most notably, she was unable to see her own feet when she looked down, embodying the phrase, "A woman who cannot see her feet is a rare beauty," perfectly exemplified by her. Though Yang Mi was not without her allure, when compared to Su Ming, she was but a minor player in the grand scheme of beauty. Zhang Feng was quite taken with Su Ming. He set her down gently, no longer using telekinesis to hold her, but instead taking her small hand in his, squeezing it lightly as he smiled and said, "From now on, you will be my slave, and I will protect you. Only I will have the privilege to bully you. No one else will ever harm you again." This was the first time Su Ming had ever held a man's hand, and the first time she had heard such possessive words. She felt her cheeks flush crimson. I... Su Ming stammered, struggling to form a coherent response as her nerves overwhelmed her. "That we can discuss everything at home. But first tell me, are there still doctors in the hospital?" Zhang Feng inquired. Su Ming, being a nurse, was perceptive enough to understand. "There were some earlier, but not anymore," she replied softly. "What do you mean?" Zhang Feng asked. Puzzled. "There was a Dr. Wang among that group, but now he is dead," Su Ming explained. Zhang Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "That you're a nurse. You should have mentioned it earlier. How was I to know you were a medical professional when you weren't wearing a white coat? Now it's too late to bring him back. Can you treat illnesses?" Zhang Feng pressed. "I have a companion who is unwell and requires medical attention." Su Ming pondered for a moment before responding. "If it's a common ailment, I can help, but if it's something severe, I am afraid I cannot." "Then let us head back and assess the situation," Zhang Feng concluded. "It's a pity Dr. Bai Jia isn't here. Otherwise, she would be the best choice for treatment. She is the most beautiful and skilled doctor in our hospital," Su Ming lamented. "Where is this Dr. Bai Jia?" Zhang Feng inquired with interest. "She was on leave that day and should have returned home. But we haven't been able to contact her. I don't know how she is doing now," Su Ming explained. Su Ming helplessly remarked, while Zhang Feng seemed to ponder deeply. However, now was not the time for such discussions. They needed to return swiftly to attend to Li Ling. Chapter 78. A sudden attack. Though there were no doctors present, at least Su Ming, a nurse, was there. and the hospital was fully stocked with various medications, enabling them to treat Li Ling. Since they had arrived at the hospital, Zhang Feng naturally would not leave empty-handed. He intended to take everything useful from the hospital, not just the medicines but also all the medical equipment. Although zombies roamed the hospital, they posed no threat to Zhang Feng, but he did not even need to resort to his other abilities. With merely his telekinetic power, he effortlessly extracted the heads of the zombies. As if pulling up radishes, this gruesome scene elicited a scream from Su Ming. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng embraced Su Ming, feeling her softness in his arms, which was quite delightful. On their way to the pharmacy, Zhang Feng also assessed the effects of his restoration ability. This power was truly an auxiliary ability. Its name aptly described its function, capable of accelerating the healing of wounds and the recovery of physical stamina. If one fell ill, it could also restore their constitution. The higher the level of the ability, the more potent the restoration effect. Moreover, the restoration was equally effective on mental energy, although it could only restore energy rather than alleviate the fatigue caused by its depletion. This meant that while Zhang Feng could recover the mental energy expended during battle, the resultant mental fatigue remained unmitigated. Nevertheless, the ability to restore mental energy was already remarkable in itself, enhancing Zhang Feng's endurance in combat. Currently, his mental energy was abundant, preventing him from testing the ability's effects. He would do so when the opportunity arose. Unfortunately, he had dispatched the zombies too swiftly. Otherwise, he could have tested the restoration ability on them to see its efficacy on external injuries. Zhang Feng mused to himself that for the time being, he would not use himself or Su Ming as test subjects. With so many survivors around, they could find others to experiment on once they returned to their community. The two soon arrived at the pharmacy, where they encountered two zombies clad in lab coats. Former pharmacists now turned undead. Zhang Feng opened the door and, utilizing his telekinesis, dragged the two zombies out of the pharmacy before disposing of them outside. After all, the pharmacy was stocked with medications, and it was best to avoid creating a mess with zombie blood inside. Zhang Feng did not let Su Ming intervene. Instead, he used his telekinesis to gather all the visible medications. Every item that approached him vanished. As Zhang Feng opened a dimensional space to store everything within close proximity, that Su Ming watched in astonishment, completely taken aback by Zhang Feng's bizarre abilities. The pharmacy, once filled to the brim with supplies, was rapidly emptied under Zhang Feng's skillful manipulation. "Let us gather the medical equipment next," Zhang Feng instructed Su Ming, who nodded in agreement. They proceeded to various departments, collecting all the medical apparatus available. The scattered nature of the departments meant this task consumed some time. Zhang Feng was uncertain about what ailments might afflict their group in the future, so he decided to clear out the entire hospital. Anything that could be of use was taken, ensuring they had ample supplies for whatever lay ahead. Once they had emptied the premises, Zhang Feng wasted no time. He summoned his surfboard and, with Su Ming, ascended onto IT. IT was Su Ming's first experience on a flying surfboard, causing her to tremble in fear. Zhang Feng chuckled, pleased with her reaction, as he wrapped his arms around her from behind, whispering, "Do not be afraid. I am here." Feeling the warmth and strength of Zhang Feng's embrace brought Su Ming a sense of reassurance. Easing her prior panic, as the surfboard took off, they headed back toward the villa district. Midway through their flight, a sudden gunshot rang out, sending a jolt of alarm through Zhang Feng, who felt an overwhelming sense of danger. His reflexes were quick, but in the face of a bullet's trajectory, they were insufficient that he sensed a bullet strike his back. However, his formidable muscles and bones mitigated the bullet's force. Instinctively, he unleashed his telekinesis, forming a barrier at his back that deflected the bullet. Zhang Feng's expression darkened. He had not anticipated being shot at. Only humans possess firearms. To be targeted without reason was infuriating. Had the bullet struck from the front, Su Ming, standing before him, would have been doomed. That a wave of murderous intent surged within him, and layers of telekinetic energy enveloped them, guarding against further attacks. Chapter 79. Telekinesis blocked. Su Ming, terrified, quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" "I am fine, but someone is about to be very unfortunate," Zhang Feng replied coolly. He adjusted the surfboard's direction, fixing his gaze toward the source of the bullet. That he had heard the gunfire and could trace it back to its origin. That he focused on the sound, which emanated from a nearby building. Activating his telekinesis, he swiftly approached the structure. The shooter had already concealed themselves, and Zhang Feng did not know where they had hidden. However, it mattered little. The building was not vast, and there were limited places to hide. If necessary, he would completely destroy the building. Zhang Feng was confident that after demolishing it, the shooter would not survive. Moreover, the positions from which one could shoot were few. He could systematically search them all. "You have quite the audacity to shoot at me. Let me assure you, your days are numbered," he declared loudly. "This is a statement from me. No one can save you," since the shooter refused to reveal themselves. Zhang Feng resolved to draw them out by force. "Let us see just how well you can hide," he remarked with a sinister smile. Although fury boiled within him, he had never sought trouble with ordinary individuals due to his extraordinary abilities. Yet now, someone dared to threaten him with a firearm. This was a matter of life and death, igniting Zhang Feng's wrath. Concentrating, he conjured a fireball, launching it into the building with a resounding explosion. A window shattered, along with the room inside, which was fortunately vacant. "Nothing? Then let us continue," Zhang Feng persisted, summoning another fireball to obliterate the adjacent room. 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. He unleashed fireballs upon every chamber where the shooter might be hiding. Should he fail to locate the gunman, Zhang Feng was determined to raise the entire building that he could not swallow this insult. With Zhang Feng's capabilities, destroying the structure was merely a matter of time. Su Ming watched in awe, finally understanding the terrifying consequences of Zhang Feng's anger. She silently vowed never to provoke him again. "Please stop. I beg you, we surrender. This has nothing to do with us." It was Wang Zijie who fired. A window opened, revealing a trembling figure with yellow hair, known as Huang Mao, who stood quaking in fear. Huang Mao did not want to emerge, but he had no choice. He felt the destruction encroaching upon him, that if he did not step out, he would certainly perish. He wished to escape, but there was nowhere to flee. Zombies lurked outside. Hiding in his home had afforded him some safety. But venturing outside would mean certain death. "Who is Wang Zijie, and how do you know he was the one who fired?" Zhang Feng coldly interrogated. "Wang Zijie lives in the apartment below mine. I know he possesses wealth, but I have no idea where he acquired a handgun that I heard the gunfire from downstairs. It had to be him," Huang Mao stammered. Zhang Feng nodded, softening his tone, "that I will seek him out. If he is indeed the shooter, this matter will not concern you. However, should you lie, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." "Brother, how could I dare to deceive you?" Huang Mao said with a face full of terror. He truly did not dare to trick Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng could fly, was unafraid of bullets, and could wield powerful fireballs. Who would dare provoke Zhang Feng? Only Wang Zijie, whose mind seemed clouded, would have the audacity to shoot at him. Zhang Feng's gaze had already settled upon the balcony below. Suddenly, his focus sharpened. He spotted a bullet casing on the balcony, an already used bullet casing. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the casing towards him using his telekinetic power. The casing was still warm to the touch, indicating it had been fired recently. It was certain now. The gunman was in this room. Zhang Feng had no intention of speaking or uncovering the reasons behind his attack. All he desired was to exact vengeance. His telekinetic force surged towards the balcony, which exploded under its influence. The force continued to extend into the room, as he aimed to capture everyone inside. At that moment, a powerful force arose within the room, blocking Zhang Feng's telekinetic energy, that he was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the presence of another extraordinary individual here. "Good brother, let us not resort to violence. We can negotiate." A bespectacled man stepped forward, his body radiating shimmering lights. That was these lights that repelled Zhang Feng's telekinetic force. Behind this man were several others, both men and women, among them a young man brandishing a handgun. Noticing Zhang Feng's gaze, the young man with the gun felt a flicker of fear, but quickly straightened his posture. But if there were no surprises, this young man must be Wang Zijie. Chapter 80. "You are all going to die." Zhang Feng was astonished to find his telekinetic force blocked. Having attained level 2 of his ability, his power was significant, yet it was thwarted by a cascade of golden light. These golden rays flickered uncertainly, appearing almost ethereal, yet they proved remarkably solid against Zhang Feng's telekinetic energy. Resembling an immovable mountain, that a level 2 extraordinary being. Zhang Feng mused, sensing the formidable power contained within the golden light, speculating that the opponent might indeed be a level 2 extraordinary being. However, this was merely Zhang Feng's conjecture. Lacking reliability, after halting Zhang Feng's telekinetic force, The bespectacled man spoke in a low tone. "Brother, we can discuss this matter amicably. That my name is Wang Zihao, Wang Zijia's elder brother. What just happened was a misunderstanding. His gun discharged accidentally, that we were in the wrong, and I sincerely apologize on behalf of my brother that we can offer you some compensation. Whatever conditions you have, please feel free to express them that we can negotiate." Zhang Feng glanced at Wang Zihao and casually inquired, "Your ability is level 2 now?" Wang Zihao paused momentarily before nodding with a smile. "Indeed, my ability has reached level 2. This was the source of Wang Zihao's newfound confidence in confronting Zhang Feng. He understood Zhang Feng was formidable, but he was not weak himself. His powers had reached level 2. How did you achieve level 2? Zhang Feng pressed further, eager to understand how Wang Zihao had attained such rapid advancement. Zhang Feng had slain numerous level 1 mutated zombies and had not progressed as swiftly. Could it be that Wang Zijia had dispatched even more mutated zombies? That's a secret. Wang Zihao shook his head. Zhang Feng smiled faintly, in truth. Regardless of whether Wang Zihao divulged this information or not, Zhang Feng was intent on killing, and he aimed to eliminate them all. Previously, Zhang Feng had shown restraint, but after the shooting incident, his mindset had shifted. He did not seek trouble, yet trouble sought him. Was this not compelling Zhang Feng to unleash a massacre? "If I were to demand your surrender of Wang Zijia, you surely would refuse?" Zhang Feng taunted. "Indeed, he is my brother, and for my sake, let's consider today's events settled. That my brother acted unintentionally. It was not deliberate," Wang Zihao replied calmly. A mocking smile crept onto Zhang Feng's face. "You really think your brother could fire that accurately while I was airborne? Such nonsense is hardly believable." "Very well. It seems you are quite confident," Zhang Feng remarked, though his smile bore a chill. After speaking, Zhang Feng leaned closer to Su Ming and whispered, "Be good and hide over there." He enveloped Su Ming in his telekinetic power and transported her to an empty room in the adjacent building. Su Ming would only serve as a burden during the impending battle. So Zhang Feng wished to ensure her safety before the confrontation began. This time, Zhang Feng intended to engage fully. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's actions, Wang Zihao grew visibly anxious. Even a fool could discern Zhang Feng's intention to strike. "Brother, do you truly intend to fight? If we engage, it will only lead to suffering for all, and you may not even be my match," Wang Zihao urged. In truth, he was backing down, lacking confidence in defeating Zhang Feng, especially given Zhang Feng's previous display of destructive power. Moreover, Zhang Feng could fly, and a flying adversary could easily escape if overwhelmed. Against such an opponent, Wang Zihao felt he was at a disadvantage and was unwilling to engage Zhang Feng in battle. However, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Zhang Feng coldly laughed. "When you opened fire on me earlier, you should have anticipated this outcome. Today, you all shall perish. This is the consequence of attacking me." "Damn it, brother, let us take him on," Wang Zijia exclaimed furiously, unable to endure this humiliation. "Shut up, you fool," Wang Zihao scolded, infuriated by his own reckless brother. Why provoke such a formidable enemy? Wang Zijia's jealousy flared when he saw Zhang Feng soaring through the air with a stunning woman by his side. In a moment of impulsiveness, he fired a shot at Zhang Feng, not considering the ramifications. Free from legal constraints, Wang Zijia acted solely on his whims, shooting without hesitation. His marksmanship was precise, resulting in the deaths of several survivors across the way. He was nothing short of a madman. Previously, he had faced no consequences for his recklessness, but today, he had stirred up trouble. Chapter 81. I know your weakness, prepare yourselves. I am about to strike. Zhang Feng announced with a smile, his demeanor now devoid of the previous fury, replaced instead by a sense of delight in that moment. Zhang Feng's spirits genuinely lifted. Encountering a level 2 extraordinary being was fortuitous for him. He sought to explore and fully test the capabilities of the extraordinary beings he had encountered. After all, his experiences with other extraordinary beings had been limited, and this level 2 individual was, apart from himself, the only one he had come across. Such valuable material warranted thorough examination. The Dio not be too complacent. The outcome of today remains uncertain, Wang Zihao retorted coldly, his ire fully ignited by Zhang Feng's demeanor. He was determined to eliminate Zhang Feng. Yet, Zhang Feng was already on the offensive. A fireball coalesced in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, it flew towards the golden light. The explosion resonated. But the force was entirely absorbed by the golden barrier. You think only you can attack? Wang Zihao sneered, that a beam of golden light burst forth from his hand, striking Zhang Feng's front. Zhang Feng had erected a telekinetic barrier, which rippled upon impact with the golden light. The encounter ended in a stalemate. Zhang Feng had not anticipated that the golden light could serve both defensive and offensive purposes. However, compared to its defensive capabilities, its offensive power was somewhat diminished. Zhang Feng's telekinetic barrier was sufficient to withstand the golden light's assault. This golden light was, in essence, a form of energy attack, akin to the fireball Zhang Feng had unleashed, though the means of its destruction remained elusive to him. After all, Zhang Feng was still a novice when it came to extraordinary abilities. However, he understood one principle, regardless of how grandiose an attack might appear. Utilizing extraordinary powers would inevitably incur a cost. The greater the power, the more significant the expenditure, as energy must be conserved. Zhang Feng was confident in his endurance surpassing that of his opponent. "Open fire! Let us attack together!" Wang Zijie exclaimed loudly as he raised his handgun and fired at Zhang Feng. The remaining few reacted similarly, hastily drawing their weapons to attack Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng was not one to passively endure an assault. With a swift movement, he vanished from his original position and reappeared behind Wang Zijie. Wang Zihua's defenses were entirely directed towards the balcony, leaving him utterly unprepared for Zhang Feng's sudden emergence at his back. With his Tang Dao in hand, Zhang Feng executed two swift slashes, severing Wang Zijie's hands and feet. That a piercing scream escaped Wang Zijie's lips, which finally alerted Wang Zihua to Zhang Feng's presence behind him. Reacting instinctively, he shifted the golden light to protect his rear, yet this golden shield did not form a complete circle, leaving him vulnerable. Had Zhang Feng intended to kill him, he would have already met his demise. This golden light was not without its flaws, but Zhang Feng had no immediate intention of ending his life. Hence, Wang Zihua still breathed. "You are truly despicable," he roared, witnessing his brother's limbs brutally severed. In Zhang Feng's grasp, a fiery red whip materialized, thrashing violently through the air as it relentlessly assaulted the golden barrier before Wang Zihua. While the golden light could withstand the fiery lash, the others were not so fortunate. The entire room succumbed to the wrath of Zhang Feng's fiery whip, and without the protection of the golden light, they were instantaneously reduced to mere fragments. Ironically, despite Wang Zijie's dismemberment, Zhang Feng refrained from killing him, choosing to prolong his suffering for a while longer. The fiery whip's ferocity was terrifying, its speed relentless, forcing Wang Zihua to devote all his energy to defense. He found himself incapable of mounting a counterattack. Zhang Feng, however, was not exerting his full strength. He was merely gauging their abilities. Zhang Feng astutely observed that Wang Zihua's golden light possessed formidable defensive capabilities against energy attacks, rendering his current assaults ineffective. Thus, he resolved to amplify his offensive power, unleashing his full might. Wang Zihua felt the pressure mounting and gritted his teeth as he constricted the golden light. The smaller the area of protection, the stronger its defense became. "Let us see how you handle this," Zhang Feng suddenly declared, drawing forth a Desert Eagle and using telekinesis to aim it at Wang Zihua. The latter's complexion shifted dramatically as the bullet struck the golden barrier, penetrating it halfway. "Interesting. So you fear physical attacks," Zhang Feng chuckled, surprised to discover that this golden light could flawlessly defend against his energy and fire assaults, yet faltered against bullets. "Your weakness is now known to me. Your end is imminent," Zhang Feng coldly stated. Wang Zihua, taken aback, found himself at a loss for a countermeasure. At this moment, he realized that he had lost Zhang Feng's interest. The latter was eager to test the destructive potential of his full power. "Are you ready to meet your demise?" Zhang Feng bellowed, launching his complete offensive. Under telekinetic control, the Desert Eagle unleashed a torrent of bullets, while the fiery whip lashed out relentlessly against the golden shield. Simultaneously, he swung a nearby sofa with great force. Zhang Feng's assault was chaotic yet overwhelming. Wang Zihua held out for merely 3 seconds before emitting a wretched cry, blood gushing from his mouth as the golden light before him dissipated. The ferocity of Zhang Feng's attack was insurmountable, particularly the physical blows that he could not withstand. His golden light ability, indeed, offered significant resistance to energy-based attacks, but when faced with physical assaults, that protection vanished. This was one of his critical weaknesses. Yet, even without this flaw, he would have been unable to withstand Zhang Feng's onslaught. After all, the sheer multiplicity of Zhang Feng's strikes was beyond what he could defend against alone. Zhang Feng promptly withdrew his assault, using telekinesis to lift Wang Zihua into the air. Let me be frank, you are destined to die because you have provoked me. However, there are various ways to meet your end. I can execute you swiftly or torment you slowly. Choose wisely. With great difficulty, Wang Zihua replied, I understand. Please, kill me quickly, that I cannot bear the thought of being tortured. Zhang Feng smiled slightly. That a wise choice. Now tell me, how did you advance to level 2? Are you not also a level 2 ability user? Why must you inquire? Wang Zihua questioned, bewildered that I simply wish to know if you and I share a similar path. Zhang Feng replied earnestly. Wang Zihua, weary and resigned, said, very well. I will tell you that I killed mutated zombies and extracted a crystal from their brains that by absorbing the crystal's power, I upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Zhang Feng quickly inquired, how many energy crystals did you absorb to reach level 2? Wang Zihua's method of advancement was not dissimilar to Zhang Feng's. The latter simply utilized a system for absorption, which was considerably faster. That I absorbed 4 energy crystals to upgrade to level 2. Wang Zihua affirmed. Are you certain? Zhang Feng asked, astonished. Absolutely, it was 4. I am quite certain, Wang Zihua reiterated. Please do not kill me, that I can be of use to you. I will obey your commands, Wang Zihua implored, unable to suppress his desperation. Who among us wishes to perish, die? Zhang Feng responded tersely, pulling the trigger with telekinetic precision, delivering a fatal bullet to Wang Zihua's head. Elder brother Wu, it was I who caused your demise. Upon witnessing his brother's execution, the dismembered Wang Zijie erupted into tears that he had never imagined that his brother would meet such an end due to his actions. Cease your weeping, for you too shall soon join him in death. However, your demise will be far more excruciating, Zhang Feng coldly remarked. You shall not have a peaceful death. Even in death, I will haunt you. Wang Zijie spat venomously. You think I fear you? Huh. Zhang Feng scoffed, indifferent to Wang Zijie's threats. The latter had brought this upon himself by foolishly opening fire on him. Wang Zijie was filled with regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have pulled the trigger. His jealousy of Zhang Feng's ability to fly had driven him to shoot, yet he never anticipated the dire consequences of that single act. Zhang Feng, without uttering another word, seized Wang Zihua and leapt from the building. Utilizing telekinesis, he descended slowly to the ground, but as they neared the earth, Wang Zijie was unceremoniously dropped. Within moments, they were beset by several zombies drawn to the commotion. As soon as Wang Zijie hit the ground, the zombies lunged at him, gnashing their teeth hungrily. Terrified by the approaching horde, Wang Zihua let out a scream of panic. Help! Please do not leave me here. Kill me! Please, just end it. Wang Zijie, torn and bitten by the zombies, was engulfed in unbearable agony. This horrific punishment shattered his psychological defenses, and he found himself devoid of any desire to survive, yearning only for a swift demise. Yet, the zombies feasted upon his flesh and blood without granting him the mercy of an immediate death, that he was compelled to endure a prolonged period of pain before finally succumbing. Wang Zijie was consumed by profound regret. He had believed himself to be perverse, only to discover that Zhang Feng was far more depraved, tormenting him in such a grotesque manner. His remorse was immeasurable, but it was all too late. Zhang Feng merely hovered above, watching Wang Zijie perish, only choosing to depart once Wang Zijie was reduced to a mere husk. Chapter 83. Seeking a doctor when Zhang Feng killed Wang Zihao. A surge of energy emanated from Wang Zihao's body, which Zhang Feng absorbed and retained. This energy could be harnessed to enhance supernatural abilities, differing significantly from the energies acquired previously. This was the energy extracted from a second-level extraordinary being, equating to second-level power, suitable for upgrading second-level abilities. Naturally, it could also be utilized to elevate first-level abilities with a notably potent effect. This was Zhang Feng's own assessment, albeit untested in practice. Zhang Feng had initially intended to apply this energy to his second-level ability of fire manipulation. However, upgrading a second-level ability to the third level required an immense amount of energy, rendering the energy acquired this time rather insignificant. Merely a drop in the bucket, that it would be far more effective to channel this energy into a first-level ability. Ultimately, Zhang Feng decided to invest the second-level energy into his first-level ability, Divine Strength. In an instant, the energy reservoir of Divine Strength was nearly filled to capacity, just a fraction away from an upgrade. The effect of applying second-level energy to a first-level ability was overwhelmingly strong. Zhang Feng estimated that 1 unit of second-level energy was equivalent to 10 units of first-level energy, a tenfold increase. He only needed to absorb 5 second-level energy crystals to elevate a first-level ability. However, he had yet to encounter any second-level mutated zombies, leaving him with no choice but to continue hunting first-level mutated zombies to upgrade his abilities. After finishing his business, Zhang Feng wasted no time. After all, Li Linger was still awaiting treatment, but he swiftly retrieved Su Ming and returned to the villa area. On the way back, Zhang Feng exercised utmost caution, constantly enveloping both himself and Su Ming in a psychic shield for their protection. Having learned from this experience, he could not afford to be careless again. Nurse Sun Ming requested Su Ming to examine Li Ling. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng guided Su Ming inside, allowing her to attend to Li Ling. Su Ming was taken aback by the sheer number of beautiful women present, but there was no time for distractions. Attending to the patient was of paramount importance. Recognizing Su Ming as a nurse, everyone made way as she retrieved her instruments and promptly began her examination of Li Linger. A minute later, Li Linger sighed in relief, stating, "It's pneumonia. Fortunately, it is treatable. Pneumonia can range from mild to severe. Without medication, it can indeed be fatal, but with proper treatment, recovery is considerably simpler." "Pneumonia? Can it be cured?" Li Minner inquired. Astonished, she had not anticipated that her sister was afflicted with pneumonia, which explained why her condition had worsened over several days. "It can be treated. We have brought medication," Su Ming reassured her hastily. She too felt relieved, having feared that Li Linger might be suffering from a more serious ailment, which would have rendered treatment impossible. Thankfully, it was merely pneumonia. In the outpatient clinic, Su Ming was a proficient nurse and well-versed in the treatment of pneumonia. Previously, as a nurse, she could not arbitrarily administer medication to patients, but the circumstances had changed dramatically. Even as a nurse, Su Ming now had to dispense medication. "Given the unavailability of doctors, I will administer the medication. Fortunately, this is a common ailment, and I know how to treat it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. You should still seek a doctor. There are many illnesses I am not equipped to treat," Su Ming remarked softly as she prepared the medication. "Understood. I will make every effort to find a doctor," Zhang Feng replied earnestly. For the sake of himself and the other survivors in the base, securing a doctor was imperative. Ideally, every specialty should be represented, even the seemingly insignificant dentists. Zhang Feng resolved to visit hospitals today, intending to locate any surviving doctors. A random mission appeared before Zhang Feng. Rescue at least 10 doctors. Reward: master-level medical skills. Upon seeing the task's reward, Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a reward he greatly desired, as medical skills, though not a supernatural ability, held immeasurable value and utility. If he were proficient in medicine, he could attend to his loved one's ailments himself. Even if all the doctors perished, he would no longer have to worry about medical issues. This reward was timely, but fulfilling the task would not be easy, as it required the rescue of 10 doctors. Zhang Feng pondered whether there were still 10 healthy doctors to be found in this city. Despite his doubts, he recognized the necessity of completing the mission. Chapter 84. Completion of the rescue mission. Li Linger required oral medication and intravenous fluids. After administering the medication, her condition stabilized. Although it was pneumonia, with a few days of treatment, she should recover. Suddenly, Zhang Feng thought of the ability to recover. This ability belonged exclusively to Su Ming, and by sharing it with her, she could fully harness its effects. Zhang Feng shared the ability without hesitation. Su Ming gasped in surprise, suddenly receiving the power of the ability, leaving her astounded. Zhang Feng chuckled, saying, "As my subordinate, I can bestow upon you a portion of my strength. You can now use the recovery ability on Li Linger." The effects of the recovery ability were equally effective for treating diseases. While not overwhelmingly powerful, its scope was extensive, producing effects in many areas. "Understood," Su Ming replied promptly, already aware of the recovery ability's function. She then proceeded to use the recovery ability on Li Linger. The application of the recovery ability was subtle, lacking any visual or auditory effects, yet a ripple of energy enveloped Li Linger. The recovery ability was now in effect. This ability, known as recovery, can accelerate healing and is effective for treating ailments, Zhang Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Li Min'er felt an immense wave of gratitude. Take care of yourselves. I have matters to attend to. Zhang Feng uttered a brief statement before departing that he had 2 tasks to complete today, and time was rather constrained. For now, he prioritized finishing the daily tasks to secure the rewards before embarking on any rescue missions. However, prior to aiding others, Zhang Feng intended to modify a spacecraft. Previously, he had acquired a new ability modification, from Li Min'er, which allowed him to alter mission-related items. While this ability lacked combat prowess, its auxiliary effects were undeniably powerful. He decided to craft the spacecraft first as a preliminary test. Zhang Feng retrieved his surfboard and soared out of the residential complex. Not far from the community lay an abandoned construction site, still stocked with building materials. Initially, Zhang Feng had deemed these materials unworthy and of no use to him. But now, with the ability to modify, everything had changed. He landed at the site, where a zombie emerged upon hearing the noise. With a swift flick of his wrist, 3 surgical knives shot forth, piercing through the skulls of several zombies under the influence of his telekinesis. Before returning to him, he shook the knives to remove the blood before retracting them back into the dimensional space. These surgical knives had been procured from a hospital, making it quite convenient to control them telekinetically to eliminate zombies. However, their excessive sharpness rendered them somewhat brittle, suitable only for temporary use. He would need to forge more durable weapons later. After clearing away a few zombies, Zhang Feng collected all the building materials from the site into his dimensional space, leaving behind only a portion of steel. While the quality of this steel was merely average, it was sufficient for his needs. Grasping the steel, Zhang Feng activated his modification ability, which gradually reshaped the material that a metal vessel began to take form in his hands, complete with railings on either side and seating for a total of 21 individuals, including himself. Thus, he could transport 20 additional passengers, provided they did not exceed a certain weight limit. The metal vessel was not particularly heavy, so its defensive capabilities were limited, but it sufficed for transportation purposes. The vessel's design was uncomplicated, resulting in minimal consumption of his mental energy. This marked Zhang Feng's first genuine utilization of his modification ability to produce a finished product, further emphasizing the value of this power. Zhang Feng boarded the vessel and maneuvered it into the air. Weighing approximately 300 pounds, the vessel was relatively easy for him to control, especially since no one was on board yet. However, once all 20 seats were filled, the strain on his mental energy would significantly increase. He piloted the vessel towards the survivors he had previously located. Those survivors had been waiting for hours. Growing increasingly despondent, beginning to doubt that Zhang Feng would return. Just as their hope waned, they spotted the metal vessel approaching in the distance, with Zhang Feng seated at the helm. Hope rekindled among them. Yet no one dared to speak loudly, fearing it might attract the attention of nearby zombies. Zhang Feng expertly maneuvered the vessel to safely retrieve 20 individuals, while the remaining survivors would have to continue waiting. However, their despair was alleviated. They knew Zhang Feng would undoubtedly return for them. True to his word, Zhang Feng returned in just 20 minutes. The delay had been due to the number of passengers he was transporting. Otherwise, he could have made the round trip even faster. With the capability to transport 20 individuals at a time, the objective of rescuing 100 people was swiftly accomplished, the moment the task was completed. The corresponding reward was granted. This reward was super hearing. Chapter 85. The Marvelous Uses of Super Hearing. The effects of super hearing left Zhang Feng astonished. Previously, he had assumed that super hearing merely enhanced his auditory perception, making it more acute. However, upon acquiring this ability, he realized it was far more profound than that. Super hearing did not simply amplify hearing. It induced an evolutionary change in his auditory system. That a fitting analogy would be that Zhang Feng now possessed abilities akin to those of Daredevil. Although Daredevil was blind, he wielded super hearing, allowing him to perceive his surroundings through sound waves. This ability enabled him to understand his environment more clearly than an average person. With super hearing, Zhang Feng could detect sounds within a 10-kilometer radius. Naturally, this 10-kilometer range represented an extreme limit. Sounds further away became increasingly indistinct, that he could hear the shuffling of zombies 10 kilometers away, yet the sounds were already quite vague. When narrowing the distance to 3 kilometers, he could distinguish the footsteps of zombies, allowing him to ascertain their numbers. Within a kilometer, he could even hear soft conversations clearly. Looking towards nearby buildings, he could detect the sounds of zombies within and the heartbeat of living individuals. Zombies also possessed heartbeats, albeit at a significantly slower rate, allowing Zhang Feng to effortlessly differentiate between the two. The capabilities afforded by super hearing genuinely thrilled Zhang Feng, granting him formidable reconnaissance skills. Had he possessed super hearing earlier, he would have been able to detect actions like those of Wang Zijie firing a gun, enabling him to evade the bullets in real time. Should anyone attempt to ambush him in the future, he would be aware of their presence beforehand, unless they could somehow mask all sounds they emitted. Otherwise, as long as they approached within close proximity, he would hear them. Zhang Feng exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. Truly, the rewards bestowed by the system were beyond reproach. While super hearing was not classified as an ability and could not be upgraded, Zhang Feng felt no disappointment. After all, this reward was exceptionally practical. Although the task had been completed, numerous survivors remained. Having promised to assist them, Zhang Feng was determined to uphold his word. He made 2 more trips, successfully bringing back all the remaining survivors. Once they returned, each survivor was registered and organized. There was no immediate need for them to take action, as long as they complied with the rules. Zhang Feng could sustain them with provisions, and when the time came for him to depart, he would take along those who were obedient and useful. Those who proved disruptive and unhelpful would be left behind. Zhang Feng entrusted these mundane matters to Yang Mi, who had consistently proven to be a capable aide. With her managing the camp during the day, Zhang Feng could relax in the evenings, and he held a favorable view of her assistance. After accomplishing so much, the morning had swiftly passed. Zhang Feng hastily consumed a lunch at the villa before promptly leaving, as a second task awaited his attention. Rescue missions of this nature necessitated expedience. The longer he delayed, the greater the danger for the doctors, who might perish outside at any moment. Before departing, Zhang Feng inquired with Su Ming about the residential addresses of the doctors. Regrettably, the hospital did not have a designated area for their families, thwarting Zhang Feng's intention to visit a Dr. S family compound. Nevertheless, Su Ming was aware of Dr. Baijie's home address. Whether Dr. Baijie remained at home and alive was another matter entirely. Zhang Feng chose not to dwell on it. He simply took note of the address, intending to visit if it was convenient. If not, he would move on. Having learned Dr. Baijie's address, Zhang Feng wasted no time. He summoned his surfboard and soared into the air. Telekinesis proved exceptionally useful in this regard. Without it, navigating the city to rescue individuals would be exceedingly cumbersome. Although Zhang Feng was airborne, he maintained half of his attention on the surrounding environment to avoid another ambush. Despite his current combat strength, many methods could still lead to his demise, such as sniper rifles or heavy machine guns. Previously, he had deflected bullets from Wang Zijie's handgun, but a single shot from a sniper rifle would spell his end. However, at present, ambushing Zhang Feng had become virtually impossible. His super hearing enabled him to detect enemy movements before they could strike, allowing him to evade potential attacks. Yet, super hearing had its downsides. Zhang Feng became acutely sensitive to sound. As he traversed the area, he heard numerous cries of despair. Being human, he empathized with their plight and wished to assist, but his capacity was limited. He could not save everyone. Thus, he steeled himself and offered silent apologies. Chapter 86. Impersonating a doctor is a deadly game. In this world, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to survive. They not only had to seek food, but also evade zombie attacks, all while guarding against threats from fellow humans. Had Zhang Feng not possessed the system, he likely would not have survived to this day. Even if he had managed to endure, he would never have lived as freely as he did now. Zhang Feng sensed the dire circumstances of the survivors around him, yet felt powerless to assist them. After all, as just one person, how many could he truly save? Zhang Feng let out an angry exclamation and quickened his pace towards the second hospital, arriving there in no time. Inside the hospital, a horde of zombies roamed, and Zhang Feng couldn't help but doubt whether it was truly possible to find any living doctors in such an environment. Nevertheless, he resolved to enter. Let's see what we can find. He muttered softly to himself as he landed on the ground. He ceased to rely on his telekinesis, mindful that using such abilities consumed mental energy. It was best to conserve it whenever possible. Upon his arrival, he immediately attracted the attention of the zombies, yet they did not attack him due to the zombie aura he emanated. Zhang Feng dashed into the hospital, searching for any potential survivors that I in the past. Seeking survivors would have been a cumbersome task, as they would surely be hiding away, making them difficult to locate. However, the situation had changed entirely. Zhang Feng had mastered superhuman hearing, enabling him to detect the sounds of survivors nearby. As he approached, he could ascertain whether anyone in the vicinity was alive. Suddenly, a smile spread across Zhang Feng's face. He sensed a group of survivors. They were likely concealed within the hospital's inpatient department, while the outpatient area appeared to be devoid of living souls. Moreover, the number of hidden survivors was significant, over 30 individuals, indicating a high probability that some among them were doctors. Zhang Feng swiftly made his way to the survivors' hiding place, which was on the top floor of the inpatient department. The main entrance was barricaded, and the zombies outside remained oblivious to the presence of the living within. As long as these individuals kept silent, the zombies would not discover their whereabouts, which was the reason for their survival. Instead of using the main entrance, Zhang Feng flew directly up and entered through a window. His sudden appearance startled everyone inside. Someone has flown in. The crowd gaped at Zhang Feng, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and caution. "Who are you? How did you get in?" inquired a bespectacled middle-aged man. Zhang Feng ignored the query, scanning the faces of those present, that he noticed that some were wearing white coats. "Most likely doctors. I am Zhang Feng, the leader of the Hope Survivor base. That I have come to rescue doctors. If any among you is a doctor, you may leave with me. Our base is secure and well-stocked with food." "You have sufficient food at your base?" someone questioned skeptically, disbelief evident in their tone. In this era, a base with ample food was akin to paradise. "That we have cleared out a supermarket. We will not face food shortages in the near future," to reassure them. Zhang Feng provided some context. "I am a doctor." "So am I. Me too. I am a doctor." A multitude of voices rose as people stepped forward to declare their medical credentials. Zhang Feng's gaze swept over them, and a smile graced his face. "We wholeheartedly welcome doctors to our base. However, those attempting to impersonate doctors will face severe consequences. So, I ask again, who among you is a doctor?" The crowd fell silent. "Why only doctors? We are people too. Can't we all leave together?" A young woman could no longer contain her frustration. Zhang Feng replied coolly, "I came alone and can only rescue a limited number of individuals this time. Therefore, doctors will take precedence. Although their family members may accompany them, my time is precious, and I cannot afford to linger here. So, once more, who among you is a doctor? I can take doctors and their families with me." "I am a doctor," a middle-aged man declared, stepping forward. "And I am too," chimed in a female doctor. Zhang Feng did not concern himself with their specialties. As long as they were indeed doctors, that sufficed. "I am also a doctor. I am the director of the inpatient department," the bespectacled man stammered. The expressions of the two earlier doctors grew peculiar upon hearing his claim, but they chose not to comment further. Zhang Feng, however, noticed their odd demeanor and was curious about its significance. Chapter 87. The clever woman. "I, too, am a doctor," the bespectacled man asserted, trembling yet resolute in his declaration that he felt he had no choice. Remaining would surely lead to death, and he must seize this chance for survival. In a sense, he was telling the truth. He was a doctor of sorts. "Tell me, is he a doctor? I demand the truth. And you must be accountable for your words." Zhang Feng pointed at the female doctor. Huang Li, suddenly singled out, trembled at the question. I don't know how to respond," she stammered. "Think carefully before you speak. A wrong answer could be fatal. Even if you are a doctor, I will not hesitate to execute you. There are plenty of doctors in the city. I can find more." Zhang Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, imposing tremendous psychological pressure on Huang L. My family is not in the hospital. They are at home. Can they also leave with me?" Huang Li inquired, posing a different question. Zhang Feng replied earnestly, "Yes, as long as you are a doctor. I can take your entire family with you." Upon hearing this, Huang Li resolved to speak. "I will keep it brief. Our hospital's directors fall into two categories: those who treat and save lives, possessing medical expertise, and those who manage, being administrative personnel." Huang Li refrained from directly questioning the man's medical credentials, but it clarified the situation. "Huang Li, how dare you be so malicious?" The bespectacled man suddenly erupted in anger. According to Huang Li's classification, he was merely an administrative figure, and while he might be regarded as a doctor by outsiders, he could neither treat nor save lives. His role was solely to manage the medical staff. Huang Li fell silent, aware of the inherent selfishness in human nature. She had to consider her own survival and that of her family. Suddenly, a surge of telekinetic energy enveloped the bespectacled man, lifting him and hurling him out the window. The fall from the top floor, 20 stories high, guaranteed his demise. His terrified screams echoed, gradually diminishing until they were silenced by a final, horrific cry that he was dead. Everyone present was stunned by the spectacle. They could hardly comprehend how Zhang Feng had accomplished such an act, and their fear of him intensified. "Consider this a parting gift," Zhang Feng remarked, tossing a hefty sack of rice, 100 pounds, into the room. The sight of the rice brought joy to the crowd, with even the departing doctors feeling a sense of elation for the others. The fact that Zhang Feng could conjure such a substantial amount of rice reinforced their belief that he truly lacked for nothing, and life would improve for them once they joined him. "Dr. Wang, take me with you. I can be your woman." Suddenly, a woman rushed forward, grasping the wrist of the male doctor with a pleading expression. Seeing her alluring features stirred something within Dr. Wang. As a single man, the prospect of having a woman by his side was certainly appealing. Yet, he was uncertain of Zhang Feng's stance on the matter. Dr. Wang hesitated, glancing at Zhang Feng, who seemed indifferent to the situation. Zhang Feng calmly stated, "As I mentioned, you may take your family with you. Who else you choose to bring is entirely your decision." "I want to take her. She is my woman," Dr. Wang asserted, firmly holding the woman's hand. "Very well," Zhang Feng replied without hesitation. After all, bringing along an extra person was inconsequential to him. Zhang Feng summoned an ironclad boat and boarded it himself. "Get on board. We are leaving," he instructed. The onlookers were once again astounded by the scene. Dr. Wang and Huang Li hastily climbed aboard, as did the woman beside Dr. Wang. The remaining individuals fidgeted restlessly. But the calmness of Zhang Feng's demeanor, along with the memory of the director's fate, rendered them hesitant to voice any further objections to "I am a nurse. Can I come too?" Suddenly, a woman tremulously inquired, causing Zhang Feng to pause that he noticed that the speaker was a woman in her 30s, possessing a certain charm. However, her words served as a reminder to Zhang Feng. After all, he was there to rescue people. So why should he be fixated solely on doctors? Nurses could also provide aid, and there were other valuable individuals to consider. "You may come aboard," Zhang Feng stated at AS for whether he was lying. He was untroubled. Should he later discover that she had deceived him, he would ensure she regretted it. The woman hurriedly stepped onto Zhang Feng's metal boat, but he then turned to the remaining crowd and asked, "Is there anyone among you with a particular skill? Please feel free to share your abilities, that if I find your talents appealing, I will take you along." Upon hearing this, the crowd became excited again, realizing that it wasn't just doctors who could be rescued. Those with skills could also be taken. They began to reflect upon their own capabilities. What could they offer? Chapter 88. The Fat Man's Power After Some Contemplation. A middle-aged man had an idea and raised his hand. Zhang Feng smiled and asked, "What special skill do you possess? Pray, enlighten me that I have a background in finance. I am proficient in stock trading and can manage your economy." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng was both amused and exasperated. He shook his head and replied, "Stock trading? Managing an economy? You are overly optimistic. Did I ask there anyone else?" Although he dismissed the man's abilities, Zhang Feng did not take his frustration out on him. After all, he was not a killer. Hearing Zhang Feng's response, the man returned to his place, his face filled with disappointment. "May I?" A disheveled, rotund man trembled as he asked, "Did I write novels? I am an online literature author." "What do you think?" Zhang Feng coldly retorted to an online author. "Something even dogs would scorn. How dare you step forward?" The fat man sensed the murderous aura emanating from Zhang Feng and could only sigh. Returning quietly to his seat, "Alas, my abilities are of no use. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looked down upon," he muttered, his expression one of desolation. His voice was barely audible, even to those nearby, but Zhang Feng, with his superhuman hearing, caught every word. "Fat man, you possess powers?" Zhang Feng turned to him, scrutinizing him closely. Yet no matter how he looked, he could not discern any special abilities in this man. Startled by Zhang Feng's inquiry, the fat man jumped. He had not expected his unintended murmurings to be overheard. "No, I was just joking," he stammered. "Joking with me?" Zhang Feng replied coldly. With a thought, he activated his telekinesis, lifting the fat man and bringing him to the window, leaving him suspended in the air, his feet dangling above the void. "Don't abandon me." I will explain everything. The fat man glanced down and nearly fainted. Reveal your abilities. Let me see them, Zhang Feng commanded. The fat man hesitated, but Zhang Feng sneered and pushed him toward the window. No, I will demonstrate my powers. The fat man cried out in terror. Before he began to manifest his abilities, that a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and he transformed into a miniature pig, emblazoned with a large character for fat on its side. Zhang Feng stared in awe. This was the first time he had witnessed a living person turn into a pig. He had anticipated that the online author's power might be rather lackluster, yet he never imagined that this individual could transform himself into a pig. Specifically, a diminutive one, that if he had turned into a wild boar or some monstrous pig creature, Zhang Feng could have understood. After all, such transformations might possess some combat potential. However, becoming this tiny pig was utterly useless. Not only was Zhang Feng dumbfounded, but the others also shared his astonishment that no one had expected that this fat man would turn into a pig. Boss, you see, this is my ability. I can become the king of fat pigs, the man said, tears streaming down his face. While awakening one's powers was indeed a positive occurrence, he could not find joy in possessing such a ridiculous ability. This was precisely why he had never used it before. Once he transformed, he truly became a pig. With no added offensive capabilities and being a living pig, he would inevitably fall prey to zombie attacks. He had secretly tested this before, and the results were dire. The most terrifying aspect was that food supplies were running low in a group of starving humans if a defenseless little pig suddenly appeared. What chaos would ensue? Merely imagining that scenario made the little fat man tremble. Thus, he had never dared to showcase his abilities in front of others. Had he not been pressured by Zhang Feng, he would have refrained from revealing his powers even to him. Zhang Feng observed the king of fat pigs with curiosity. Aside from the character on its belly, he could not fathom why this little pig was called the king of fat pigs. More intriguingly, he pondered what abilities it possessed. What powers do you have? Zhang Feng directly inquired. He presumed that it must lack any combat capabilities, as he felt no strength emanating from the little pig. After transforming into the king of fat pigs, I can control other pigs, and additionally, within my vicinity, the growth and reproduction rates of pigs increase, the rotund man stammered. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. But then his expression turned grave. Initially, he did not perceive much value in these abilities, but upon further reflection, he recognized their potential for development. This power allowed him to control wild boars and accelerate their reproduction and growth. The more wild boars he commanded, the greater his combat strength would become. However, there were significant drawbacks, the most glaring being the man himself. Even 100 pigs would pose no challenge to Zhang Feng. Moreover, this fat man was unfortunate. He had no pigs nearby, only a group of starving individuals that if he revealed his abilities, he would not survive long. While they might hesitate to eat humans, they would eagerly slaughter pigs for meat. Chapter 89, New Candidates for Slavery Come With Me. You will raise pigs for me from now on, Zhang Feng said nonchalantly. The fat man's abilities, while not particularly valuable in other respects, were quite suitable for pig farming. Although the current conditions for raising pigs were lacking, such opportunities would undoubtedly arise in the future. Boss, I am willing to raise pigs for you, the fat man exclaimed. Exhilarated, he realized that his powers had finally found a purpose. It was akin to a steed finding a worthy rider. From now on, you shall call me chief. Also, if you revert to your original form, will you be without clothing? Zhang Feng inquired. Yes, chief. If I revert, I will have no clothes, the fat man replied, somewhat embarrassed. When he transformed into a pig, all his clothing had fallen away. Naturally, if he turned back into a human, he would also lack attire. Then there's no need to revert. Come aboard, Zhang Feng declared. Moreover, it was fortuitous that he remained a pig, as the fat man weighed no less than 180 pounds. Such weight would add to Zhang Feng's burden while on the boat. It was far more advantageous for him to remain a small pig than a piglet. His weight was significantly reduced, likely around 20 pounds. Zhang Feng found himself unable to comprehend the mechanics of such abilities. How could a living being of such size transform into a creature so small? Not only had its form changed, but its weight had also decreased dramatically, defying scientific logic that, of course, he merely pondered this briefly. He had no intention of delving into deeper investigations. After all, the world was filled with peculiarities, and he had little interest in exploring them in detail. The remaining individuals had no further talents to offer, and Zhang Feng, no longer concerned with them, departed with the little fat pig and his companions. You are Huang Li, correct? Where do you live? Let us agree on this. If I cannot locate your family, or if they are deceased, I will consider my obligations fulfilled that I will not assist you in further searches for your relatives, Zhang Feng stated. Very well, I shall abide by what you say, Chief, she replied. Huang Li hastily remarked that she was well aware Zhang Feng's actions were indeed the right course. After all, she had been separated from her family for nearly a month and was entirely uncertain about their circumstances. Should calamity have befallen her family, she would still need to carry on with her life. Who would willingly choose death when there is a chance to survive? Huang Li certainly would not. Under Huang Li's guidance, the metal boat sped towards her residence. According to her, her home was located in the hospital's staff quarters, where other doctors also resided. However, at this late hour, it was uncertain how many doctors remained alive. Zhang Feng felt remarkably calm, reassured by the abundance of hospitals in the city, confident he would find at least 10 doctors. They soon arrived at Huang Li's home, a modest high-rise on the 5th floor. Zhang Feng's expression shifted as he stated, "There are 2 people in your home." While he was uncertain if Huang Li's family was still alive, he was certain there were indeed 2 living souls within. Huang Li exclaimed with excitement, "Leader, are you saying there are still 2 people in my home?" "Yes, there are 2 that let us go and see," Zhang Feng replied, maneuvering the metal boat to approach. With a flick of his mind, he shattered the window, allowing the boat to glide directly into the room that a piercing scream erupted from within, clearly startled by the commotion outside. Huang Li leapt from the boat and rushed into the room, while Zhang Feng made no attempt to stop her, perceiving no danger in the vicinity. "Mother, sister-in-law." Xiaoshu in the room, Huang Li embraced the 3 individuals, their tears flowing freely in a heartfelt reunion. Zhang Feng stepped inside and was immediately struck by the beauty of the young woman Huang Li held. He discerned her identity as Zhou Shuer, a highly rated potential slave with an impressive score of 94. De Zhou Shuer. Is that her name? Zhang Feng mused, feeling quite pleased by this unexpected discovery that in addition to Zhou Shuer, there was a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, named Wenwen, who was Huang Li's daughter. Zhou Shuer was Huang Li's sister-in-law, the sister of her husband. Through their conversation, the circumstances became clear that on the day of the apocalypse, Huang Li was at the hospital, while her husband had gone to work, and the elderly members of the family had gone out to buy groceries. Only Wenwen and Zhou Shuer remained at home when disaster struck. The rest of the family had never returned, most likely having perished outside. Only Zhou Shuer and Wenwen had survived, relying on the meager food supplies they had managed to preserve. Yet without Huang Li's return, their survival would soon be jeopardized, as their food was nearly depleted. Despite the heart-wrenching grief of her missing family members, Huang Li felt an immense stroke of fortune that her daughter had survived. She dared not hope for anything more. Huang Li quickly introduced Zhang Feng's identity to her family, addressing him, "Leader, this is my sister-in-law and my daughter. They are my family. May they accompany me?" With a tense gaze upon Zhang Feng, she awaited his response. "Certainly," Zhang Feng replied decisively. It would be absurd not to take Zhou Shuer, a prime candidate for a slave, even if she herself were reluctant to leave. Thus, Huang Li's request was met with immediate agreement. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's affirmation, Huang Li exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 90. The disparity of treatment. Zhang Feng harbored intentions regarding Zhou Shuer, recognizing her potential as an exceptional slave. However, he was in no rush. They had already brought her back and could proceed with further arrangements at a leisurely pace. Completing today's task remained his foremost priority. Once everyone was aboard the boat, Zhang Feng used his telekinesis to navigate their return. Upon arriving back at the villa complex, he glanced at the mission interface and noted that the task of rescuing doctors was now 2/10 complete. This confirmed that Huang Li and the male doctor had not lied. They were indeed doctors, and the system acknowledged their status. Only 8 more doctors were needed to fulfill the mission. Zhang Feng made arrangements for the individuals they had rescued. He also ensured the little chubby fellow, Wu Fan, was well taken care of. This aspiring web novelist, named Wu Fan, possessed qualities befitting a protagonist. Unfortunately, his abilities were not suited for such a role, yet he could certainly thrive as a pig farmer. Wu Fan was given his own private room, new clothing, and a delightful meal, which instilled in him a sense of belonging, that he was exceedingly content with his current treatment, that in truth, his greatest fear was a shortage of food. Given his ability to transform into a pig, should the base run low on provisions, he could very well find himself on the menu. Such a fate was not merely a possibility. It would be inevitable in the absence of food. Had he not been under threat of death, he would never have dared to reveal his powers. Now, however, he felt he had temporarily escaped danger, that of course, true safety would only be achieved once he could rear a herd of pigs to showcase his worth. The male doctor was assigned to reside within the community, where he could attend to the other survivors. Huang Li and her daughter were allocated a room adjacent to the villa, where they could enjoy the privileges of female warriors. It was only then that Huang Li discovered Zhang Feng held the highest status within the base, affording him the best living conditions, the finest food, and exclusive access to all the beautiful women, all of whom belonged to him. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was the only man in the base enjoying such privileges. Huang Li, not being particularly attractive and accompanied by her daughter, felt secure that she would not face any unfortunate circumstances. Beneath Zhang Feng were a group of female masters, a term used outwardly. Ordinary people merely recognized Yang Mi and her companions as the female masters of the base, unaware that, to Zhang Feng, they were actually his female slaves. Huang Li remained ignorant of this fact, only understanding that the treatment enjoyed by Yang Mi and the others was equivalent to Zhang Feng's. They could eat what he ate and live comfortably. Next in line were the female warriors. While their treatment did not match Zhang Feng's, it was still significantly better than that of ordinary survivors. The female warriors were well fed, enjoying meat at every meal. Following them were the regular survivors, whose treatment took a sharp downturn. Zhang Feng's provisions for them consisted of 2 meals a day, sufficient to meet basic needs but lacking in quality. Such arrangements had already satisfied the survivors, as having food was far preferable to starvation. Huang Li and her daughter resided with the female warriors, receiving the same level of treatment. All this information was relayed to Huang Li by Captain Xiaqin. Xiaqin also discreetly informed Huang Li that her current privileges were temporary if Zhou Shuer could become a female master. Then, as her family, they would enjoy preferential treatment and the same benefits as the female warriors. However, should Zhou Shuer fail to attain that status, their privileges would be revoked, relegating them to the category of ordinary survivors with correspondingly diminished treatment. Thus, their future well-being hinged upon Zhou Shuer's choices. Upon hearing this, Huang Li was deeply moved. She looked up at Xiaqin, understanding dawning upon her as she nodded lightly. Captain Xiaqin, I understand that I will persuade Shuer, Huang Li softly affirmed. Huang Li was no fool. She grasped the implications of Xiaqin's words that it was evident that Zhang Feng had taken a liking to her sister-in-law. For Huang Li, this was a fortuitous turn of events, with her immediate family lost. Only her daughter, Wenwen, remained by her side, to secure a better life for herself and her daughter. It was a small sacrifice to encourage her sister-in-law Zhou Shuer to make a choice. After all, humanity is inherently selfish. Moreover, in Huang Li's eyes, Zhang Feng was young, handsome, and immensely powerful. Becoming his woman would be a stroke of good fortune, that hadn't Yang Mi also become one of Zhang Feng's women? What Yang Mi could achieve, Zhou Shuer could certainly aspire to as well. Xiaqin smiled, pleased to have convinced Huang Li that I'm glad you can see things clearly. Many desire to be the leader's woman, but lack the qualifications. The leader's standards are exceedingly high. Ordinary women rarely have such opportunities. Xiaqin spoke with a hint of bitterness, expressing her desire to become the leader's woman. Yet she was acutely aware of her own limitations. Since she could not attain that status, she resolved to become the sharpest blade in the leader's hand. She aimed to strengthen herself and lead her team effectively for the tasks assigned by the leader. She was determined to excel in them. Huang Li, who was Zhou Shuer's sister-in-law, had already been persuaded, and through her, convincing Zhou Shuer would be considerably easier. Zhang Feng, however, paid little attention to such trivial matters. He was resting on the sofa, indulging in the massages provided by several beautiful women in Chapter 91, titled Yang Mi's Persuasion. Zhang Feng merely briefed Yang Mi about Zhou Shuer, leaving the remaining details for another time. After all, there were still tasks left uncompleted, and he did not possess the luxury of time to deal with Zhou Shuer. Considering his capabilities, he felt sufficiently prepared, especially since Zhou Shuer had already been brought back, alleviating any urgency on his part. Yang Mi, upon realizing that Zhou Shuai met the criteria for the targeted personnel, became quite invested and swiftly made arrangements. Consequently, Xie Qin was tasked with persuading Huang Li. Zhou Shuai, however, was not residing with Huang Li but had been placed in a villa area, sharing accommodations with Yang Mi and the others. Yang Mi understood well that once individuals, be they men or women, adapted to a life of luxury, transitioning back to a lower standard of living would be exceedingly challenging. She intended to allow Zhou Shuai to savor the experience of being a hostess, making it much simpler to persuade her once she became accustomed to this lifestyle. This was part of Yang Mi's strategic plan to win over Zhou Shuai. Truth be told, in such an era, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary women to escape the grasp of such manipulative tactics, and Zhou Shuai was no exception. Seated nervously on the sofa, Zhou Shuai glanced at Zhang Feng, who was reclining with a few stunning women attending to him. Massaging away his fatigue, Su Ming was also helping Zhang Feng restore his energy with her abilities. While Zhang Feng possessed his own recovery powers, using them on himself had its drawbacks, leading to increased mental fatigue. In contrast, when Su Ming utilized her abilities on him, there were no such adverse effects. Throughout the day, Zhang Feng had been expending significant mental energy through telekinesis, and after bringing people back, he felt a substantial drain on his mental strength. Thus, he seized the opportunity to rest and let Su Ming accelerate his recovery. Once he regained his composure, he would be better prepared to complete his tasks. Although he was currently strong, he was not invincible, so maintaining optimal condition was essential. Zhou Shuai looked at Zhang Feng and then at the beautiful women surrounding him, her gaze filled with disbelief. Riba, Huang Yueying, and Cheng Jiejie, three stunning beauties she recognized. Riba had once been a superstar, while Huang Yueying and Cheng Jiejie were internet sensations, well-known figures in their own right. It was hard to fathom that these illustrious women were now merely subservient to a man, calling him master in utter incredulity. Feeling uneasy, Zhou Shuai pondered her purpose for being there when an enticing aroma wafted into the air. Yang Mi approached with a sizzling plate of steak. "Please eat. You must be hungry," she smiled, placing the dish before Zhou Shuai. The scent of the steak made Zhou Shuai's mouth water instantly. It had been many days since she had tasted meat, let alone something as delectable as this steak. "Can I really eat this?" Zhou Shuai whispered. "Absolutely. And for us, this is merely ordinary fare that if you choose to stay, you can indulge in such meals daily, to the point of weariness." Yang Mi replied with a smile. Zhou Shuai nodded eagerly, unable to resist as she picked up the knife and fork to begin her meal. Although the steak was only moderately flavorful, it was tender, and for someone who had been starving for several meals, it was a culinary delight that in addition to the steak, a glass of juice had been prepared for Zhou Shuai. The meal was devoured swiftly, and while she felt satisfied, the lingering hunger had diminished significantly. Seeing that Zhou Shuai had eaten her fill, Yang Mi sat beside her, gently taking her hand and softly saying, "You are Zhou Shuai, correct?" "Yes." Zhou Shuai nodded eagerly. "From now on, I shall call you Shuai Mei Mei, and you may address me as Yang Mi Jiejie." "Yang Mi Jiejie," Zhou Shuai quickly responded. Yang Mi smiled, her expression radiating joy. Continuing in a gentle tone, she said, "We are a big family here. We are the master's slaves and also his women. Here, we need only heed the master's words and serve him well. He will ensure our safety and provide us with the finest food, even granting us extraordinary abilities." Zhou Shuai listened quietly, though a flicker of shock crossed her eyes. Yang Mi continued, "Originally, you would not have qualified to reside here. You would have been relegated to living with ordinary survivors, consuming the most dreadful sustenance, with no chance of ever being satisfied. Our food supply is limited. It can keep ordinary people from starving, but cannot guarantee full meals. Only by living here can one enjoy the best conditions. And not every woman is afforded such an opportunity. You are fortunate, for your beauty has granted you this chance to reside here. You may stay for a few days and contemplate your options. We will not coerce you. You are free to choose to stay or leave. There is no rush for a decision. You may take your time." Yang Mi's smile appeared to offer a choice. Yet in such a world, how much choice did women truly possess? In Chapter 92, titled The Last Doctor, Zhou Shuai hesitated, her lips moving but remaining silent. For one so young, she felt at a loss for words. Yang Mi, not wishing to pressure her, simply smiled gently and said, "Do not overthink it. We have time, and there is no urgency. Let me show you to your room. Thank you, Yangmi Jie. Zhou Shuer sighed in relief. To be honest, asking her to make a choice at that moment was indeed a burden. Zhou Shuer, being only in her early 20s and still in university, had not yet entered the workforce. She was merely a naive college student. Master, is this Zhou Shuer going to become our sister? Cheng Jiejia inquired curiously. Perhaps. She meets the criteria. However, I will not force her. She can make her own choice. Zhang Feng replied with a smile, kissing Cheng Jiejia affectionately. The others felt a hint of shyness that I shall treat everyone equally. Zhang Feng chuckled as he remarked. Each person received a kiss, which only deepened Huang Yuyo's embarrassment. After about a playful banter among the group, Zhang Feng sensed that his condition had improved significantly, that it must be said that the ability to recover was indeed remarkably effective, had he relied solely on his own powers to gradually regain his mental strength. It would have taken at least half a day to recover. However, with the aid of this restoration ability, he was rejuvenated in a mere hour. Initially, Zhang Feng intended to utilize the recovery ability during the battle. But given the current circumstances, its efficacy in combat seemed diminished. It was far more effective to employ it post-battle. Of course, this was the situation at present, as the level of the recovery ability increased in the future. Its effectiveness would undoubtedly enhance as well. With his state restored, Zhang Feng had no intention of lingering any longer and promptly set out again. The subsequent endeavors proved exceedingly smooth, as he managed to locate 6 doctors in the next hospital he visited. Indeed, hospitals were abundant with doctors. Zhang Feng, recognizing the unique value of these medical professionals, extended them a special privilege, escorting them back to his home that if their families were entirely deceased, there was little that could be done. However, should any relatives still be alive, they would be taken along as well. Consequently, Zhang Feng garnered the goodwill of these doctors, who assured him they would diligently fulfill their duties. Zhang Feng remained indifferent to the doctors' goodwill. After all, at this juncture, he had seized the initiative, and these doctors possessed no choice in the matter. With the addition of the 2 doctors previously acquired and the 5 obtained this time, he had now amassed a total of 8 doctors, yet still required 2 more. Zhang Feng had ventured to search for the doctor by Jie, but unfortunately, she had eluded him. However, he did come across a photograph of her at her residence, revealing her to be an exceptionally beautiful physician. Had she still been alive, she would undoubtedly have met the criteria of an ideal subordinate. Regrettably, Zhang Feng surmised that she had likely perished, and thus chose not to dwell on her absence. There was no need to concern oneself with those who could no longer be found. Currently, Zhang Feng was merely 2 doctors short of completing his task that he continued his search in the remaining hospitals. However, it seemed that fortune had run dry, as he visited 2 more hospitals only to encounter no living doctors. Only zombie doctors were to be found. Zhang Feng swiftly dispatched these undead physicians, freeing them from their suffering. Let us press on. It is impossible that there are no doctors left. He muttered to himself that if all else fails, I shall broadcast throughout the city, summoning any concealed doctors to step forward. Surely there were still doctors hidden away, yet they remained undiscovered by Zhang Feng. While he had not located any doctors, Zhang Feng's acquisitions were still considerable. He had packed away all the medical supplies and equipment from each hospital, ensuring that he would not need to worry about medication for the foreseeable future. Now, only 1 hospital remained, and without further ado, Zhang Feng entered in search of doctors. As he approached this particular hospital, he felt a surge of energy. He sensed the presence of living individuals within. Unlike the previous hospitals, which had yielded no signs of life, this one promised a much greater likelihood of finding a doctor. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng made his way towards the location of the survivors. The area where these individuals resided was rather unique. They were not located above ground, but rather in a basement. Perhaps this was the reason for their survival. Upon arriving at the entrance, Zhang Feng noticed the sign indicating it was the hospital's underground storage room. With no windows to access the space, he had no choice but to enter through the main door. Grasping the doorknob, he activated his unlocking skill and effortlessly opened the door. The entrance had been locked from the inside, and none anticipated that someone could unlock it from the outside. Thus, Zhang Feng entered with ease. The noise of the opening door startled all inside the underground storage room. Someone's coming in. What's going on? How did someone manage to open the door? Damn it, wasn't it locked? Panic ensued, and the crowd erupted in exclamations. Fearful of the unknown, whether the intruder was a living person or a zombie. If it were a horde of zombies that had burst in, it would spell disaster. As Zhang Feng stepped into the underground storage room, the sight of a living person elicited a collective sigh of relief among the survivors. At least it was not a horde of zombies charging in. "Who are you? How did you get in?" A bold man inquired. "Fear not. I am not here to cause you trouble. I am in search of doctors." "Are there any among you?" Zhang Feng replied, scanning the crowd not only for physicians but also for any attractive women present. "Doctors? We have none here," the man responded, his face betraying suspicion. Zhang Feng regarded him coolly, activating his telekinesis to lift the man into the air. The man struggled in terror, realizing that an invisible force was stifling his cries. Fear enveloped him entirely. "I am offering you a chance to survive. Are there any doctors here? Should your answer fail to satisfy me, you may very well meet your end," Zhang Feng stated calmly. Releasing the man's mouth from the grip of his power, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, recognizing that the man before them was undoubtedly a transcendent being. The tales and legends of such extraordinary individuals had spread across the internet, and most survivors were aware that some among them could awaken supernatural abilities, known as transcendent beings. Others referred to them as new humans or mutants. Though the names varied, the essence remained the same. "Yes, there are doctors here," the man exclaimed in a panic, genuinely fearful that Zhang Feng might take his life. "That if you had spoken sooner, we could have avoided this entirely." Zhang Feng retorted coolly he had no desire to resort to violence. Yet some individuals simply compelled him to act. That said, he understood their wariness. After all, facing a stranger like Zhang Feng would naturally incite caution. "Allow me to clarify. I am the leader of a settlement, and I have come to recruit doctors. Those who join my base will receive ample provisions in a secure environment," Zhang Feng announced to the group. "Ample provisions? Is that for real? How wonderful, but alas. I am not a doctor," the crowd expressed in surprise, some skeptical while others intrigued. "Doctors, step forward," Zhang Feng urged once more. A few exchanged glances before silently stepping out from the crowd. 3 doctors emerged, 2 men and 1 woman. Zhang Feng's heart soared with elation. With this, his mission was essentially accomplished. Although he only required 2 doctors, having an extra one was certainly advantageous. "You are all doctors?" he inquired. "Indeed, we are," they replied in unison. "Excellent. Do you have families? You may bring them along. Once you arrive at the base, you can work with peace of mind," Zhang Feng offered. Though the population of Zhang Feng's base was currently sparse and did not necessitate a surplus of doctors, he anticipated a growing population in the future, making it prudent to have as many doctors as possible. The prospect of bringing their families ignited hope within the 3 doctors, who turned their gazes towards the crowd. One doctor cautiously asked, "How many people can we bring? Can we take everyone with us?" "Taking everyone is out of the question. I do not require that many at present," Zhang Feng replied coolly. "However, in light of your inquiry, if there are any other valuable individuals among you, they may present their skills, and those deemed useful may accompany us." Upon hearing this, a few individuals stepped forward to showcase their abilities. Yet Zhang Feng swiftly dismissed them. What need had he for a bank president, a senior accountant, or an oil painter? "What can you offer?" One man interjected, "I am a construction worker. I have spent over a decade working on construction sites, and I am skilled in various tasks." A middle-aged man spoke up, his physique brimming with muscle, a clear indication of his laborious lifestyle. Zhang Feng felt a stir in his heart, smiling as he nodded and said, "You're good to go. Follow along shortly." The migrant worker was undoubtedly valuable, a true asset when it came to hard labor. Among the large crowd, it was this particular worker who caught Zhang Feng's eye. The others simmered with dissatisfaction, yet none dared to voice their grievances, for their own lives were at stake. The migrant worker, overjoyed, seized the arm of a woman beside him and exclaimed, "This is my wife. May I take her along?" Zhang Feng turned his gaze to the woman, who appeared to be in her 40s yet retained a certain charm. The woman, somewhat anxious yet tinged with anticipation, met Zhang Feng's eyes. He inquired, "So, you are indeed married?" After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Yes, that in truth, they were not married, something Zhang Feng discerned at a glance. The woman's well-maintained appearance suggested she could not possibly be the migrant worker's wife. However, Zhang Feng had no intention of meddling in such matters. As long as there was mutual consent, it was of no concern to him. "Very well, you may accompany us," Zhang Feng stated calmly. the migrant worker. Upon hearing this, was filled with ecstatic delight. Though they were not a married couple, he held deep affection for the woman beside him. After the apocalypse, he had taken great care of her, and she had previously resisted his advances. But now, seizing the opportunity, he sought to claim her as his wife. Clearly, the woman was no fool. She recognized her chance and agreed to his proposition. Once it was confirmed that no one else was present, Zhang Feng led them away. The three doctors also took a few individuals with them, and Zhang Feng paid no mind to whether they were kin of the doctors. It was merely a perk for the medical personnel. As they reached the entrance, a horde of zombies charged forward. The sight of the undead sent a wave of shock through the group, with a woman even letting out a piercing scream. With a swift motion, Zhang Feng unleashed a surgical knife. Using his telekinetic abilities, he dispatched all the approaching zombies with lethal precision. Witnessing Zhang Feng's prowess, the crowd soon found solace that he then summoned an iron boat, instructing everyone to board. The onlookers were taken aback by Zhang Feng's capabilities, yet they felt increasingly secure. The stronger he was, the safer they felt. Once all were aboard the iron vessel, Zhang Feng levitated it into the air. Due to the number of passengers, the flight was somewhat slower, but fortunately, the journey was devoid of peril. They returned to the villa district without incident. Upon arriving at the villa area, Zhang Feng accessed the system interface and discovered that the mission to rescue the doctors had been successfully completed, with the rewards immediately granted. Zhang Feng accepted the reward, which was a master-level medical skill. This reward was significant for him, as possessing advanced medical knowledge would be immensely beneficial for the future development of the base. Having settled these matters, night had fallen. Zhang Feng chose not to venture out again, but returned home for a sumptuous meal by day's end. The household had expanded considerably, creating a more vibrant atmosphere. He inquired about Li Linga's condition and learned that her health had improved significantly, which brought him peace of mind. After all, Li Linga was an ideal candidate for a prime slave. And Zhang Feng had no intention of letting her slip away. Zhou Shuer sat at the dinner table, uneasily consuming her meal, still haunted by Yang Mi's words. She now understood that all the women in the house were Zhang Feng's slaves. If she wished to continue living here, she too would have to become one of his slaves. Zhang Feng's terms were not unattractive. He was handsome and provided protection and food. Her current lifestyle was a direct result of his influence. Yet she struggled with the psychological barrier this presented. Fortunately, Zhang Feng did not pressure her for an immediate decision, allowing her the time to ponder her options. By the way, remember to bring a few more people to my room tonight. Just like before, one by one, that I fear you might not be able to handle it, Zhang Feng said, wiping his mouth with a napkin before suddenly speaking. Although all were his women, they flushed at his words. Cheng Jiejie, the boldest among them, inquired with a laugh, "Master, why the sudden desire for more? Are we not enough for you?" Zhang Feng replied cryptically, "I worry you may not be able to handle it. I should be stronger tonight." This was due to Zhang Feng's supernatural ability, divine strength, which would surely elevate him to level 2 that night. Once his divine strength advanced, his physique would grow even more formidable. He genuinely feared that if only one woman came to him, she might struggle to cope with his enhanced vigor. That's so strong. Is it not? Cheng Jiejie asked with a hint of eagerness. If you're not afraid, you can come alone, Zhang Feng chuckled. Who is afraid of whom? I'll come regardless, Cheng Jiejie replied defiantly. Zhang Feng smiled and fell silent, since they all resided in the villa. If it became overwhelming, he could always call for more help. It wouldn't take long. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Feng did not rush outside, but instead took a moment to rest in the villa and strengthen his bonds with the women. Though they were his slaves, their lives were in his hands, yet they possessed their own independent thoughts and emotions. Thus, maintaining necessary emotional connections was essential. Zhang Feng dedicated time to share laughter with the women. Reinforcing their relationships, as they conversed, the sky outside darkened, marking the time when zombies roamed freely. However, it was also Zhang Feng's moment to act. With the title of Night King bestowed upon him, he reigned supreme in the darkness. Today, not only did Zhang Feng bear the title of Night King, but he also possessed super hearing. While this ability did not enhance his offensive capabilities, it significantly improved his overall effectiveness. With super hearing, he was akin to a radar, constantly aware of his surroundings to strategize his battles more effectively. I'm heading out. Be cautious, Zhang Feng said with a smile to the women, swiftly exiting amidst their well wishes for his safety. Once outside the villa, Zhang Feng took out his skateboard and soared into the night. The skateboard served as a medium, allowing him to glide effortlessly. With his super hearing fully activated and in the night environment, his combat power received a 50% boost. Even his super hearing was enhanced at this time. Through his heightened auditory perception, Zhang Feng detected all the nearby zombies that he held little interest in ordinary zombies. Focusing solely on the mutated ones. Found one, he thought, spotting a mutated zombie. The skateboard accelerated as he rushed towards it. Soon, the mutated zombie was in his sights. It was a speed-type zombie, small in stature, yet remarkably swift. Zhang Feng flicked his wrist, sending a surgical knife flying, which sliced cleanly through the zombie's neck. Despite its speed, the mutated zombie proved utterly defenseless against Zhang Feng's attack. Only a level 2 mutated zombie could withstand his prowess. The severed head of the zombie flew towards Zhang Feng, and he extracted a level 1 energy crystal from within. Absorbing the crystal, he examined his surgical knife, noticing a small nick on the blade. Though sharp, the knife was prone to damage. It had not been long in use before showing wear. Zhang Feng realized that the knife size made it somewhat impractical for dispatching zombies. That it seems a modification is in order. He mused. He produced 9 additional surgical knives, totaling 10, and activated his fusion ability, merging them into a single weapon. The result was an unusual sword, devoid of a handle, featuring only a blade that was thin and pointed at both ends, allowing for attacks from either side. Measuring 50 centimeters in length, this 8-edged blade was capable of both slashing and piercing. This was Zhang Feng's self-crafted flying sword, ideally suited for telekinetic manipulation. Its efficacy could only be determined through practical combat testing. Let us see what kind of power it possesses. Zhang Feng spoke softly, channeling his psychic energy into the flying sword, directing it towards the zombies on the ground. The design of the sword was ideally suited for flight, proving to be far more agile than the previously utilized scalpel or tang sword. That it was now time to assess its combat efficacy. Under the influence of his mental prowess, the flying sword transformed into a gleaming arc of cold light, plunging into the horde of zombies. The sword effortlessly pierced through the skull of one zombie, as if slicing through tofu with remarkable ease. This was not solely due to the sword's sharpness, but also a testament to Zhang Feng's enhanced psychic strength. After penetrating the head of one zombie, the sword ascended towards another, swiftly dispatching it as well. The entire process was seamless, without the slightest hindrance. It's efficient, truly efficient, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. The sword began to spin, resembling a helicopter rotor, as it advanced towards the remaining zombies. Any zombie struck by the whirling blade would be cleaved in two. Zhang Feng continued to experiment with various techniques, discovering that the flying sword was exceptionally effective for eliminating zombies. The sole drawback was its relatively low quality. After slaying a number of zombies, the blade would sustain damage. However, Zhang Feng possessed the ability to utilize his enhancement powers to repair the sword, mitigating any significant impact. Having confirmed the sword's effectiveness, Zhang Feng proceeded to retrieve several more scalpels to further enhance the flying swords. After crafting a total of 10 swords, he finally ceased his efforts. Given the propensity for damage, producing multiple blades would ensure a steady supply for use. Additionally, Zhang Feng had the capability to control multiple flying swords simultaneously, enabling him to launch coordinated assaults when necessary. With a playful spirit, he commanded all 10 flying swords to engage the ordinary zombies on the ground.